Introduction. There is only one success: to be able to spend your life in your own way. Christopher Morley. One of the biggest problems of our time has the below elements. People know what actions would move them forward in life, but they just can't bring themselves to do them. They give in to many temptations, they just can't break bad habits, so they keep wasting their potential. Afterward, they often feel guilty, and since guilt feels bad, they often displace that guilt by procrastinating even more. This creates a vicious cycle that makes them more and more unhappy and dissatisfied. Because they don't have the level of success they want, their self-confidence gets worse and worse. The lower their self-confidence plummets, the harder it is to enjoy their life, achieve goals, and be happy. To break out of the vicious circle, they eventually give up their goals and ambitions. They stop striving for more in life because they no longer want to be disappointed. They settle for a life far below their means. At the end of their life, they look back full of regret at their unused potential. They feel the pain of 1,000 electric shocks at the thought of all the opportunities they left unused. In retrospect, they realize it would have been so easy to live out their own potential and lead a grandiose life. What is the solution to this big problem? How do we manage to consistently live out our potential? How do we achieve our most ambitious goals as quickly and reliably as possible? How do we become as successful and happy as possible? There are many direct and indirect answers to these questions from many different people. But if you have thought about it a lot and are honest, you must admit that for most people, the key is self-discipline. Without self-discipline, the best conditions, the best knowledge, and the best strategies are completely useless. Conversely, the more self-discipline you possess, the easier it is for you to excel in just about any area of your life. Since knowledge is more freely available than ever these days, you can acquire anything you need to become successful with self-discipline. The real bottleneck to success, whether professional or personal, is not knowledge, skills, money, intelligence, relationships, or fame. It is self-discipline. 1. But even regular self-discipline, as I call it, has its flaws. Self-discipline is considered synonymous with self-control and willpower, which implies that we must become stronger than our temptations. It suggests that we must conquer our inner demons, that we must constantly force ourselves to do the right thing, even when we don't feel like it at all. But is this really the best approach? Do extremely successful people force themselves to succeed? Do they hate what they do and do it anyway? Or is it much more the case that they love what they do every day, which is why they do it again and again and thus reap great success as a byproduct? What if it's not because of the activity, but because of the person themselves? What if we could learn to be just like them? What if we could direct and increase our motivation? Wouldn't that be the real key to happiness, success, productivity, and self-discipline? A few years ago, these and similar questions ran through my mind. At the time, I had no idea what a deep obsession they would trigger in me. I felt at a fundamental level that the general recommendations about self-discipline were not so much wrong as inefficient. I did a lot of research, a lot of thinking, and a lot of experimenting. Over the years, a deep conviction solidified in me that we should not focus on willpower to cultivate strong self-discipline. Taking an ice-cold shower every day may increase one's willpower, but few can do so. The good thing is that we don't have to be able to do this at all. Most extremely successful people do not shower with ice-cold water for 5 minutes every day, yet they are still successful. By the way, successful in this book doesn't just mean financial success, it's about success in all major areas of life, including relationships, health, and happiness. In my view, only people who are good in all areas lead a good life. On the other hand, those who are very good in all areas lead phenomenal lives. It was almost never pure willpower that enabled them to lead such a life. Much more likely, it was motivation. Or, to put it even more precisely, it was self-discipline based on motivation. Willpower is limited, too. Not only has this been scientifically proven, but every adult has probably experienced it for themselves. For a while, we may be able to bring ourselves to do something we don't feel like doing, but eventually, reluctance wins, and we procrastinate. This is perfectly normal and nothing to be ashamed of. It's not your fault if you procrastinated, it was simply because your motivation wasn't on your side. Without motivation, tackling a challenging job is like sailing a ship into a headwind. By skillfully setting the sails or by rowing, the ship may still move forward, but it is difficult and exhausting. However, when motivation is on your side, the ship of your productivity has a tailwind. Great progress then happens almost by itself. There are two forms of motivation. With extrinsic motivation, we do something because we want to achieve a desired goal. With intrinsic motivation, we do something because we enjoy the activity. Particularly the latter form is the key to achieving gigantic things in the long run. 3. Imagine that you love a worthwhile task so much that you like nothing better than to pursue it. Great progress would then be almost effortless. We are happy to do our best and to put a lot of time into the valuable task if we enjoy it. However, the problem here is obvious, and I already described it at the beginning. I think it's one of the biggest problems of our time that most people are not able to control their own motivation. We have control over more things than ever these days, yet most people lack control over the one thing that matters most, themselves. Sometimes we are motivated to pursue important tasks, and we make great progress for a short time, then everything is good. But unfortunately, the tide often quickly turns. Motivation for meaningful activities dwindles, while the motivation for pointless time-wasting increases. Some may have tried to control their own motivation, but because they didn't know what the most effective approaches were, they gave up. Others don't even believe it's possible to control their own motivation. For them, motivation is like the weather, it's sometimes good, sometimes bad, but never controllable. However, after more than 4.5 years of intensive study of the subject, I can say unequivocally that motivation can be controlled very well. It can be directed and increased if you know how. However, don't expect me to present you with a magic bullet, like, just do this one simple technique, and the rest will follow. There are already plenty of books that follow this basic pattern. I have never gained much from such all-in-one solutions. Instead, I have repeatedly observed that great improvements come only when many small and larger procedures are mastered and applied regularly. I admit, it may take some work to read this book, to memorize the procedures, and to apply them regularly, but the long-term result will be worth it more than 1,000 times over. At first, I didn't want to write a book at all. I started looking into the subject purely out of self-interest. Then, slowly but surely, my self-discipline became so effortless, and my zest for life so great as a result that I couldn't help but share my knowledge with the world. I wanted to give everyone the chance to become a master of their own motivation. However, I didn't want to just reveal the knowledge, I wanted to do it in a very understandable and motivating way. And I hope that I have succeeded in this with Self-Discipline 2.0. Believe me, the initial extra effort is nothing compared to the life you can create for yourself with these procedures. Think about what level your life would be in 2, 5, and 10 years' time if you acquired this superpower now. Being able to reliably direct and increase motivation is an incredible advantage that allows you to outshine just about everyone else. Self-Discipline 2.0 can be your invisible supporter, greatly increasing the likelihood of achieving even your most ambitious goals. In the long run, Self-Discipline 2.0 can catapult you into a phenomenal life, a life that would never have been possible without Self-Discipline 2.0. 2. My story. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Søren Kierkegaard. When I was young, I was exceedingly anxious. Consequently, I escaped into movies, TV series, and especially video games. On many days, I played as much as possible. On weekends and vacations, would often play for over 12 hours a day. As a result, I made limited progress, and often regressed, in every major area of my life. I rarely felt like studying, had a hard time paying attention in class, did little exercise, had few friends, and often ate unhealthily. My anxiety grew and grew. On many nights, I would lie in bed for hours, unable to fall asleep. In these dark times, I worried, compared myself with others, and often felt like a failure. Fortunately, at the age of 15, I had a simple realization that would change everything. I still had trouble sleeping, so I compared myself, as I had done 100 times before, with a boy in my class. He seemed to have everything I wanted: humor, self-confidence, good looks, and a lot of attention from the girls. While I wallowed in my negative thoughts, I suddenly realized that he also possessed a few qualities that I was very happy not to have. He didn't catch on to schoolwork very fast, nor was he particularly disciplined. If his friends hadn't helped him study, he would have probably had to repeat the class. He may have been at the top of one scale of success at the time, and I far below him, but since he seemed to make little further progress, I knew I would catch up with him in a few years if only I got a little better every day, if only I worked on myself every day. This realization imbued me with a huge injection of strength and, overnight, changed everything for me. I sold my video games, started doing sports, studied more for school, and, most importantly, I started educating myself. I became obsessed with books, courses, and lectures about self-confidence, communication, personal development, and psychology. New knowledge and, more crucially, hope for better things helped me to significantly improve my life. I made constant progress, and in the process, I became happier and more successful. However, a few years later, while at university, I reached a plateau. Like before, I made little progress and sometimes even regressed. My life was undoubtedly better than before my first great realization, but somehow it no longer seemed to be improving. I was still reading diligently, but I found it increasingly difficult to put useful knowledge into practice. Additionally, I had a huge workload from my studies, and I found it increasingly difficult to get the grades I wanted. I didn't lack time, but I wasn't using the time I had wisely. I was constantly wasting it on my cell phone, laptop, and TV. It didn't take long to identify the source of my problem. I realized that I had far too little self-discipline. I wanted to solve the problem the way I always had done. I bought many books and a few online courses on the subject. I read a lot and watched many videos. For a few months, I became obsessed again, this time with productivity, willpower, and self-discipline. However, contrary to my expectations, the change I sought did not happen. I already knew many things, but they did not bring me solutions. Also, many books were packed with inspiring stories and, while sometimes interesting to read, in practice, they helped me very little. Then there were the books full of abstract theories and complicated studies. These books also helped me very little in practice. Despite enormous effort, my problem remained. Although I read and tried many things, my self-discipline improved only a little. Back then, I did not have access to the knowledge in this book, so I lived a life full of ups and downs. On some days, I felt great because I made progress, but on other days it was the opposite. I felt terrible because I was falling back into bad habits. The worst part was feeling strongly about how great my potential was but being hugely frustrated because I couldn't live up to it. Every time I procrastinated, it seemed like I was flushing a great future down the toilet. This cycle of progress and regression continued for many years. It was not a complete disaster. I completed both my bachelor's and master's degrees, but I struggled greatly. Many other areas of my life fell by the wayside. I knew I could accomplish a lot more if I just had my emotions constantly on my side. Then, about 4.5 years ago, I had another great realization. Although I could not substantiate it at the beginning, I felt that it was true. The key to great self-discipline is controlling your own motivation. Like my first great realization, this one also gave me a lot of strength. In fact, I spent 2.5 years researching, experimenting, and refusing to give up, even though I made little progress in my self-discipline. Fortunately, about 2 years ago, everything changed in a single stroke. I had the greatest insight of my life. From that, I was able to derive an extremely powerful procedure for reliably directing my own motivation. My life has never been the same since. Because I have learned to direct my motivation, I am much more disciplined, and therefore much more productive. I am also much happier than ever before, constantly receiving positive feedback from others and achieving my goals with an ease I never thought possible. After my biggest realization, the dam broke. I had one useful insight after another, which slowly gave me a clear picture of how one can reliably direct and increase one's motivation. I derived many more procedures from my findings, all of which I am sharing with you in this book. 3. My greatest insight. The basic difference between an ordinary man and a warrior is that a warrior takes everything as a challenge while an ordinary man takes everything as a blessing or a curse. Carlos Castaneda. Sometimes, I go hiking alone. It helps me clear my head, think in peace and relax. About 2 years ago, I went hiking in a mountainous forest area. For most of the time, I was completely alone. There was only the forest, the trail, and me. As so often at the time, I was thinking about motivation and self-discipline. More than anything, I wanted to figure out how to reliably direct motivation toward a desired behavior. I never wanted to have a problem with procrastination again. I wanted to have full control over myself and my behavior. Intuitively, I felt the solution could be hidden in 2 elements. The first element was the neurotransmitter dopamine. I knew, biologically speaking, that motivation is primarily little more than our desire for dopamine, for it is our central reward hormone. 5. Whenever it is released, we have a pleasant feeling, and it is human nature to want to have that feeling as much as possible. Whenever we feel something good happening to us, dopamine is released. 6. For example, when we eat something delicious or watch a good movie. However, dopamine is not only released when we consume passively but also when we have actively achieved personal success. 7. For example, when we beat our friends at a board game or score a goal in a soccer match. Dopamine is released at particularly high levels when the positive event occurs by chance. 8. For this reason, some people become addicted to gambling and other activities with random rewards. The positive feeling of a substantial random success is so strong that many people want to feel it again and again, so they constantly chase the dopamine release and become addicted. 9. Although the release of dopamine feels very good, it doesn't lead to long-lasting happiness. In fact, quite the opposite is true. The more dopamine that is released, the greater our desire for a further and, if possible, even greater hit of dopamine. 10. There is no such thing as enough dopamine, and this can take on extreme forms. Disturbing experiments on rats in 1953, for example, show how they would rather put up with immense pain, as well as completely neglect food, drink, and their newborns, than give up their source of dopamine. 11. It's much the same with heroin addicts. 12. They have become accustomed to such a strong source of dopamine in heroin that all other input pales in comparison. Put simply, they are no longer motivated to do anything else because only heroin can give them the level of dopamine to which they have become accustomed. Fast food, 13, social media, 14, and video games, 15, work on the same principle. We are motivated to indulge in them not because they are good for us but because they lead to a relatively high release of dopamine. Large companies know about the power of dopamine. They know it is usually easier to persuade a potential customer to buy through emotion than through rational decision-making. To this end, they use modern findings and technologies from brain research for a single purpose. They want their products, advertisements, and websites to trigger the highest possible dopamine release. 16. In the process, the customer becomes a prisoner of their own biology, which wants as much dopamine as possible. Vivid examples of this are the like button, the story, and the timeline on social media platforms. 17. The site owners know that if they can encourage their users to release enough dopamine, the users will keep returning to the site without any further inducement. They know that dopamine is the key to their success. The more dopamine generated by using their platform, the more addicted the users become, the more time they spend on the platform, and the more money can be made through advertising. It is very similar for video game companies. 18. Random treasures and ranking systems have proven to be highly dopamine triggering in these arenas. Big companies have no hesitation in using their customers' own biology against them, indirectly stealing their money and time. But this is only the tip of the iceberg. Many other activities also release high levels of dopamine but do not make you more successful or happier. You can kill time very well with these distractions and forget your sorrows, but in the long run, they make everything worse. Not always, but mostly. They include activities involving television, gossip, risky driving, pornography, gambling, conspiracy theories, and excessive eating, partying, chatting, or shopping. The core of the problem is that most of these, mostly bad, activities release much more dopamine than what we should be doing, activities that are good for us. Because this is so, because our temptations usually release much more dopamine than the right things do, we find it hard to consistently say no to temptations and yes to the right activities. At first glance, it may seem that resisting temptation is easy. Just do more of the good things and less of the bad. This advice may be well-intentioned, but it rarely achieves anything in practice because it is often not the person themselves who decides on their behavior or determines the direction of their motivation. In a great many cases, only a small part of the human brain sets the tone. 19. Many people may not want to admit this. And yet it is true, a small part of the human brain is responsible for the majority of human behavior. 20. This fact brings with it two major problems. First, most people are not aware of it. They think they make their own decisions when, in fact, it's often this little part of the brain that calls the shots. And if they are not aware of it, they can't do anything about it. They become externally determined. Second, this part of the brain has its own goals and interests that often deviate from our conscious intentions. This can be observed, for example, when we have a craving for chocolate, but we have resolved not to eat chocolate for the next few months, or when we want to learn but are more interested in watching a few videos on the internet. Perhaps when we want a fit body but don't feel like exercising and would rather be lazy. Each time, our emotions manipulate us into following a temptation, even though a valuable activity would make us happier and more successful in the long run. This brings us to the next element, the structure of our brain. It is useful to know the basic structure of one's own brain, as this creates awareness of the great value of the first procedure. According to a theory by the American neuroscientist Paul MacLean, our brain consists of three parts. 21. For better understanding, one could imagine that a human being has three brains that interact with each other but that are otherwise relatively independent. The part of the brain that we talked about above is the reptilian brain. It determines the lives of most people to a frightening degree. It is immensely powerful because it has a tremendous influence on human motivation through its strong instincts. 22. Some are lucky, they have a lot of control over their reptilian brain, or it is often on their side by itself. Others are unlucky and have very little control over their reptilian brain, and as a result, their lives become chaotic, unsatisfying, and meaningless. They do only what is necessary to get by and are very susceptible to temptation, bad habits, and wasting time. No matter how your life is going, if you want to control your motivation, you must learn to control your reptilian brain. To have it as one's enemy would ignite a battle that cannot be won in the end. It is called the reptilian brain because it has changed relatively little since our ancestors were themselves reptiles, millions of years ago. 23. Precisely because it is so old, it is deeply embedded in our psyche. It influences our behavior much more than the other two, much younger, parts of the brain. For millions of years, that was a good thing. The reptilian brain was a very clever evolutionary development. For a very long time, the instincts of the reptilian brain ensured the survival of our species. Dopamine was released whenever something served our survival or reproduction, so our ancestors were highly motivated to do whatever it took to survive and reproduce. 24. But what served to our advantage for what seems like an eternity suddenly has two major disadvantages for us in modern times. First, and we've already touched on this, the reptilian brain can be easily manipulated from the outside. Large companies have optimized their products and platforms to encourage the release of as much dopamine as possible and are perceived as important by our reptilian brain. News outlets also often use the power of the reptilian brain to draw us in. Especially negative headlines or the emphasis on dangers appeal to the reptilian brain's survival instinct. It's the same with limited-time discounts or special offers. The reptilian brain is afraid of missing out on a good deal and is therefore especially inclined to make a purchase. The entertainment industry also reflects the dominance of the reptilian brain. Movies and series almost always deal with some sort of struggle for survival or finding the perfect partner. In essence, these are what interest the reptilian brain. Second, the much more significant subject in our modern times, how do we make a mediocre life great, is ignored, with a few exceptions. It's simply not something the reptilian brain is interested in, and that's why most people aren't interested in it. So, today, our reptilian brain is hacked from the outside, either intentionally or unintentionally. We waste a lot of time, money, and energy because our reptilian brain interprets a meaningless activity as important and thus generates motivation for the wrong things. Our reptilian brain has another great disadvantage for our lives. It does not know about noble goals. Once it has achieved enough comfort and security from its point of view, it does not strive for more. Mostly, the level of success it achieves is not very high, but the reptilian brain is satisfied. When it allows motivation to arise on its own, it does so only to maintain the level of success it has already achieved. It has no interest in improving the life of its human, although the human could easily do so. Why work hard at your goals and do exercise? You can produce a lot more dopamine watching TV and eating chips. Maybe that's what it would say if it could talk. Those who rely on their reptilian brain to achieve great success are making a fatal mistake. It may help us achieve a certain level of success in life, but no more than that. The reptilian brain is the animal within us. Just as a dog or cat does not want to improve the world or achieve ambitious goals, neither does our reptilian brain. Survival and reproduction are all it cares about. Whether we lead a happy and successful life or are productive and live up to our potential, none of that matters to the reptilian brain. This explains why there is so much mediocrity in this world. People's reptilian brains help them avoid a bad life, but once they are relatively well off, its support diminishes. They just strain to maintain the status quo and stop growing. Few people go beyond the state of doing quite well. Most people have simply never learned to take the reins from the reptilian brain and exploit it instead of being used by it. However, there is something good about this whole mess. If you learn to control your reptilian brain, then in one fell swoop, you will have a huge advantage over 99% of the population. You will quickly stand out in a positive sense because you will have the superpower of always doing what you set your mind to. You will catch other people's eyes, and they will pay you respect and appreciation. They will naturally be attracted to you because you will stand out brightly from the gray crowd. Sooner or later, you'll probably start to shine in every important area of your life. The essential foundation for all this is learning how to gain almost complete control over your reptilian brain. But who is this you? Who is supposed to control the reptilian brain? Well, I don't want to get too philosophical. So I'll say it in simple terms, it's your neocortex. This part of your brain is home to your conscious thought and your rational mind. 25. It is the youngest, but by far the largest part of our brains. 26. Our neocortex is what makes us human and distinguishes us from animals. It is also incredibly powerful. Humanity's achievements in science, architecture, art, and technology prove this. It is an excellent problem solver. Give it a clearly defined task, and it will work to find a solution. 27. The challenge for each individual human being, and for humanity itself, is that we are born without an instruction manual for our neocortex. No human being is born with the ability to use their own neocortex to control their reptilian brain and thus their motivation. Almost always, the order is exactly reversed. The reptilian brain instinctively decides what needs to be done, then, when the neocortex is not paying attention and disagrees, the reptilian brain begins to persuade the emotional brain, 28, which is positioned between the reptilian brain and the neocortex. As the name suggests, the emotional brain is responsible for our emotions. 29. It can transform the instincts of the reptilian brain into strong emotions, such as motivation or aversion. When the reptilian brain and emotional brain work together, it is very difficult for our neocortex to muster enough willpower to resist the desired behavior over time. The only consolation then left to the neocortex is to rationalize the chosen behavior. It may say to itself something like, "I deserve a little fun," or "Everybody else is doing it." People protect their self-esteem by pretending that it was they, their neocortex, who made certain decisions. That it was really the animal in them, their reptilian brain, is a truth so unpleasant that they repress it. But by repressing this truth, they unfortunately also deprive themselves of the opportunity to change it. And that is a great pity because there is hope. We can get our reptilian brain on our side if we know how. Our reptilian brain has a weakness, a flaw, if you will, that we can exploit. The neocortex does not have this weak spot. That's why the neocortex, that is, we, can use the reptilian brain's flaw to control it. The reptilian brain's weakness is that it cannot think abstractly. 30. it has neither a sense of time nor of long distances. A reptile lives in the here and now, and it is no different with our reptilian brain. Only what is directly in front of it counts. If something is far enough away, then it is as if it does not exist for our reptilian brain. So it was, with thoughts on these two subjects on my mind, namely dopamine and the structure of our brains, I wandered through a mountainous forest landscape. Suddenly, I was jolted out of my thoughts when the forest cleared, and I had a panoramic view. Behind me, a small spring was pouring out of the mountain, and I could see the water flowing down into the valley. While I stood there admiring this natural spectacle, it happened. I had the greatest realization of my life. It was so simple and at the same time so resounding that I immediately understood I had made a great, for me, discovery. My thoughts were along the following lines: the water from the mountain spring always flows downhill. It would never flow uphill. Water always flows downhill because it always follows the path of least resistance. What if we humans are no different? We also always follow the path of least resistance. In our case, however, it is not dictated by gravity but by dopamine. If I'm not enjoying work and my cell phone is right next to me, full of dopamine distractions, the path of least resistance points in the direction of my cell phone. My reptilian brain will now naturally direct my motivation toward my cell phone to get the much greater dopamine release it offers. Of course, I can fight it. I can always bring my willpower into the field against my motivation. But is that smart? I would constantly conflict with myself, which is why maximum productivity and peak performance would be out of the question. Willpower is also a limited resource. It gets harder and harder over time to resist the cravings of our reptilian brains. Add to that a bad mood and low energy levels, and our willpower doesn't stand a chance. Our reptilian brains quickly get their way. But is this all necessarily bad? All those years, I had been trying to change something about myself, but I could just as easily have tried to make water flow uphill. It is in the nature of water to flow downhill, just as it is in the nature of humans to follow the greatest source of dopamine. We all always follow the path of least resistance. But what if we didn't have to change anything about this dynamic? What if all we had to do was change the path of least resistance so that it pointed to our desired behavior? There would suddenly be no more conflict. Willpower and motivation would point in the same direction. They would work together and no longer cancel each other out. We would be able to direct motivation at will simply by changing the path of least resistance. Whatever we wanted to do, we would suddenly be able to see it through. Procrastination would no longer be a problem. But could that really be? Is changing the path of least resistance the solution to reliably directing our motivation? Today, I know the answer to the latter question is a clear and resounding yes. Living by the below procedure has enabled me to make indescribably significant progress in all areas of my life because it works reliably. It delivers repeatable success. The following procedure is the foundation for the great and self-determined life I now lead. It is the central premise of this book. The other procedures will deliver the described effects on self-discipline, productivity, happiness, and success only if the below procedure is followed. 4. the first procedure. Unlimited possibilities are not suited to man. If they existed, his life would only dissolve in the boundless. To become strong, a man's life needs the limitations ordained by duty and voluntarily accepted. The individual attains significance as a free spirit only by surrounding himself with these limitations and by determining for himself what his duty is. From the I Ching. You may find it easy to occupy yourself on the internet, with your TV, your cell phone, or a video game. You could probably do at least one of these activities for 2 hours at a time without losing significant levels of concentration. But what about your important activities? Could you work, study, or read for 2 hours at a time without a marked loss of concentration? You would probably find that harder, and sometimes, you may not be able to do it at all. You may work with a high level of concentration in the mornings but find it difficult to do so in the afternoons. You may find high productivity easy on some tasks but not on others. If you feel anything like this, then you are like a lot of people. You want to be self-disciplined. You want to be productive for as long as possible. In theory, you can be. In practice, however, it looks quite different. Your self-discipline is dictated by chance. Sometimes you are motivated, and your life is easy. You are happy because you are getting closer to your goals. But all too often, you have no motivation, or your motivation is directed towards the wrong things, such as the internet, TV, your cell phone, or video games. Then your life is difficult. You are dissatisfied with yourself because your life is stagnating. There are many problems in this world, but I believe this is the essential challenge for most people today. They are slaves to their motivation. They are used by their motivation instead of using their motivation as a tool to achieve all their goals and create a better world for everyone. In the previous chapter, I explained the deeper cause of this problem, how the reptilian brain pursues goals that are often completely different from ours. This would not be so bad if the reptilian brain was not also extremely powerful. By nature, it controls human motivation and is, therefore, the true tone setter in most people's lives. I also hinted at an opportunity to fix this problem. We can direct our motivation by getting our reptilian brain on our side. The reptilian brain has weak points that we can exploit to influence it. So, all we need to do to become free of its negative influence is to understand these weak points and find creative ways to use them for positive outcomes. I already mentioned a weak point: it cannot think abstractly. Just like a reptile, our reptilian brain lives in the here and now. Everything outside our immediate environment does not exist to the reptilian brain. If a large dopamine source is far away, it is meaningless. Thus, distance is the first screw we can adjust to direct our motivation. If we can increase our distance from a temptation enough, our reptilian brain will eventually look for a closer dopamine source and direct our motivation to that. If we simultaneously decrease our distance from a valuable activity and it is the highest source of dopamine in our environment, our motivation will be directed to that activity. All this works because our reptilian brain always follows the path of least resistance. Of all the courses of action it perceives, it is always motivated to follow the one that yields the most dopamine. For weaker temptations, the following rule of thumb applies. Create a situation in which you need at least 20 seconds to pursue the temptation, and your reptilian brain will find the temptation uninteresting. For strong temptations, the solution is simple. Simply increase the distance to the temptation until your reptilian brain no longer perceives it as an option. Especially in the beginning, this procedure may seem a bit cumbersome and costly, but if you do it right, it works, and that's why it's worth the initial extra effort 1,000 times over. If all bad sources of dopamine, i.e., all temptations, have been removed, while our work, a training video on the TV, an educational book, or healthy food is right in front of us, our reptilian brain will be motivated to pursue that activity instead. The reptilian brain does not differentiate good from bad, it just wants to get as much dopamine as it can as quickly as possible. Valuable activities, such as working, exercising, reading, and eating healthily, also result in a release of dopamine. This may not be as high as the dopamine release from many temptations, yet it is there. If it is the course of action, from the limited perspective of the reptilian brain, with the highest dopamine release, motivation will be directed towards it. It does not matter whether an extreme amount or only a moderate amount of dopamine is released. If it is the best source of dopamine in the near environment, our motivation is directed towards the behavior. Willpower and motivation then form a powerful team that can achieve great things in the long run. We can also use a second weak point of our reptilian brain. As mentioned, the reptilian brain loves dopamine. It is happy to generate a lot of motivation to get a big dopamine release. However, there is something it likes even more than dopamine, and that is survival. 31. The second weakness of the reptilian brain is its survival instinct. It is terrified of dying and pays a lot of attention to any possible threat. In most cases, not even a large release of dopamine can persuade it to take a life-threatening chance. The genius of this is that what the reptilian brain classifies as life-threatening is often not dangerous to us at all today. It has essentially not evolved for 100,000 years. 32. Much of what used to be dangerous to us no longer is. 33. For example, we no longer die if we are excluded from a group, and yet our reptilian brain is often panicky about being excluded from a group that is important to us. In the Stone Age, it would have been an almost guaranteed death sentence if our tribe cast us out and we were left to fend for ourselves. This fear of possible exclusion from meaningful groups is still deeply embedded in our reptilian brain. Our reptilian brain may not have changed significantly, but our external world has undergone an enormous process of change. Things that would have meant certain death 100,000 years ago are usually no big deal today, but our reptilian brain doesn't know that, so we can trick it very effectively and get it on our side. We can direct our motivation by creating a situation in which the wrong behavior threatens our survival from the reptilian brain's point of view. It will then automatically be highly motivated to avoid the wrong behavior. If, as viewed by the reptilian brain, the right behavior is the only course of action that ensures our survival, then we have directed our motivation to the right behavior with the survival instinct adjusting screw. To control motivation and thereby maximize self-discipline, I recommend not focusing on yourself in the beginning. This seems counterintuitive. After all, we've all heard something about the need for change if we want different results. In a way, this is true, and that's why we'll talk about it in detail in part 2 of this book. However, at the start, it is much more effective if you first focus on the path of least resistance. If you can make it easier to do the right rather than the wrong thing, you will suddenly have an immense advantage. Once the path of least resistance is on our side, in one fell swoop, we make it much easier for ourselves to maintain a high level of self-discipline on a sustained basis. For example, by creating a situation where your important tasks are close at hand, and your temptations are far away. You have changed the path of least resistance and thus brought your reptilian brain over to your side. The same applies when you create a situation that seems, to the reptilian brain, to threaten your survival if you follow the wrong behavior. After this, it will be much easier for you to do the right than the wrong thing. Add that to the other procedures in this book, and you will become an unstoppable champion. You will have full control over your motivation, thus over your self-discipline, and consequently over your productivity. We already know that our motivation follows the course of action that leads to the greatest release of dopamine. Put simply, a dopamine release feels like fun. The more dopamine an activity releases, the more the activity tends to be fun for us. 34. Therefore, the third adjusting screw to divert the path of least resistance to our advantage is fun. The more fun the right behavior gives us, the more we are inclined to pursue it. Conversely, the less fun a temptation is for us, the less motivated we are to pursue it. The key here is to find creative ways to change the fun adjusting screw to our advantage. This applies to each of the 3 adjusting screws. By changing them in our environment, we can direct our motivation. Since the 3 adjusting screws are so critical, I would like to briefly repeat them below. 1. Distance. The more effort you put into pursuing your temptations, the better. If you remove them far away enough, they will eventually cease to be an attractive course of action for your reptilian brain. The reptilian brain lives in the here and now, so it seeks the best source of dopamine right here, right now. If you have created a situation where your important task is also the course of action that releases the most dopamine, you have successfully directed your motivation to the right behavior. 2. Survival instinct. Even more critical than dopamine to the reptilian brain is its survival. What would have threatened our survival 100,000 years ago is usually relatively harmless today. For example, if we manage to associate embarrassment with a bad activity, the reptilian brain will be very motivated to avoid that activity. If the right activity does not cause embarrassment, we have successfully directed our motivation to the right activity. 3. Fun, by making valuable activities more fun and temptations less fun. You can also direct your motivation because the right behavior releases more dopamine, and the wrong behavior releases less dopamine. By the way, in this context, I refer to anything that someone finds enjoyable as fun. So, there you have it. That's the first procedure of self-discipline 2.0, which can be used to direct motivation very effectively. All you need to add is the determination to put the knowledge into practice and, of course, creativity. Creativity is the bridge between theory and practice. Only with creativity can you derive practical actions from theoretical knowledge. Unfortunately, I can't take the creative process off your hands because I don't know your individual goals and specific life situation. However, I can give you some examples from my life where I have used this procedure to direct my motivation towards my valuable activities. The following examples cover many different pursuits, goals, and problems. They are intended primarily as inspiration to stimulate your creativity. But, of course, you are free to implement some or all the examples exactly as you wish. We will then use the same techniques to direct our motivation. However, before I present detailed examples of the first procedure, I would like to emphasize one vital key to success. Be assured, the first procedure will not work nearly as well if you ignore this key to success. I call it rigor. We are all unique, and that is exactly why rigor is a critical key to success in the first procedure. Maybe some temptations have an almost irresistible appeal to you, while other temptations leave you completely cold. That's perfectly okay. Also, willpower varies from person to person. Some may have little willpower and a dominant reptilian brain. Sometimes we have a good day, sometimes it's bad. For the first procedure to work reliably, we must be willing to direct the path of least resistance toward our desired behavior as rigorously as necessary. Person A may gain control of their reptilian brain with a moderate solution, while Person B will have to resort to more extreme measures to get the same result. Only when you have internalized this key to success can you reliably use this procedure to direct your motivation. If you attempt to use the first procedure but still feel more motivation for your temptations than for your important tasks, then you are using the procedure incorrectly. In this case, you must change all three adjusting screws even more consistently. Short request. Since this is my first book, it would be great if you could leave a review of Self-Discipline 2.0 on Amazon. Thanks. 5 examples. Through self-discipline comes freedom. Aristotle. In the below examples, motivation is directed away from temptations and toward desired behavior. This is accomplished by changing the distance, survival instinct, and fun adjusting screws. Thus, we can bring the path of least resistance onto our side. Primarily, the below examples are meant to serve as an inspiration, not a command to action. You can implement them exactly, but you don't have to. Example 1. Getting up early on a regular basis. Few things have enriched my life as much as being able to get up, 100% consistently, as early as I want. For some, that may be nothing special, but all my life, I've only been able to get up early when it was absolutely necessary, and even then, I slept as long as I could. I would often arrive at lectures or classes at the last second. Whenever I could, for example, on weekends or vacations, I slept for as long as possible, often until 10 a.m. or later. I was aware that I was wasting an enormous amount of potential because I slept so late. I often couldn't get to sleep until late in the evening. However, I wasn't nearly as productive in the evenings as I was in the mornings. Constantly changing the time I got up and went to sleep also threw off my biological clock. My mental clarity and average energy levels would have been significantly higher if I had consistently gotten up at the same time. Apart from that, I also decided to get up early on a regular basis to gain time in the mornings to work undisturbed on my goals. Like most people, I intuitively relied on my willpower. But my willpower was almost always too weak to get me out of bed because my motivation to stay in bed was very strong. My bed was so warm and cozy, I was still tired, and my day would be full of demanding challenges. So, I stayed lying down. Often, I simply turned off my alarm clock. Even more often, however, I hit the snooze button. Some days I let my alarm wake me up every 10 minutes for 2 hours. Not only was this a terrible waste of time, but, as some studies show, it was also an extremely unhealthy behavior. 35. I quickly realized that willpower alone was not enough to regularly get me out of bed early. But useful recommendations on how to fix the problem were few and far between. The best one was to set my alarm clock on the other side of my bedroom. But even that rarely changed anything. Most of the time, I just got up, turned it off, and then went back to bed. But then, I had my big realization. I suddenly identified how to direct my motivation. Using the survival instinct and distance adjusting screws, I had breakthrough success in getting up early. I have used the below technique every single workday for the past 2 years. It has never failed me. I always consistently get up at my desired time. The trick is that I have 2 alarm clocks, a voice assistant on my bedside table and a loud digital clock that I always set 10 minutes later than my first clock. To activate the survival instinct of my reptilian brain, the loud digital alarm clock is not in my apartment, it's in my mailbox. If I didn't turn it off within 10 minutes of my first alarm going off, half the neighborhood would be disturbed in the early morning by the annoying noise. I don't want such an embarrassing experience, and my reptilian brain wants it even less. It would seem like a death sentence to it. In the Stone Age, anyone expelled from their tribe for misbehavior had virtually no chance of survival. 36. The resultant embarrassment could be such misbehavior from their point of view, which is why my reptilian brain is highly motivated to avoid this embarrassment. Willpower and motivation were now no longer fighting against each other but were suddenly both on the same side. When my first alarm clock rings, I get up after 2 minutes at the latest, get dressed, and run down the stairs to the front door on the first floor. As soon as I turn off the second alarm clock, my bed is far away, so I can't easily just lie down again. Also, running down the stairs has given my circulation a boost. Usually, I don't feel tired after doing this, and it's relatively easy for me to follow my clearly defined morning routine. Of course, this is only one of many ways someone can use the survival instinct and distance adjusting screws to get their motivation on their side early in the morning. The second alarm clock could be hidden somewhere else, for example, in your car, on your balcony, or in the stairwell. Instead of a second alarm clock, you could arrange to meet someone early in the morning for a jog or a phone call. Perhaps you could set up the future publication of an embarrassing social media post using software such as Buffer or Hootsuite. Either the publication is stopped early in the morning, or the embarrassing picture, video, or text goes on the internet. You may care about not wasting time and living to your full potential, but your reptilian brain often doesn't care. It will work against you if that serves its interests. However, by doing something like this example, you can get your reptilian brain on your side early in the morning. You no longer have to fight your motivation, rather you can use it to reliably reach your potential. Example 2. Healthy diet. The best way to achieve your desired weight is to give up unhealthy eating habits and build healthy ones in parallel. Not only does this improve our appearance, but we also increase our average energy level, 37, and mental capacity, 38. And, of course, through healthy eating, we can also improve our immune system, 39, which better protects us from both mild and serious diseases, 40. Healthy nutrition contributes enormously to living vitally into old age, 41. The one thing that's essential for building healthy eating habits, or any habit, is self-discipline. Many people realize this but then make the mistake of thinking that self-discipline is all about willpower. They ignore the much more effective long-term solution of directing motivation. However, especially when it comes to the subject of nutrition, the ability to direct motivation is almost all that matters. Most people already have a good understanding of what food is healthy and what is not, but most people do not have enough willpower to consistently eat as healthily as they would like. However, when motivation and willpower work together, it becomes easy to maintain a consistently high level of self-discipline and thus establish permanent healthy eating habits. Examples of the fun adjusting screw are obvious. If you want to eat more healthily, find out what healthy food you like. Once you figure that out, learn to prepare it. With a little practice, almost anyone can make their own healthy and delicious meals. With a little research in good cookbooks, on websites, or on quality YouTube videos, everyone can find healthy meals that they find delicious. If you look in greater detail, you will find meals that are not only healthy and taste good but that are also inexpensive and quick to prepare. The generic basis of most healthy recipes is similar: chop vegetables, sauté them briefly, then mix with noodles, rice, or potatoes. Those who want to eat a little healthier could add sweet potatoes, lentils, or quinoa instead. If you want to prepare food lower in calories, you can cut a few carrots into spaghetti-like pieces and cook them like regular spaghetti, just for a bit less time. If you want a delicious, healthy, and inexpensive snack, you don't need to do more than cut an apple into small pieces, mix it with some plain yogurt, and sprinkle with oatmeal. There are many healthy meals that taste good, but because so many people don't know about them or haven't practiced them, they continue to follow their unhealthy eating habits. However, once you get into the habit of reaching for apples, bananas, kiwis, carrots, or strawberries rather than snacks that are very high in sugar or fat, you'll find that they taste good too. This is especially true if the fruits and vegetables are eaten chilled. Now we come to the distance adjusting screw, which is crucial for a healthy diet. It may sound simple, and it is, but that doesn't mean it can't make a gigantic long-term difference. Don't have unhealthy foods in your home. If you want to lose weight or eat more healthily, this is the golden rule. By banning high-calorie foods, i.e., not buying them in the first place, you will need much less willpower later to adopt healthy eating habits. If you only have healthy food at home, your motivation should be directed towards them all by itself when you feel hungry. If a person sits down on the sofa after a long day at work and there is a bar of chocolate lying next to them, it is no surprise that they become weak and eat the chocolate. However, if there is no chocolate to be found anywhere in the house, but there is a banana right next to them, it is much easier for them to apply self-discipline and eat healthily. This approach may be very simple, but it works. If you still can't completely avoid unhealthy food when shopping or simply don't want to, then you can at least increase the distance between you and the unhealthy food at home as much as possible. For example, unhealthy food could be put at the very top or the very bottom of the pantry. In this way, we mirror a trick used by retailers. They often place the products that bring them the most profit at eye level, while the cheaper products are placed on the bottom shelf. Another example of the distance-adjusting screw is the preparation of healthy food. By preparing a healthy meal completely, or almost completely, long before mealtime, a lot of effort can be reduced. When it is no longer a big effort to eat healthily, it becomes much easier to do so. For example, every evening, I prepare 5 delicious shakes for the next day. They will be my only meal until dinner. In this way, I save a lot of time every day, time that I can use directly for important tasks. After a shake, I don't feel tired like I do after a big meal. Instead, they give me plenty of energy for the whole day, and they are super healthy. They have little sugar, few artificial additives, are low fat, and are high in protein. They are also very good for the environment and animal welfare because they contain no animal-derived products. All these reasons have contributed to me drinking 5 of these shakes every day. However, the main reason is that they make it very easy for me to be in a situation where it is easier for me to do the right thing than the wrong thing. Once I prepare the shakes in the evening, they don't cost me any extra preparation time the next day. I just have to get them out of the fridge, and I can do something else on the side while drinking them. No other solution is as quick, delicious, and convenient as this for me. Each shake contains 500 milliliters of water and 100 g of Huel powder, 42. I put these in a blender, then add an espresso, a teaspoon of cocoa powder, half a banana, half an apple, or frozen strawberries, raspberries, blueberries, pineapple, or spinach pieces. The shakes are then mixed well and stored and drunk well chilled, and they taste delicious. Lastly, I refer to the survival instinct adjusting screw. For this, I recommend you surround yourself more with people who have many healthy and few unhealthy eating habits. By identifying more with such people, you can get your reptilian brain on your side. The more you are part of a group, the more you tend to conform to the group norm. If healthy eating habits are part of the group norm, then the reptilian brain will be much more willing to adopt them because it secretly believes its life would be threatened if it were cast out of the group. Here are 3 good ways for someone to feel they belong to such a group. 1. Find at least one person from your social environment with the appropriate characteristics, then spend more time with this person and try to deepen your relationship with them. 2. Find a new group with the same characteristics and join it, for example, through a sports club, a gym, an app, or a website. 3. Find influencers on social media with the appropriate characteristics. Get hooked on their healthy lifestyles by consuming their content regularly. Slowly but surely, it will seem to your reptilian brain that you are part of their group. Because the reptilian brain is naturally highly motivated to be a good group member of a significant group, motivation is automatically directed towards healthy behavior. Example 3, regular exercise. Exercising regularly has many great benefits for the body and mind. 43. More and more people are starting to realize this, yet they just can't maintain consistency. They exercise regularly for a few weeks, then not at all for the next few. Many people don't start exercising properly until they can't stand their physical appearance anymore. Either they are desperate to lose weight or build muscle, or both. Here, too, changing the path of least resistance can help enormously in directing motivation towards the right behavior. Many people don't exercise because they claim not to enjoy sports. However, I am convinced that every person can find a sports program that they will enjoy. Some people want to build muscle as effectively as possible, so they lift heavy weights at the gym. If that's not for you, don't worry, because luckily, there are many other workout options. Instead of just lifting weights, you could take fitness classes or regularly follow workout videos on YouTube at home. You could get a season pass to a pool and go swimming regularly, or just put on your running shoes and go for a regular jog outside. You could also work out at home either, like I do, with a workout plan you wrote yourself, a pull-up bar, and some dumbbells, or with a workout app or a cardio machine. There's perhaps no more convenient way to exercise than putting your exercise bike in front of the TV and cycling for an hour every night while watching TV. Some people love doing sports in a club. This is mainly because you don't train individually but in a group. You often play games, there are competitions, you can talk to like-minded people and maybe make new friends. So, you see, there is probably at least one sport for everyone, and once you find a sport you love, it becomes relatively easy to be consistent. Little further self-discipline is needed. All this seems very logical, but many people go about it the other way around, and this is one of the main reasons why they don't exercise regularly. Instead of finding a sport they enjoy, they focus on changing their body as quickly as possible. Some days they are inspired. They want change and to start becoming their best selves. So, they choose the fastest and most effective method. But unfortunately, this is often not fun for them. Inspiration rarely lasts long. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's gone, therefore many people find it very difficult to exercise regularly. If their mood is in the basement, their motivation to become their best self isn't very high either. They'd rather be watching TV than exercising. However, if they enjoy their exercise routine, the world looks very different. They no longer see exercise as a chore that they must do despite being in a bad mood, rather, they see it as a mood booster. Doing exercise regularly is easy when it improves one's mood rather than worsens it. In addition to finding the perfect exercises for you, you can also optimize the fun adjusting screw by trying to directly increase the enjoyment of your sport. For example, if you want to work out in a gym and you can afford it, sign up for the best gym in your area. Such gyms often have lots of good exercise equipment, many classes, large and clean showers and locker rooms, and plenty of room to move around if it's busy. This way, working out is a lot more fun. If you're not big on listening to music while exercising, plug into an audiobook or podcast. While I was studying, I listened to old online lectures on my phone at the gym. This made working out significantly more fun because I no longer felt guilty about doing a lot of exercise instead of studying. Instead, I killed two birds with one stone. I was exercising and studying at the same time, building muscle and improving my grades. In this way, I increased my enjoyment of my exercise sessions. Having a friend as a workout partner can also lead to a lot more fun while exercising. And that brings us to the next adjusting screw you can optimize: survival instinct. It can help a lot to find a person or group with whom you exercise regularly. Not only is it more fun than working out alone, but the motivation of your workout partners can transfer to you. This is especially true if your workout partners are highly motivated. Being unmotivated feels weird when everyone around you is motivated, intense, and working out regularly. As if by osmosis, you take on their good qualities as well. Especially if you identify strongly with the group and desperately want to be part of it, your reptilian brain will provide you with the motivation you need. It's simple, but it works. When training at home, minimize the distance to your training equipment as much as you can. It's best to place it where you'll need it during your workout, so there's no unnecessary build-up to make your workout difficult. If you want to go jogging in the morning or evening, prepare for it the day before. Have workout shoes and clothes ready, so you don't have unnecessary extra work just before starting out. If you want to go to the gym in the evening, follow the same pattern. Pack your workout bag the day before, so all you have to do is pick it up when it's time to work out. Example 4. Productivity. For just about every human being, the ability to get as much done as possible in as short a time as possible is useful. In other words, a high level of productivity is beneficial. This isn't just about being productive at work or at learning. Productivity plays a big role in each of your goals because the more productive you are, the faster you'll achieve them. Those actions that get you closest to your goals are what I call your important tasks or valuable activities. It is vital to know what they are because then you know where to direct your motivation. Therefore, it can be very worthwhile to think long and hard about what your most important tasks are. Conversely, it is also important to know your personal temptations. These are the activities that you have wasted a lot of time on or that you have pursued often, even though they are bad for you. Once you also know which temptations you are susceptible to, the next step is to ask yourself how you can change the distance, survival instinct, and fun adjusting screws, so the path of least resistance points away from them and towards your valuable activities. Don't think about boosting your motivation with the procedures later in the book until you have the path of least resistance on your side. It takes time and practice to reliably increase your motivation. Directing the path of least resistance to the right behavior for you, on the other hand, can be done very quickly. The change is often permanent, and it can make a big difference. Only once it's on your side, and your motivation has been directed to one of your valuable activities, does it make sense to increase your motivation even further so you can perform better and better in all areas of your life. Before we dive into more examples, I want to emphasize one crucial thing. To successfully direct your motivation away from your temptations and towards important tasks, you need to change the path of least resistance as rigorously as necessary. Therefore, in the beginning, constantly ask yourself, is this level of rigor enough, or do I need to change the 3 adjusting screws more rigorously? To clarify the principle of rigor, I have divided the below examples into 3 levels. If you want to incorporate some of this into your life, I recommend working through them in order. Start at level 1. If the examples from level 1 are not enough, then continue with level 2, and if level 2 is not enough, integrate strategies from level 3. The more rigorous you are, the more uncomfortable it will be for you at first. However, this small sacrifice is well worth it 1,000 times over because it will permanently bring your motivation to your side. Level 1. Let's start with the fun adjusting screw. Optimizing it simply means making your important tasks more enjoyable and your temptations less appealing. Some tweaks are relatively obvious. Invest, if possible, in bright lighting in your study, a large, high-resolution screen, an excellent desk chair, and a good keyboard and mouse. Other tweaks may not be quite so obvious. For example, having an organized, tidy, and clean workspace. Every item should have a permanent place where you work. Nothing should be left to chance. Cleaning everything up properly at the end of the workday is a habit worth establishing, if not already in place. If you sit down at a clear and clean desk, you will have a lot more fun working or studying. Conversely, the fun is enormously reduced if you are constantly searching for things that are lost in a mess. Decorative elements such as a nice picture, a small sculpture, a plant, or even a discreet room scent can increase the fun of working. Listening to natural sounds such as rain or quiet music can also increase enjoyment and concentration. 44. Conversely, disturbing background noises can be very detrimental to the enjoyment of your work. Rather than simply enduring such interference, you might want to cover them up with sounds of nature or quiet music or wear foam earplugs. These are not only inexpensive but also significantly reduce external noise and have a pleasant feel. Now for the flip side of fun, displeasure. It is advisable to attach as much displeasure as possible to your temptations. Ask yourself, how can I make my temptations less fun? Maybe you often sit in a comfortable armchair when you watch TV or play video games. Maybe it would be a good idea if this armchair is moved to another room, and you start sitting on it only to read a good book. You could also question your purchasing habits. For example, if you want to buy a new cell phone, sofa, game console, TV, or gaming computer, ask yourself, is this really necessary? And if so, does it really have to be the best of the best? Or might it be enough to have something that is less fun to use and thus a less attractive waste of time? One small habit that might help you create dislike for temptations is to regularly think about what's bad about them. Not only why they are bad for your life in the long term, but also what you can do about them in the short term. For example, if you want to watch less TV, you might think about a bad plotline in a show you're watching. Or try thinking about your temptations while you're doing something that disgusts you. For example, if you want to play a video game less but keep craving it, you could create unwillingness by thinking about the game while you take out the trash. Now, let's look at the distance adjusting screw. Make the objects of your important tasks as easily accessible as possible while putting everything that could remind you of your temptations outside your perception. Our reptilian brain, as I said, cannot think abstractly. What it does not perceive does not exist for it. For it to become active and generate motivation for a temptation, there are only two possibilities. 1. The temptation must jump directly in front of our eyes, so our attention must deal with it. 2. Our neocortex must remind our reptilian brain that a source of dopamine is nearby. If you can avoid thinking about your temptations when you want to be productive, it's usually enough if your temptations don't jump right in front of you. Every time we think of a temptation, our motivation to pursue it grows. In level 1, we try to optimize our environment just enough so that temptations are not in close proximity. We rely on being able to not think about temptations all the time and maintain a high level of concentration. If we fail, we need level 2. But, not so fast. The chances are that for most temptations, the rigor of level 1 will be quite sufficient. Let's start with your phone. The easiest way to direct your motivation is to keep your phone off your desk. Keep it out of your line of sight, either behind you, in a pocket, on the floor, or even further away. Unless you're expecting an important call or it's your job to be available, it's a good idea to turn it off entirely when you want to be productive. This way, you not only minimize distracting notifications, but also weaken the habit of looking at your phone to distract yourself. When the phone is off, it takes a little time for the phone to turn on and for dopamine to be released by an app. The increased distance makes temptation much less attractive to your reptilian brain. And if you go to the effort of turning on the phone, your willpower usually has enough time to turn the tide. You realize that you want to be productive and therefore start to focus on your important tasks again. The habit of turning off your cell phone while working is so simple that many people don't realize how powerful it is. Many instinctively believe that a technique must be complicated to be of great use. However, this is often not true. If you start to always create a lot of distance from your phone while working, you can solve many problems with just one simple action. But your phone can also be optimized to support good activities and make it harder to pursue bad ones. It's best to delete apps from your phone that distract you and have little to offer other than a dopamine release. At the very least, such apps should not immediately catch your eye when you turn on your phone. If possible, don't have them right on your home screen, but hide them as best you can. For example, sort them to the very back of a group. That way, it takes several deliberate hand movements to get to them. Habitually opening an app is thus made more difficult by distance. It could also be very helpful to put messenger services like WhatsApp or email apps at the very back of a group. It might be a small improvement, but you could benefit greatly from it over the coming months and years. Using the internet on your computer is a particularly tricky subject. It is often necessary and can be very helpful. However, it also comes with many drawbacks. Websites that lead to a large release of dopamine are only a few mouse clicks or a search word away. Therefore, we need to find ways to reap the benefits of the internet without being swallowed up by its vortex of time wasting. The first example here is turning off email notifications if they are enabled. When a small window opens, and a sound is heard as soon as an email is received, it is a powerful and probably completely unnecessary distraction. It only takes a little time to turn off email notifications, and yet it can permanently keep your motivation from drifting in the wrong direction. Something that almost every computer user can benefit from is a browser extension that makes it harder to visit unnecessary websites. For example, if you use Firefox or Chrome, you could install the Block Site extension and add to it all those sites you have wasted time on in the last few months. It's not about blocking all imaginable websites that you might waste your time on. It's just about avoiding those that you are most susceptible to. For example, I was in the habit of frequently opening a specific news site during my work hours. When I realized this, I blocked it with Block Site. Of course, my habit didn't disappear immediately. For over a year, I continued to access the site occasionally, only to find that I had blocked it. Over time, my habit weakened because my reptilian brain realized it wasn't getting any more dopamine that way. Often, on opening, an internet browser displays frequently visited websites or popular news articles. These distractions can usually be turned off, and that's exactly what I would recommend to everyone. It's another small step in the right direction. Related to this is another helpful browser extension called Empty New Tab. When you open a new tab in your browser, it often suggests enticing content. With Empty New Tab, you would only be shown a white page, which will not tempt your reptilian brain. Step by step, you can thus steer the path of least resistance away from the things that are bad for you to the things that are good for you. The trickiest part of the internet on the computer temptation revolves around websites that can be both good and bad at the same time. I'm thinking specifically of Facebook and YouTube. Maybe some Facebook groups are important to you, or perhaps you use the platform to keep in touch with friends. Unfortunately, Facebook also has the news feed. New, enticing content is constantly presented, and that's why some people waste hours on Facebook every day. The solution here is the browser extension News Feed Eradicator. Once you install it, you can use what is useful on Facebook just as before, while the distracting news feed has been removed. Many people can find videos on YouTube that are very helpful. Unfortunately, there is also a virtual infinity of material that is completely pointless and time-wasting. This wouldn't be a big deal if YouTube's algorithm wasn't so good at suggesting those pointless videos that have a huge appeal to you. The algorithm doesn't care if you use your time wisely or not, it just wants you to spend as much time as possible on YouTube. Once again, a browser extension comes to the rescue. In this case, it's called DFTube. This extension allows you to delete the bad features of YouTube while still having access to the good ones. You can remove suggested videos from the home page, so you don't lose sight of your real intention as soon as you open it. It is highly recommended to delete all the suggested videos and the comments under the videos because these features are almost never useful but have been extremely optimized to steal your time. These small but helpful tweaks make it much easier to use YouTube, instead of being used, as so many people are, by YouTube to generate advertising revenue. By creating distance from temptations through browser plugins, it becomes much easier to resist them. Use the same principle for other temptations. For example, if you use one computer for work and one for gaming, set up 2 user accounts. If there are no games on your work account, the gaming action option becomes much less attractive to the reptilian brain. Conversely, other courses of action such as work become more appealing because work and other important tasks elicit dopamine too. The reptilian brain will then be motivated to get at least this dopamine because for the reptilian brain, even a little dopamine is better than none at all. You can also use this principle in other situations. For example, if you want to watch less TV and read more, put your book where you normally put your remote control. You can then put the remote control in a completely different place, for example, in a kitchen drawer, in the back of your closet, or on top of a shelf. The next time you sit down to watch TV, you will see the book and remember that you want to read more. Because you would have to get up to get to the remote, but the book is at hand, you'll find it much easier to start reading and thus build a new, good habit. This basic principle may be very simple, but it works. Intuitively, many believe that making progress must be complicated, but this is certainly not the case in the beginning when it comes to self-discipline, so don't underestimate this approach. It may only be ineffective if it is not consistently implemented. Once the path of least resistance is on your side, you've laid the foundation. We can then make outstanding progress with the other procedures in this book. Level 2. If Level 1 is not enough to direct your motivation away from all your temptations and towards important tasks, you need to move to Level 2. In the previous level, the main focus of the distance adjusting screw was that temptations do not directly catch the eye. In Level 2, we increase the distance from our temptations much more. The further away your temptations are, the less attractive they are to your reptilian brain. Even if we think of the temptation briefly, the reptilian brain does not perceive the temptation as an option for action if it is far enough away. The result is that we no longer pursue dopamine activities spontaneously or habitually, but only when we consciously choose to do so. That's exactly how it should be. When we consciously choose them, we are pursuing an intention. If, on the other hand, our reptilian brain is at work, a temptation is usually just a protective mechanism against a bad mood. However, because a temptation almost never improves one's mood but rather worsens it, our reptilian brain maneuvers us into a vicious cycle of wasting time. The more time we waste, the more our mood deteriorates. But the worse our mood, the greater is the desire to distract ourselves and thus waste even more time. Our cell phones are particularly dangerous in this context. It's easy to waste a lot of time and thus potential. There are 4 substantial reasons for this. 1. Cell phone apps can lead to a rapid release of dopamine, and as we know, the more dopamine that is released, the greater the craving for even more dopamine. 45. 2. The mental barrier to looking at their cell phone is very low for many people. They usually don't need a good reason to do so but look at their cell phones constantly as a matter of habit. 3. Cell phones are very good at drawing attention to themselves. Loud tones and on-screen notifications always seem incredibly important and urgent. Most of the time, however, they are not. Most of the time, they are nothing more than a lure for our attention. 4. A cell phone is portable. It can easily be taken anywhere, on the desk, into class, on the sofa, or to bed. In Level 1, I suggested turning your cell phone off and putting it out of sight when you want to achieve high productivity. But what if that's not enough? What if you can't bring yourself to keep the phone turned off, or, almost as bad if you're torn about whether to turn the phone back on? In this case, there's a very simple but highly effective solution: increase the distance as rigorously as necessary. At home, your cell phone can be turned off and placed in another room and locked away, put on top of a shelf, or hidden under your bed. If you're on the road, it could be wrapped in a scarf and stashed at the bottom of your bag or simply be left at home. Whatever your solution, I recommend doing what it takes to make sure you only use your cell phone when you make a conscious decision to do so. Be just as rigorous with your TV remote and game console controller if TV or video games are temptations for you. Be creative and hide them in unusual places. If necessary, unplug the TV or console. Do what it takes to create distance from your temptations so they don't become a course of action for your reptilian brain. For example, I don't go straight back to my apartment after I turn off the morning alarm in my mailbox. Instead, I go down to my basement and hide both my remote and cell phone there. Only after I've finished work at 5 p.m. do I go downstairs and retrieve them. Level 2 is simple but highly effective. Don't bother with more advanced techniques until you have at least the distance adjusting screw on your side. Use your creativity as much as possible. For example, if, as described in Level 1, you want to play less on your computer and have created a game user account, you could further increase the distance adjusting screw by making up a complicated password for the gaming user account. Write the password on a piece of paper and put the paper in a remote corner of your home. This way, you still have the freedom to play when you want, only now it's a much more conscious decision. Your reptilian brain will direct your motivation away from temptation and towards a closer source of dopamine. Level 2 usually involves making sacrifices. Not only do I turn off the second alarm clock in my mailbox almost every day and put the remote control and cell phone in my basement, I also turn off my internet router before I work. I often don't need the internet for my work, and therefore it's not a problem to make it difficult to access the internet every morning. By turning it off, my valuable concentration time does not compete with the multiple distractions and temptations it offers. Towards the end of my working hours, I reactivate the WLAN and then go about those important tasks for which I need the internet. If I have an idea during my concentration work for which the internet is necessary, I write the idea in my out-of-my-head list in the program Dynalist. Later, after I have turned on the internet, I follow up on the idea. This may sound like extra work, but this approach saves me an incredible amount of valuable work time because I'm not distracting myself with the internet while I'm doing concentration work. Level 3. If Level 2 wasn't enough, or you want even more focus and discipline, Level 3 might be the solution. Level 3 means putting even more distance on your temptations than in Level 2. If you still have to remember to avoid temptations, even though you have applied everything from Level 2, then you need to move much further away from them. We can leave our home without the items of temptation and go to a place where there are no temptations in the vicinity, at least none that our reptilian brain knows about. One important subject we have not yet discussed is context anchors. Context anchors are features in our environment that our unconscious mind registers and associates with a particular behavior. Our unconscious mind denotes how we typically spend our time in a particular place. If we are relatively consistent, that is, we frequently engage in the same behavior in the same place. Over time, this becomes a habit with an almost magical attraction. It becomes easier and easier for us to perform this behavior there again, while any other behavior becomes more and more difficult. If we frequently relax at home, if we often eat, play, clean, surf the internet, sleep, and watch TV there, these context anchors make it harder for us to work with focus at home. This is one of the main reasons why so many people are significantly more productive in an external work environment than at home, and why so many students state they can learn better in a library. Optimizations from levels 1 and 2 can help a lot, but they cannot prevent context anchors. If context is not on your side, the danger is very great that sooner or later, distracting thoughts will be triggered by your surroundings. Your living room table may remind you of evenings spent with your friends. Your TV may remind you of series and movies you have watched or want to continue watching. Your desk may remind you of games you've played or videos you've watched, in addition to your work. You can escape all this by radically changing the context of your environment. If you go to a place where there are no temptations in the vicinity, they are no longer options for your reptilian brain because they are too far away. And there is nothing to remind you of your temptations either. The context is on your side. For example, a student goes to a library to study. Hopefully, they left their cell phone at home, but even if they didn't, just the context of the library would help them be productive and not look at their phone. Unless they get in the habit of looking at their phone while they are in the library, then even the context of the library won't do much to help resist the cell phone temptation. Whenever I notice that level 2 is not enough to live up to my potential on a given day, I move on to level 3. It's my secret weapon for significantly more self-discipline and productivity. I pack my bag, laptop, water, shakes, and some snacks, then I drive to a nearby park. I either stay in the car or sit on a very quiet park bench with my laptop. This is my ultimate work spot. I reliably get my reptilian brain on my side that way. I have directed my motivation because there is no activity in the vicinity that releases more dopamine than the important task in front of me. Context is also on my side here because nothing reminds me of my temptations. Radically changing one's environment makes it relatively easy to display high self-discipline. When I use my secret weapon, I feel I am in good company. The famous psychologist Carl Gustav Jung, for example, had a secluded building called Bollingen Tower where he spent almost half the year, 46, I suspect, for very similar reasons, that in his tower context was on his side. There were no distractions or temptations. He had plenty of time for his important tasks. In his case, those were reading, thinking, and writing. 47, the author of the Harry Potter novels, J.K. Rowling, also made use of this principle. She wrote almost the entire 7th volume in a suite at a 5-star hotel. 48, of course, few people can afford to do that, but it shows how effective this principle is. J.K. Rowling had many options as to where she could have ended her book series. For example, she could have chosen a large mansion full of distractions, but she didn't. She chose an unencumbered context and environment with few distractions, and perhaps that's why she was able to maintain productivity in her writing better than many other authors do. Example 5, handling money. Almost everyone would like to have more money. But instead of just trying to make more money, saving money can be a simpler and more effective strategy for building long-term wealth. If you start to stop spending money on unnecessary or less useful things, after 10 years, you will most likely have significantly more money than if you hadn't saved. Many people are aware of this, but sometimes they forget or suppress this simple truth. A moment of weakness is all it takes, and they have made a purchase decision that they later regret. If you are not good at saving money, it becomes much more difficult to build great wealth. Later, money for meaningful investments, for example, a large and beautiful home, will be missing. Fortunately, we can increase our self-discipline here by changing the path of least resistance to our advantage. We can direct our motivation away from spending money senselessly toward saving by focusing on the distance-adjusting screw. In other words, we make it harder for ourselves to spend money spontaneously. Doing this brings a great benefit to our rational decision-making process. Bad purchases are very often spontaneous, while good investments are almost always well considered. So, by making it harder to access our money quickly, we are much more likely to make good buying decisions. Two approaches are obvious here. 1. Cancel payment providers that you have often used to make unnecessary impulse purchases in the past, for example, credit card accounts or PayPal. 2. Carry little cash and no cash cards while you're out on the town or at the mall. However, there's an even better technique. Many people have a comfort amount for their bank account. This is an amount of money that is usually not well defined and can vary greatly from person to person. The more the bank account is above this comfort amount, the more willing they feel to make unnecessary or overpriced purchasing decisions. They will then be more likely to say something like, "Life is happening now. What's the point of having money in my bank account if I don't use it?" Such thoughts multiply significantly once the comfort amount has been exceeded and make a bad purchase decision much more likely, which in turn makes it harder to build wealth. Indeed, such thoughts often overlook the fact that if we spend money now, we will have significantly less money left for large, more meaningful investments later. The solution is simple: establish distance to that comfort level. For example, say someone has little money at their direct disposal, by their standards, so they automatically go into financial savings mode. The trick is to park by far the largest portion of your money in a safe place, preferably somewhere that yields profits and that you don't have spontaneous access to. Investing in real estate could be such a place. However, many people do not have enough money to afford real estate. Moreover, such a large investment does not allow for fine-tuning, and staying consistently below one's comfort level becomes difficult. So, a better solution is to open a custody account with a reputable online broker and invest your money in exchange-traded funds, or ETFs, which are relatively safe. Of course, I am not offering investment advice here. My suggestion is purely theoretical, and I am not liable for any losses that may occur. I have invested by far the largest portion of my assets in ETFs such as the S&P 500 and the MSCI World. And I only have a comparatively small amount of money left in my normal bank account. If I want to make a significant investment, I first must transfer money from my custody account to my bank account. This involves effort and takes time. That's why I think twice about whether it's worth the big investment. Simultaneously, this method has also made me more frugal with smaller investments. For example, when I see shoes that I like in a store, I think about the small amount in my bank account and then realize that I don't really need the shoes and it would be better to spend the little money on more useful purchases. Those who have invested their money in safe ETFs are likely to enjoy greater profits in the long term. 49. People whose money increases in this way are also likely to have fun watching it grow. In this way, another adjusting screw is added that also helps to direct your motivation toward the right behavior. Suddenly, your money is no longer just sitting around in your bank account, rather it is serving a purpose. Spending money on things that are not useful becomes harder and harder to rationalize, and saving money becomes an increasingly attractive course of action. In the long term, this can mean a significant increase in prosperity. Example 6. Self-confidence. Although many people don't realize it, there is probably no better tool for building robust self-confidence than self-discipline. Someone who frequently uses self-discipline to overcome comfort becomes diligent, while one who often uses self-discipline to overcome fear becomes someone with strong self-confidence. For this reason, changing the path of least resistance can be a very effective approach to building strong self-confidence. The difference between courage and self-confidence is that courageous people act despite their fear of something. People with strong self-confidence have no fear at all of the same thing, while people with moderate self-confidence have a little fear. Self-confidence and fear are diametrically opposed. However, by far the most effective way of building strong self-confidence is first to be courageous. In other words, it is necessary to use your self-discipline to do whatever you are afraid of repeatedly. Many people do not realize that courage and self-discipline are ultimately the same mechanism. The only real difference is in linguistics. Courage is often used in the context of fear and self-discipline in the context of convenience. In both cases, inner resistance is overcome. In both cases, we want to do what we think is right, even if we don't feel like doing so. So, to build strong self-confidence, we must repeatedly do what we are afraid of. But that's not enough. We must also feel our fear in the process, not suppress it. If we do this repeatedly and have as many successful experiences as possible, then over time, the fear will turn into self-confidence. You could also say that our reptilian brain realizes that our survival is not being threatened and that our fear reaction is completely unnecessary. Once that happens, we have built strong self-confidence. There is no comparable, effective way for strong self-confidence in a specific context. Our reptilian brain needs real-world evidence. If we think hard that we won't die, it changes almost nothing. And if we repress our fear or avoid situations that activate it, our fear tends to get stronger. To use self-discipline for building self-confidence, we must choose the right action, the one that scares us, rather than the easiest, lightest, most pleasant action. If all alternative courses of action are even more unpleasant than the right course of action, our own motivation will be directed towards the right behavior, and it will become easy to do the right thing. The key to getting the path of least resistance on one side here is the survival instinct adjustment screw. It must be changed as rigorously as necessary. It should end up being scarier not to perform the right action than to perform it. Once such a situation is created, it is much easier to demonstrate courage and self-discipline. Like water, the reptilian brain always chooses the path of least resistance. It will be on your side if you want to. Do what scares you, because not doing it scares the reptilian brain even more. If you repeatedly proceed in this way, sooner or later, there will be no need to trick the reptilian brain at all. It will have understood that being afraid in such situations is completely unnecessary. Fear has then been permanently turned into self-confidence. To change the survival instinct adjusting screw as rigorously as necessary, it is essential to have a supporter. It is almost impossible to create the necessary pressure alone. The other person should be a good friend or a coach. It should be someone you trust. The person needs to know what exactly you are afraid of and at what point you overcome that fear. You should pledge money to your supporter, for example, $50, $100, $200 or, if necessary, much more. Your supporter should be pledged so much money that you are more afraid of losing the money than you are of doing the right thing. The deal with the other person is that they get to keep the money or donate it if you don't do the right thing. It is not enough to tell your supporter that you have achieved your goal. If possible, your supporter needs to see you overcome your fear with their own eyes, thus ruling out cheating. This is very important because with this technique, the path of least resistance often leads towards cheating. People try to talk their way out of it, trick themselves, or are even willing to lie. Under no circumstances should such behavior be rewarded. Your supporter must be able to stand firm. Once the money has been handed over, there should only be one way to get the money back. Only then does this technique become powerful. Not only the possible loss of money but also the potential loss of reputation with your supporter contributes to the technique working so well. This exemplary application of the first approach can be used for any scenario where someone wants to do something, but the person is held back by their fear. This is a very effective way to build strong self-confidence, especially if the person is well prepared, so a lack of competence does not get in the way of building strong self-confidence. The technique can be used, for example, to find the courage to give a speech, ask for a raise, ask a crush out on a date, get to know strangers, tackle a business idea. It always needs to be very clearly defined what someone must do and how long they must do it for. For example, a speech at a wedding. Standing up at the right moment and saying a few words would fulfill the task. If the person doesn't do that, their best friend gets to keep the $50. Your salary negotiation with the boss must take place this month. Your crush must be invited on a date next Friday night. Two friends are cruising bars on a Saturday night, and one friend bets the other $50 that he will manage to approach 5 pretty women and have at least one short conversation with them. A husband will be invited to dinner at a fancy restaurant by his wife 3 times if she has not launched her product by the end of the year. Example 7, Motivation Boost. Of course, you can not only use the above technique against fear but also against comfort and thus provide a significant motivation boost. Although I will tackle increasing motivation later, I would like to touch on it briefly now. Creating a situation where you are punished for not completing a task may be an intense technique, but it is also extremely effective. Again, I would like to emphasize that the technique only works well if another person holds the money and returns it only if a certain task is completed before a clear deadline. Many people, whether at school, university, or work, become true productivity monsters just before a deadline. Many work as hard as if there were no tomorrow before an exam, before a presentation, or before the submission of an important report. The fear of failing, and thus the survival instinct, drives them to give it their all. The fear is so great that their comfort or aversion to the task pale in comparison. We can harness this huge motivational boost by creating such pressure points through our supporter. When many challenging deadlines follow quickly on from one another, it can raise one's productivity to unprecedented heights. All we need is a reliable supporter. It is not necessary to explain all your motives in detail to the other person, it is enough to talk to a good friend or your partner and make a bet with them. Of course, you can tell them that such a bet motivates you to do your best and makes you surpass yourself, but in essence, you just need to know you can count on the person, that they know what they have to do, that they know what you want to achieve, and that they take ownership of your stake. This doesn't have to be money, it could be a significant or expensive item, the offer to pay for drinks on the next night out, or a service such as cleaning the windows. It must be something you don't want to do, not something where you can say later, I was going to do that anyway. When this kind of arrangement is set up, it has an enormous motivating effect. In such a situation, it is almost impossible that the path of least resistance has not been greatly improved. Not only would the loss of the stake be unpleasant, but it would also be undesirable to be seen as undisciplined in the eyes of the supporter. Because no one wants that, we suddenly work with determination, concentration, and motivation. It is immediately much easier to display a high level of self-discipline. But whether you want to be that consistent is ultimately up to you. You decide how many of these examples you want to implement. You have the choice of how far you want to go to achieve your goals. 6. Your choice. Be miserable. Or motivate yourself. Whatever has to be done, it's always your choice. Wayne Dyer. Don't get me wrong, you don't have to go all out to live up to your full potential. Perhaps living up to most of your potential is enough for you. Maybe you enjoy looking at your phone occasionally or playing video games in the evening, or sometimes binging on TV. Perhaps you don't want to give up seeing a lot of your friends or going out late at night, or regularly eating sweets. All these things are okay if they are your conscious choice. However, if you've thought about everything calmly and rationally and decide you want to do some behaviors less, or not at all, and other behaviors more often, then I'll give you the means to do just that here in this book. The goal of Self-Discipline 2.0 is to give you the freedom to live your life exactly the way you want to. The procedures in this book can help you tremendously in becoming as successful as you can possibly be. Success is ultimately the product of hard work and clever strategies. The most significant skill for becoming successful is the ability to work hard. In other words, applying self-discipline. Once you have it, you can reliably spend many hours every day, for many years, focused on implementing the smartest strategies to achieve even very ambitious goals. With self-discipline, you can also read many books to acquire all the knowledge you need to develop those smart strategies in the first place. Self-discipline is, therefore, probably the most important element in a person's life when it comes to how successful that person becomes. A person's level of self-discipline ultimately determines whether their dream life grows or dies. The person who lets their dream life die often feels deep sadness for it. This person looks back with remorse at all the times when they were not working on their goals but, instead, wasting their potential. Anyone who possesses self-discipline can create a life entirely according to their ideas. They can build their own special kind of success. While success means achieving one's goals, since everyone has different goals, success is different for everyone. For most people, success is synonymous with building a certain amount of wealth. Such a person is then concerned with a combination of recognition, luxury, status, freedom, and security. But if someone has other goals besides money, they will also be successful in other areas. Maybe someone wants to lose 10 kilos and eventually fit into the skinny jeans they used to wear, or wants to finally have more time for hobbies, friends, and family. Perhaps someone else wants to succumb to inner peace, master a musical instrument, or make many people's lives better. All of these can mean success. And in all of these, self-discipline is not only your best friend but also the essential foundation without which success is very challenging. The more goals you have, the more difficult they are to achieve, and the faster you want to achieve them, the more self-discipline you need. Whenever you want to build more self-discipline, start by aligning the path of least resistance as rigorously as necessary with your important tasks. This way, you'll get your reptilian brain on your side and effectively align your motivation in the right direction. I know what some people will criticize about my approach. That's not real self-discipline. If you have strong willpower, you don't need motivation. With strong willpower, there is no need to change the path of least resistance. What such people don't understand is that life is hard enough as it is. We don't need to make it any harder. Why fight the path of least resistance when we can so easily get it on our side? Those people who have their cell phones sitting on their desks may be able to resist the urge to look at them, but why take the risk? Sooner or later, willpower reserves deplete, and the person will look at their cell phone. Even if they can hold back for a long time, this holding back costs willpower which can then no longer be used to do concentrated work. It is simply human nature that we always tend toward the course of action that releases the most dopamine. We cannot change human nature. Fighting against it is not wise. This is especially true when you consider how easily we can use our human nature to our advantage. Once we've managed to get our right behavior to yield more dopamine than any other course of action, our reptilian brain starts to back us up. We are motivated to do the right thing. Our lives become easy when the path of least resistance is on our side. All we have to do to make this happen is change the fun, distance, and survival instinct adjusting screws. If we can change them, we will acquire an extremely valuable skill to direct our motivation and thus be much freer and more self-disciplined. So why not use this skill? Why rely on willpower? Why hope that motivation will come naturally when it so rarely works in practice? Once you get the path of least resistance on your side, you can use willpower and increase your motivation even more. That's the easy path to success. If there's anything you can change in your life to make it easy, change it. Later, you can still put all your willpower and motivation into your important tasks. It is impossible to have too much motivation, so wasting it is always bad. There will always be a valuable activity that you can put your willpower into. Focused work, learning, doing exercise, competing in sports, nurturing relationships, continuing education, eating healthily, thinking strategically, none of these things is easy. They require a lot of energy, willpower, and motivation every day. Pursuing them consistently for years may be difficult, but you can make it as easy as possible by banning time-consuming sources of dopamine from your life as much as you can. Once you do that, it becomes much easier to follow your important tasks because you have reduced or eliminated the competition. How determined you are to apply this first procedure is up to you. It is your choice how rigorously you want to implement the recommendations in this book. You have the choice of how successful you want to be. You don't have to be as successful as possible if you don't want to be. Success requires sacrifice, that's just the way it is. We don't have infinite amounts of time and energy at our disposal. Not everyone is willing to make many big sacrifices, and that's okay. Some may only want to sacrifice a little of their free time to work on their goals, and that's also okay if that's their conscious choice. Some may not want to give up meaningless dopamine activities like social media, mobile games, or video games. All of that is okay. You have a choice about how you spend your time. You should only implement the recommendations from this book if you want to spend less time on pointless temptations and more time pursuing your goals. In fact, everything in this book should only be implemented up to the level where you want to become more successful than you already are. But success, as I have said, requires sacrifice. Reading this book, memorizing the procedures, and applying them at the right moment is such a sacrifice. However, that is only the beginning. You must be willing to learn instead of party, to work out instead of play, to read instead of watch TV. Most people want great success, but they are not willing to make the necessary sacrifices. This unwillingness is one of the main reasons why so many people are not as successful as they would like to be. If you not only read this book but memorize the procedures, you will immediately have a huge advantage over almost everyone else. But unfortunately, that is far from the whole. Great sacrifices are required for great success. First, the procedures in this book must be applied in practice. Theoretical knowledge alone is almost always completely useless. Second, renunciation must be enforced. It is almost impossible to have great success if you waste a lot of time and energy. So, refrain from wasting your potential on dopamine activities and instead invest as much time as possible in activities that will bring you closer to your goals as quickly as possible. Those who put a lot of hard work into clever procedures will be enormously rewarded for it sooner or later. But that means, conversely, that the time and energy invested cannot be used for other activities. If you want great success, you won't have time to game a lot, hang out on the internet all the time, or engage in other behaviors that don't help you reach your goals. Practicing renunciation is necessary because, especially in the beginning, it is almost impossible to reconcile great success with a lot of free time. It is also helpful to refrain from trying to achieve too many big goals at once. 50. It is hard enough to achieve one big goal, so if you try to achieve several at once, you will split your time and energy, making it much harder to achieve even one big goal. This doesn't mean that you should neglect other significant areas of your life like your relationships or your health. Rather, it means I recommend only having one clear, main goal in life until you have achieved that goal or decided, consciously, to change it. In this context, renunciation can also mean doing without the goodwill of other people. Partly because you often have less time available for them as you work on your goals, and partly because they often can't understand why you spend your time the way you do. As mentioned earlier, most people's lives are shaped almost entirely by their reptilian brains. A reptile cannot think abstractly. It does not understand the concept of time. Any pleasure that is not available in the short term does not exist for the reptilian brain. When people set long-term goals because they know that great success requires long-term thinking, this is met with rejection by people who live strongly through their reptilian brain. They may say, "Can't you see you're wasting your time? If you don't succeed right now, you'll never succeed." It is vital to be willing to do without the goodwill of such people. Not only might their own laziness and demotivating beliefs be contagious, but they are often completely wrong in their assumptions. Because a reptile cannot think long-term, they have a hard time realizing that long-term thinking is one of the most significant keys to success. Thinking long-term greatly strengthens one's ability to persevere. Short-term crises and defeats don't seem so bad if one's long-term vision serves as one's lifeblood. But since it is almost impossible to teach people who are used to short-term thinking to think long-term, it is almost always a futile endeavor to try. So, if you want great success, it can be very helpful not to depend on the goodwill of such people, and usually avoiding close contact with them is the best solution. If you are willing to forego dopamine activities, trying to achieve many big goals at once, and the goodwill of people who just don't get it, then you will have built a strong foundation. If you are then willing to put much time and energy into smart procedures, you can accomplish just about anything you set your mind to. The cornerstones of all this are the procedures in this book. If you are willing to make the sacrifice to memorize them and implement them rigorously, you will become like an unstoppable force of nature. With their help, you will overcome every hurdle in your path, and the toughest defeats, and thus be able to celebrate greater and greater triumphs as time goes on. You will become the king or queen of life, and at its end, you will be able to look back on an incredibly great time. If you follow these procedures, you will become much more successful than those around you would ever have believed possible. It probably won't be long before you leave them all in the dust. They will then look in disbelief at your great successes and wonder how you ever managed to do it. With these procedures and a willingness to make sacrifices, just about anything is possible. The question of questions, however, is, how do I manage to make such great sacrifices? There's only one answer: you must deliberately choose to make your choice. How productive do you want to be in achieving your goals? The more ambitious your plans, the more sacrifices you will have to make. Think carefully about the following questions. What is my most important goal? What am I willing to give up? What temptations do I no longer want to give into? What do I really want to achieve in my life? What is my most important big goal, on which I will concentrate for now? Which people should I renounce the goodwill of? What sacrifices am I willing to make to achieve my goals? Think about all these questions carefully, then make a considered, conscious choice. Once you have done so, you will have reached a major milestone in your life. You will begin to see everything more clearly. The significant will have been separated from the trivial, and it will suddenly be much easier for you to behave in accordance with your choice. By consciously deciding what I want to achieve and what I am willing to sacrifice for it, it was much easier for me to write this book, work on my business, and work out regularly. As a result, I'm significantly more likely to say no to temptations and many other wastes of time and potential. Although these can sometimes be fun, I know that they ultimately take time and energy away from my important tasks. Because I have consciously chosen to make many sacrifices, it is easy for me to focus on my goals. Because I have made my conscious choice, I like to turn off the alarm clock in my mailbox every morning. I like to have my environment optimized. I like to work in my car from time to time. I like to work until 5 p.m., even on a Saturday. I like to go through my 20-minute exercise routine 6 times a week and my 10-minute motivation workout every day. Nevertheless, I have not gone all in. Almost every evening I watch an hour of television. I like to cook in the evenings, and sometimes I help my girlfriend cook, or we go out for dinner. We often go for a walk or play something in the evenings. On weekends we frequently go on trips or invite friends over. I don't work on my goals all the time, and most likely, you won't have to either to achieve them. You'll probably make just as great progress if you give yourself a few hours of free time each evening. Of course, you can also go all in if that's your choice and your energy levels allow it. In any case, make a choice that you can maintain constantly. It would not be wise if, after a week, you were too exhausted to continue with your plan. Once you've made your choices about what sacrifices you want to make to be successful, consider yourself lucky. You're making great progress toward a much better life. Maybe you chose to stop having candy in the house. Maybe you chose to work on your business idea for 2 hours every day, or go to the gym 4 times a week, or meditate or read for an hour every morning. Maybe you chose to join a sports club, stop eating meat, or simply turn off your cell phone while you work. Or maybe you simply deleted all your social media accounts and sold your gaming console. Whatever sacrifices you must make to achieve your goals, consciously choose to make them. Once you consciously choose to make a sacrifice, you will no longer hold resentment towards it. Rather, you will see it as the price you must pay if you want to achieve your goals. It's just part of life that the price for ambitious goals is high. One of the secrets of successful people is that they have accepted this simple fact. They have paid the price and become successful. Unsuccessful people do exactly the opposite. They complain about the price of their goals, shy away from paying because of that, and thus waste their lives. They can also delude themselves into thinking that they can become successful without hard work. If it was easy to achieve ambitious goals, they would no longer be special. So, there is also something good about their price being high. People who realize this often make the mistake of running headlong into a wall. They want to pay the price as quickly as possible because they believe they will then become successful as quickly as possible. However, such behavior is anything but smart. For one thing, you often can't sustain that much enthusiasm for long. If your energy reserves don't play along, you will shoot an own goal. On the other hand, you can easily lower the price of great success by using clever procedures. By that, I mean sound strategies that are specific to the goal at hand, as well as self-discipline 2.0. If you can control your motivation and consistently live up to your full potential, that's a gigantic advantage in all your endeavors. However, even self-discipline 2.0 is not a magic pill. Self-discipline 2.0 significantly lowers the price of success, but it is still necessary to be willing to pay it. Ultimately, everything you give up and everything you do to achieve your goals are the prices of your success. Once you have made the conscious choice to pay the price for your success, you can move on. You are now ready for the next step. If you use the second procedure in conjunction with the first, you can direct your motivation even more effectively and precisely. Procedures 1 and 2 form the foundation of self-discipline 2.0. Once this strong foundation is established, it becomes relatively easy for you to raise your motivation to incredible heights with the other procedures. 7. The second procedure. Our goals can only be reached through the vehicle of a plan, in which we must fervently believe, and upon which we must vigorously act. There is no other route to success. Pablo Picasso. Many people have goals that they would very much like to achieve. Some may want a lot of money, recognition, and luxury. Some might want to have a healthy, toned body, lots of real friends, and great experiences. Some might want to be happy into old age with their dream partner by their side. Even if most people don't have their main goals written down in concrete terms, they still know roughly what they want to achieve. These life visions alone are very motivating. You automatically feel a good feeling, consisting of hope, desire, and longing, when you think of your own desires. Natural motivation is behind such emotions. The problem with this, however, is that there is often only a very weak connection between our life vision and the actions required to achieve it. Because we have not deeply internalized what we need to do to create our dream life, we lack motivation. The good feeling we associate with our life vision does not translate to our important tasks, and therefore, we are not motivated to pursue them. Logically, we may know the right thing to do now is study, exercise, concentrate, eat healthily, and so on, but because we don't understand on an emotional level how important the behavior is for us, we may have zero motivation. To solve this substantial problem, we can take the second big step of self-discipline 2.0. With it, we will re-establish the natural connection between our desired goals and our important tasks, thus directing our motivation. When people know and feel exactly what they need to do to create their great life vision, much motivation is automatically directed towards the necessary behavior. Unfortunately, however, most people have only a very vague understanding of how to achieve their goals. They are not clear about what they need to do, when, where, for how long, and in what way. Lack of clarity greatly impairs the transfer of the natural motivation of our desires to the required behavior. This relatively simple insight is worth a lot because we can also use it to direct our motivation. We can purposefully reverse the process. We can create a very high level of clarity and thus direct our motivation very effectively to our important tasks. By nature, our motivation is already heading in the right direction. The problem is disruptive factors that steer our motivation in the wrong direction. We have already dealt with the first major disruptive factor in detail. If a meaningless dopamine activity is an easy course of action for our reptilian brain, then it is a confounding factor that diverts our motivation to a temptation from our important task. The second confounding factor is a lack of clarity about what the perfect behavior is at that moment. For some, this may sound very basic. They may think it is only relevant for beginners, but they are completely wrong. Even very advanced and experienced people make completely unnecessary mistakes about correct behavior that cost them a lot of self-discipline and productivity. Ambiguity is like a disease. This may sound extreme, but when ambiguity afflicts a person, it lowers their self-discipline tremendously. It makes everything more difficult and is extremely conducive to procrastination and time wasting. Ambiguity can afflict people in two ways, as below. First, someone is aware of many good courses of action but does not know where to start. This person has so much to do that deciding what to do next becomes an increasingly difficult mental task. Whenever someone asks themselves the question, "What should I do next?" not only is there the risk of making a bad choice, but a lot of mental energy is wasted. This form of ambiguity requires a constant weighing of which task to tackle next. The pressure to make a good choice from the many potential courses of action can become very tiring. In the long run, all the mental energy lost in this way can then no longer be invested in work or other important tasks. And this brings us to the issue of decision fatigue. Decision fatigue means that the more decisions a person must make, the more likely they are to do what they have always done. 51. This is true even if the person knows full well that this habitual behavior is bad for them. If someone habitually wastes a lot of time on their cell phone, then this bad behavior is enormously facilitated by decision fatigue. With decision fatigue, the pressure to make a good decision becomes so uncomfortable, almost painful in fact, that the person simply puts off the decision-making process. Either they begin to dawdle, perhaps completing an unimportant task with the utmost care, or they move directly into hard procrastination. 52. At some point, they get tired of trying to figure out what to do next out of all the important tasks, and so automatically choose something old and familiar. They then either do something relatively unimportant, like answering emails, reading the news, or cleaning, or they even more aggressively waste their time on social media, gaming, gossiping, and so on. If they knew exactly what their best behavior was to achieve their goals, they would not have this problem. They would be rid of ambiguity, and motivation would be directed to the right behavior. Second, someone is not aware of any meaningful courses of action. This second form of ambiguity is worse than the first. It would be a great coincidence if someone who did not know what to do nevertheless followed their optimal behavior. Someone with no goals or who does not know what to do to achieve them will almost certainly not grow as a person. There is also a high probability that they will just go through the motions, and their life will not get better over the years, but much more likely worse and worse. Then, at the end of their life, they will look back with regret at their missed opportunities. We do not have to go that far. A person may have goals. From their goals, they could easily derive their important tasks. But if they are not aware of those activities, it is as if they do not exist. Due to a lack of clarity about what needs to be done, they drop any form of urgency and thus motivation. They then live for the moment. Why not do what is most fun now, they may ask themselves. They don't realize that if they worked on their long-term goals now, they would be much better off in the future. They don't recognize that their life can only become phenomenal if they devote a lot of time and energy to achieving their life vision. So, ambiguity can be a disease for our self-discipline in the above two ways, but it doesn't feel like a disease because it has become so normal. Our lives are so incredibly complex these days that ambiguity has become normalized. On the one hand, most people plan their day vaguely. Maybe they have a few fixed appointments and some professional deadlines. On the other hand, they are besieged with so many distractions and so much complexity that their low level of clarity is often no match for it. In particular, tasks that are important but not urgent get lost in the ambiguity. Many things are very important, but not necessarily urgent. I'm thinking of all the activities that derive from your goals in the areas of wealth, health, fitness, relationships, and happiness. They are highly significant for a great future life, yet they are not urgent. No one will knock on your door and complain if you don't pursue your personal goals today. To escape this dilemma, there's only one solution. We need to make what's important in our lives urgent by being very specific about what we want to do and when. Ambiguity about our optimal behavior has become so normalized these days that we immediately gain a huge bonus when we start minimizing ambiguity and maximizing clarity. Clarity about what your optimal behavior is at any given moment can be like a superpower for you. With it on your side, you'll have a much easier time getting ahead in life and shooting past many competitors. When you take the time to create clarity, it becomes much easier to make progress. Clarity directs your motivation to the right behavior, and you always know what you need to do. Your life becomes simple. There are only two options left: do the right thing, or don't. You no longer have to think about what the right thing to do is because you've preempted the thinking process, and because you no longer have to plan anything on the fly, you save a tremendous amount of time and energy. Your time and your energy are your potential. Because you always know what your optimal behavior is, you can live out your full potential much more easily and thus lead a life exactly as you want it. Some may not want a high degree of clarity, claiming that planning does not allow for spontaneity and would therefore be boring or limiting. But in practice, just the opposite has been shown to be true. First, there is nothing wrong with having a lot of spontaneity on days off, during free time, or on weekends, but if you want to be self-disciplined and productive, it's extremely helpful to always know exactly what you need to do. Distractions have much less chance of sidetracking you if you are putting a lot of energy into achieving your goals. Second, clarity is not restrictive because it gives you the freedom to plan your day exactly as you want. It does not rob you of freedom, on the contrary, it gives you freedom. Through clarity, you, the neocortex, become the determiner. You can calmly and rationally consider your best future course of action. Without clarity, the powerful reptilian brain is much more likely to take over the helm of your life. When it becomes the determiner, you often just chase the biggest source of dopamine, you stop thinking long-term, and it makes you much more susceptible to irrational fears and convenience. Clarity is not boring, it's often much more fun than ambiguity. With clarity, you can shape your free time exactly the way you want it. You can choose the activities that you really enjoy and that give you great pleasure. Conversely, people without clarity are often trapped in boring habits. In their free time, they do what they have always done. They follow their leisure habits even if they don't really bring them fun, joy, or fulfillment anymore. Habitual sources of dopamine may be powerful distractions, but they are rarely truly fun and even more rarely provide great joy or fulfillment. In addition, with clarity, you become much more productive. Clarity can help you to complete the day's tasks more quickly, which gives you a lot of extra time. You can then fill this extra time with activities that you really enjoy. Then, as you pursue your free time, you won't feel the guilt you might feel when you're procrastinating. Instead of guilt, you now feel pride. Pride about conducting your day exactly as you planned it. If you know exactly what your optimal behavior will be in the future, you will direct a lot of motivation toward that behavior. You will no longer have to think about what needs to be done or run the risk of forgetting important things. You no longer need to plan and execute at the same time. You no longer have to weigh up in which order things have to be done. You no longer have to consider how much time something may cost. Instead, you can simply follow your detailed plan. An enormous amount of clarity not only directs motivation but also frees up mental capacity that can be used for even better performance. If there is only one course of action in a person's mind right now, then it will be natural for the person to behave exactly that way. Through clarity, self-discipline becomes easy. The only question is, how do we create such a high level of clarity? As is so often the case, there is no single answer. There is no golden technique. Once again, it comes down to creativity. A combination of minor and major improvements tailored to your life situation is the key to creating the kind of clarity we're talking about here. 8 examples. You were born to win, but to be a winner, you must plan to win, prepare to win, and expect to win. Zig Ziglar. As with the examples above, the below examples are not must-do, but rather designed as inspiration. Try them out. If you find the new behavior they engender is worthwhile, then keep it. If, however, it doesn't pay off for you, then don't do it. You can't go wrong here, but without an open attitude to new things, there's a danger that you'll miss incredible opportunities. You may tread water and live up to far less of your potential than you easily could. The truth is, it's quite easy to make progress. When you start using this procedure regularly, you'll quickly find that you can better control your motivation and thereby increase self-discipline. Example 1, Appointment Calendar. Many people already have a diligently maintained appointment calendar, but we must start somewhere, and I like to Start with the simplest and most basic methods, then move on to the more complex and advanced ones. I recommend using a digital diary, for example, the one by Google or Apple. Digital appointment calendars have some advantages over analog ones, including: you write faster on a computer. Synchronization with other devices like your smartphone. Setting recurring appointments. Faster through copy and paste. Clearer through the search function. Appointments can be shared easily with others. Clearer due to color grouping of appointments. Possibility of switching between different viewing periods. A calendar in which you enter all fixed appointments is the simple basis of clarity. Without a fixed place where all new appointments can be immediately entered, it becomes very difficult to achieve a high level of clarity about your optimal behavior. It can also be very helpful to regularly look at upcoming appointments and play through the coming days in your mind. In this way, what's coming is internalized, which reduces mental friction and makes it easier to follow through with a high level of self-discipline. For people who don't do this and just shimmy from appointment to appointment, an additional appointment would be a bit of a surprise. If an appointment comes along that is not fun, it degrades your mood much more than if you had mentally prepared for it. If you accept unpleasant or annoying appointments in advance, 53, and don't hold a grudge against them, you can protect your mood and thus self-discipline, 54, with great efficiency. Example 2, plan for the week. When people began to pave their pathways with stones and thus build roads, it was a great leap of progress. People could now move forward much more quickly and effortlessly, and larger loads could more easily be transported. In a way, we can also build a road for our self-discipline. Once it is built, we will find it easier to get a lot done quickly. Weekly planning is such a road. If your coming week has been well planned, it will be much easier to behave as planned. With improved clarity about your optimal future behavior, a lot of your motivation will be directed towards this behavior, and being self-disciplined becomes easier as a result. To create my weekly schedule, I open my appointment book every Saturday afternoon. In addition to the appointments I have with other people, I now enter appointments with myself. I try to take these appointments as seriously as if they were external appointments. When creating my weekly plan, I first derive preliminary daily goals for each workday. My major long-term goals are the starting point, and I consider what I can realistically achieve in the coming days to get closer to them. I then derive the appointments with myself from my daily goals. As precisely as I can at the time, I define what I want to accomplish and by when. Often, I then have to readjust my daily goals, setting myself either more or less each day. Once my weekly plan is created, it is set in stone. Even if I don't always manage to stick to it perfectly, I try as hard as I can. This attitude, when combined with well-considered planning, has an almost magical attraction and makes it much easier for me to be disciplined and productive during the week ahead. Creating my weekly plan usually takes only 5 to 20 minutes maximum, rarely much longer. It depends on the complexity of planning needed and how many hard decisions I have to make. For some, this may be too much effort, but in my experience, it's always worth it because, as I said, the more specific you are about what you want to do, when, and where, the easier it will be for you to behave in exactly that way. In addition, by planning your week well, you can identify bottlenecks, problems, and difficulties in advance, and the earlier you recognize them, the easier it will be to react well to them. The more precisely you define what you want to achieve and how to achieve it on each day of the week, the easier it will be for you to be successful. 55. Weekly planning is not about perfectly achieving your daily and weekly goals at any cost. Of course, it's great if you succeed, but even if your planning wasn't perfect, weekly planning is significantly worthwhile. Many people shy away from planning their days and weeks in detail, saying, "Why should I bother planning? Things always turn out differently anyway." What they don't realize is that it's not that important to follow the schedule exactly. Much more crucial is the increase in clarity that comes from planning your week. If you have a good idea of what your upcoming week will look like and what you want to accomplish, that alone will go a long way toward directing your motivation toward that behavior. So don't be sad or annoyed if you don't stick to your plan. It's very hard to follow a demanding plan down to the smallest detail, and yet it's enormously worthwhile to have one in the first place. Sure, try to plan as best you can, remind yourself of your planning often, and try to follow it, but if you're faster or slower than planned, that's far from a bad thing. Instead, look on the bright side. Rejoice in how the increase in clarity has made you more disciplined and in the fact that you've gained valuable experience that will enable you to plan even better next time. It's a good idea to set a clear time to plan the week ahead. As I said, for me this is every Saturday afternoon at the end of my working week. If your working week ends on Friday evening, I recommend planning the coming week then. I go to my computer, open my calendar, and look at the appointments for the upcoming week. Then I look at my to-do list and figure out how to make the times between my appointments as smart as possible in terms of my goals. For me, this planning process rarely takes more than 6 minutes, for the below 3 reasons. 1. I am in the habit of thinking about my goals frequently. Almost every day, I think about what I can best do to achieve them. Then, when I sit down at my computer on Saturday afternoon, I just have to organize my thoughts a bit and make them more concrete. 2. From Mondays to Saturdays, my daily routine is very clearly regulated by default. There is little variation between the days, and therefore, little new planning effort is required. I am in the habit of meeting my 7 major deadlines each workday, which are: get up at 6:30 a.m., start work at 7:30 a.m., stop work at 3:30 p.m., workout at 4 p.m., have dinner at 7 p.m., brush teeth at 9:45 p.m., be in bed at 10 p.m. 3. With few exceptions, I've been making a weekly plan for the past 2 years. When I first started planning my week, I was nowhere near as good, or as fast, at it as I am today. The more experience you have at planning and executing, the more precise and realistic you can be about planning the next week. And again, the better your plan, the easier it is to execute. If you want to start planning your week, I recommend you start with the times you get up and go to sleep. Sleep is the foundation of your life, and getting enough sleep is vital for many reasons. You can find out how much sleep is optimal for you by running some tests, then you can schedule the exact amount of sleep you need. Always getting up and going to sleep at the same time has advantages. It's much easier to get up in the morning and fall asleep at night. Your sleep quality improves, which benefits your health, appearance, mood, and daily energy levels. And, of course, having consistent waking up and going to bed schedules makes it much easier to plan the rest of your time well. Once you know exactly when you want to get up and go to bed, there are basically only two ways you can spend your time. You can either schedule free time or productive time. As I've mentioned, it's your choice how productive you want to be, meaning how much free time and how much productive time you want to schedule. But just by consciously choosing productivity or free time, you come much closer to a self-disciplined and self-determined life. However, you should take the adage, work first, pleasure later, at face value. Without feeling guilty, pursue your free time for as long as you like, but preferably only after you've done your work. Small breaks may be acceptable, but don't expect to be as productive after a long period of time off as you would be without taking it. Whenever you want to be productive, self-discipline is your best friend, and since a high level of clarity is enormously helpful for self-discipline, it is recommended that you create as much clarity as possible within your productive time. Determine what you want to accomplish every single day. Schedule as many activities as possible that will greatly help you achieve your long-term goals and define as precisely as possible the start and end times of when you plan to do them. Be realistic. Don't expect too much of yourself. Especially in the beginning, many people tend to want too much at once. They see all the empty spaces in their schedule and are tempted to take on an extreme workload. The idea of suddenly being extremely productive feels very good. However, the truth is that unrealistic planning is worthless planning. Therefore, fight the natural urge to take on too much. At the start, be intentionally modest when planning your week. For example, plan a half hour of buffer time that you can use for unexpected delays. Then, after you've gained more real-life experience, you can, if necessary, make your next week a little more ambitious. To have as much success as possible with your weekly planning, 4 more points are especially important. 1. Don't be sad or distressed if your planning doesn't work out. Just take it as feedback that you need to work faster or plan better tomorrow. Preparing a weekly schedule is an extremely good time investment, even if you don't get your planning right. 2. Your weekly schedule must be regularly reviewed and adjusted. Each weekly plan consists of several daily plans, and every morning, the respective daily plan should be looked at in peace and adjusted if necessary. 3. After you have planned your week, print out your weekly schedule and place it on or near your desk where you can easily see it. A printed weekly schedule makes your planning feel much more official and makes it much easier to look at often. 4. A weekly schedule should not be confused with a to-do list. Both run separately from each other. Everyone should have a to-do list in which they enter all their tasks and delete them when completed. The weekly plan schedules the completion of tasks from the to-do list, but not all tasks from the to-do list need to be specifically scheduled in the weekly plan. Adding detailed routines to your rough weekly schedule can go a long way in boosting your self-discipline and productivity. I can't stress enough how helpful well-practiced routines can be to your self-discipline. They are something of the holy grail of the form of clarity we are talking about here. Motivation can be directed extremely effectively with well-practiced routines. Example 3. Routines. If weekly plans are the roads of self-discipline, then routines are the highways. Once you create them, you will benefit from them permanently. Be diligent in creating them, improve them whenever necessary, and practice them well, and they can lead to a massive increase in your self-discipline. Routines are clear sequences of actions. One action follows the next, always in the same order. To make my routines extra helpful, I've added clear deadlines after a few actions. I recommend such routines for all kinds of repetitive occasions where you want high levels of self-discipline, performance, and productivity. A basic, simple routine might look like this. 1. Starting at 8:10 a.m., complete task A. 2. Starting at 8:25 a.m., complete task B and then task C. 3. Starting at 8:37 a.m., complete task D and then task E. I have created such routines for the 4 most important parts of my day, namely my morning, my work, my workout program, and my evening. In this way, I've created a template for the perfect standard day. When I'm out of town, on vacation, or it's Sunday, I don't use these routines. However, when I want to be as productive as possible on a normal day, a clear routine is one of my biggest aids. I find that such routines have many great benefits, as below. Benefit 1. Routines minimize procrastination. Once someone follows a routine, they no longer have 0 or 20 courses of action, they now know only one good course of action. The routine tells them exactly what the optimal behavior should be at that time, and that makes it much easier to implement. Sometimes, they may need to look at a clock. Sometimes, they may need to study the document in which they describe their routine. For specific tasks, they may need to look at their weekly schedule. But after that, in the end, they know exactly what they must do. Due to this tremendous amount of clarity, temptations have a very hard time luring you off your path. For example, a distracting thought such as, "I'm going to check what's new on my cell phone," loses its appeal enormously because it suddenly becomes very difficult to justify why the distraction is more important than the clearly defined routine. Hardly anything promotes procrastination as strongly as the feeling of not knowing exactly what you need to do. Benefit 2. Routines can lead to substantial time savings. If you have to constantly think about what's next, you lose a lot of time in the long run. This time can be saved through routines, so it can then be used later as either productive or free time. Benefit 3. By repeating the routines often, a training effect occurs. It becomes easier and easier to follow them. In time, the next good action will automatically follow the previous one. With practice, you will know exactly how much time you have left for an activity and what activity will come next. You can mentally prepare yourself for your known actions and can't imagine your future behavior any other way. You have directed your motivation. Everything goes easily, and hardly any willpower is needed to experience high self-discipline. Routines are like habits on steroids. Benefit 4. You'll have more mental energy left over for doing your important tasks by using routines. Every time you need to ask yourself, "What do I do next?" finding a good answer takes a lot of mental energy. Without routines, mental energy is wasted, and substantial potential is lost. However, if you create good routines and stick to them, it will allow you to focus completely on your tasks. Top performance and excellence will become much easier to achieve. Benefit 5. Routines. Reduce the risk of forgetting something important. By writing down important sequences of actions and getting familiar with them, it becomes almost impossible to forget important actions. Benefit 6. Routines make it possible to develop a perfect strategy. If you carefully consider a routine and constantly make both minor and major tweaks to it, your actions will likely be much smarter than you could have managed on the fly. Routines allow you to calmly look at the big picture. When you do that, you'll probably find it easy to come up with good answers to the following questions. What are my most important goals? What activities will best help me achieve those goals? Which of these activities should I set aside extra time for? What other important activities should I not forget? Which activities should I follow less or not at all? Could there be other very meaningful activities that I haven't thought of yet? Benefit 7. Routines give you the opportunity to experiment effectively. Most people have no idea why one of their days went well or another went poorly. The reason is that most people's lives are a mess. If something contributed to making their day better, they can't make it out in the clutter. The same is true if their day was bad. They don't know why because they have a hard time pinpointing the cause in the mess of their life. This changes as soon as your days gain similarity through routines. Differences become very clear, and it's easy to just schedule in more of what's good for you and leave out what you've noticed is hurting you. You can even actively use this property of routines to make better decisions. You no longer have to rely on the opinions of others but can discover for yourself, through experimentation, whether a behavior is worthwhile for you. For example, you can test whether it's worth it for you to incorporate 5 minutes of exercise, meditation, or reading into your morning routine. Through routines, you can become very rational with your time. You can clearly recognize good and bad time investments. By keeping the days very similar, you create a kind of compound interest effect. Clarity makes it easier to create even more clarity. When you create routines and follow them, you become the scriptwriter of your life's movie. You can now decide more precisely what you will do as the leading actor and what you prefer to leave out. Routines could expose a whole new view of your life. You will start to realize why you are where you are and realize, on a very deep level, that it has everything to do with how you have spent your time so far. You will also realize that it's just going to take a variety of routines to get you to a completely different level in a few years. Routines give you a very realistic understanding of your time, what's possible for you, and what's needed to achieve your goals. The longer you follow your routines, the clearer it becomes how you need to change them to achieve everything you can and want to achieve. Side note: I highly recommend these types of routines, but even if you decide against them, never underestimate the great value of clarity. Always try to define exactly what your optimal behavior will be in the future. Example 4, Morning Routine. This is the routine probably most often talked and written about. It makes a lot of sense that it gets so much attention. A good morning. Routine has some extra benefits on top of those of routines in general. If a day goes badly, then the course is usually already set for it in the morning. Conversely, if the morning was great, the rest of the day often goes really well. There are fewer distractions in the morning, so you often have a lot of control over your morning organization. By getting up early, you gain a lot of free time, which you can usually devote entirely to yourself and your routines. However, the biggest benefit I see in a good morning routine is the strong state of mind it can leave you in. For my morning routine, therefore, I put a lot of emphasis on ensuring I am in an energized and motivated state afterward, a state full of positivity, clarity, and determination. My morning routine used to be 2.5 hours long. Then, a little over a year ago, I did a time-benefit analysis and concluded that I made better use of my time with my work routine than with my morning routine. This is not to say that a morning routine can't be tremendously valuable. I simply realized that I make better use of my time by keeping my morning routine short and making my work routine a little longer as a result. That's why my morning routine today is exactly 1 hour long. That means that from the time that I get up to when I start working is exactly 1 hour. The printed version of my morning routine is on my kitchen table. It sits there along with my other routines plans. By now, I know each of my routines by heart, and yet I still keep the printed plan visible. For one thing, I could miss a step and have to look it up. Also, I can immediately note down optimization ideas if I think of any. As an example, here is an exact copy of the written version of my morning routine plan, starting at 6:30 a.m. Get up, change clothes, set second alarm clock in mailbox, cell phone and remote control in basement, get upstairs starting at 6:40 a.m. Toilet, briefly comb hair and shave, get shake from fridge and start drinking, turn off internet router, raise blinds on each window, open window in bedroom, shake out bed and make bed, briefly look at weekly schedule, focus on current day, visualize current day's best course of action, close window, sit on sofa with kitchen timer starting at 7 a.m., motivation workout starting at 7:10 a.m., unroll sports mat, jump rope for 2 minutes, put away sports mat starting at 7:13 a.m. Empty shake bottle in dishwasher, pour a glass of water, put glass and water bottle on desk, shave, brush teeth. Through this detailed description, I benefit from all the advantages explained previously at a time when it is particularly important, in the morning. I can only recommend that you also plan this important time in similar detail. Detailed planning may be tedious, and it may take many improvement passes, but you'll probably quickly find that it's very worthwhile. By making your morning routine clear, you'll gain motivation to do it just so. You can get a lot done in the morning, which saves a lot of time in the long run. And you'll be in an excellent state of mind after your morning routine. You've set up the morning the way you planned it and consider it optimal. After that, the question comes to mind, why not continue the rest of the day in the same disciplined and productive way? A great morning creates momentum, which means it's easier to make the rest of your day great too. Especially if you go through my motivation workout in the morning, you'll be full of motivation, clarity, and drive afterward. Example 5, Work Routine. Since I work from home, I can start my work promptly at 7:30 a.m. On rare occasions, I am later than this. I then take that as feedback. I recognized that I didn't follow my morning routine with enough determination, so I resolved to be even more determined the next day. Most of the time, however, I succeed. I get to my workplace on time or am even a little earlier than planned. My workday consists of 4 work sessions. The first one lasts 110 minutes and the other 3 100 minutes. I can orient myself very well by applying this schedule. It's relatively easy for me to plan my day by asking myself what I can get done in the first work session, what in the second, what in the third, and what in the fourth. But even while implementing the planning, the structure of the work routine helps me tremendously to be even more productive. I'm constantly thinking about what I want to get done before the next break, according to my schedule. This little time pressure often helps me enormously to be a little faster and more determined. In concrete terms, the planning of my work routine looks like this: 7:30 a.m., look at weekly plan, internalize it, and adjust if necessary. 7:40 a.m., work. 9:30 a.m., drink second shake and go for a walk, or clean up while drinking. 9:50 a.m., work. 11:30 a.m., drink third shake while walking or cleaning up. 11:50 a.m., work. 13:30 a.m., drink fourth shake while walking or cleaning up. 13:50 a.m., if necessary, turn internet router on work. 3:30 p.m., drink fifth shake while walking or cleaning up. While I want to have high concentration during my work, sometimes distracting thoughts come up. If the thought tries to convince me that I should be doing something else, that I can't do something, or that I shouldn't be doing something, even if I plan to do it, I consider it an excuse, and I take excuses very seriously. My reptilian brain must have manipulated parts of my neocortex to the point where my neocortex starts working for the reptilian brain. If you start believing excuses, you will immediately lose almost all self-discipline and are often quick to throw your well-considered plan out the window. Because I think excuses are so dangerous, I have developed a special procedure for reliably and effectively disproving them. I'll teach you the procedure later, but for now, I say that one of the keys to disproving excuses is to recognize them early. That's why I have a special text document in which I write down every excuse that tries to distract or dissuade me from my work. I also use the program Dynalist for my excuses list. The ability to effectively debunk excuses is one of the greatest keys to unlocking a high level of self-discipline. With this skill, you can get a lot of independence back from your reptilian brain because you can protect your motivation much better. In addition to my excuses list and my to-do list, I keep a third list that I call my out-of-my-head list. Whenever I have a good idea during working hours, I find myself in a dilemma. I can either follow up on the idea immediately, which would cause me to miss out on working intently on my important task for my weekly plan, or not pursue the idea immediately, which would put me at risk of forgetting it. To manage this type of problem, I maintain, also in the program Dynalist, my out-of-my-head list. I don't have to try to keep the idea in my head, and I don't run the risk of forgetting it. I stay focused on my important tasks and don't let good ideas throw me off track. I often follow up on the ideas in the evening or towards the end of my working hours, or I integrate them into my weekly schedule. Another key to achieving high performance at work is the 3 breaks that divide my working time into 4 sessions. In my opinion, taking a longer lunch break and otherwise just working through it is an outdated strategy that unnecessarily saps energy, concentration, and productivity. Doing it that way often leaves you feeling tired after lunch and into the afternoon, and the feeling of fullness right after lunch doesn't contribute to productivity or self-discipline either. 56. Digestion takes so much energy from the body that there's not much left for important thinking work. All of this encourages procrastination immensely, and top performance becomes much more challenging. By taking a 20-minute break every 2 hours and drinking a medium shake during that time, I avoid these problems. However, I also do more to boost my energy level during breaks. For one thing, I move around. I don't stay seated but go for a walk or tidy or clean my apartment. Housework doesn't seem like a burden to me but rather a pleasant change from my otherwise cerebral work. When the sun is shining, I take my shake outside and go for a walk. I am very careful not to absorb any new information during my breaks. Above all, any form of news is taboo for me. I also refrain from books, magazines, and even music. I regard my brain as a muscle, and muscles need to be rested during breaks so they can perform at their best again later. 57. But I do keep my brain busy at least a little bit during my breaks. In almost every break, I ask myself the same 5 questions in the same order. This practice has the great advantage that I direct my attention in a very helpful direction each time. With little effort, I generate more motivation, clarity, and positivity by using the 5 questions. More about these 5 questions in the second part of the book. Example 6. Workout routine. Exercise has many valuable benefits for both the body and mind. Which is why my regular workout routine is very important to me. 58. I feel my mood skyrocket after every session. I see my body becoming more athletic, and I feel my willpower, concentration, and mental stamina being strengthened by the regular activity. I understand that I can only achieve my far-reaching goal of having a high level of vitality into old age by exercising regularly. 59. Although I consider working out to be extremely important and valuable, I don't want to visit a gym several times a week because it would take a lot of time. One gym visit would cost me at least 2 hours, so if I worked out there 4 times a week, 8 hours would be lost. The great advantage of my home workout routine is that I make comparably good progress with it while it costs me much less time, not to mention saving me gym fees. Of course, my approach wouldn't work for professional athletes or people who want to achieve the best results at any cost. However, for those who are looking for a good cost-benefit ratio, I recommend my workout routine or a variation of it. My workout routine starts at 4 p.m. every day from Monday to Saturday. By then, I've already finished my work and drunk my 5 shakes. The only thing now that separates me from my free time is exercise. Working out every day except Sundays may sound like a heavy time commitment, but it's not. For one thing, I work out at home, saving myself a trip to the gym and back. For another, I only work out for 20 minutes. After that, I head straight for the shower. Since I take a shower once a day anyway, this doesn't waste any extra time. In total, my workout costs me 2 hours a week in time, the same time cost as a single trip to the gym. However, working out 6 times a week for 20 minutes is much more effective than going to the gym once a week. At the beginning of my workout routine, I do 10 active stretching exercises to warm up. This takes about 5 minutes. In the remaining 15 minutes I do 17 strength endurance exercises. The order I do my exercises in and the number of repetitions are clearly defined. I set a stopwatch while doing this, and I refer to it. Often, trying to get through the 17 exercises as quickly as possible. My goal is to stay under 15 minutes. Sometimes, I have a bad day, and I don't succeed, but on average, I get a little better every week. As soon as I take less than 14 minutes and 30 seconds for several days in a row, I change my exercise routine up and make it a little more challenging. I have tailored my workout routine specifically to match my training level and athletic goals. I usually find new exercises on YouTube. I don't need more than a gym mat, a pair of dumbbells, a kettlebell, an EZ curl bar, and a pull-up bar that I have in my living room door frame. Among other things, my routine includes push-ups, front squats, kettlebell swings, biceps curls, triceps extensions, and 4 different abdominal exercises. If you want to check out my current exercise routine, visit my website, danielhank.com/self-discipline. I have made great physical progress with this method of training. The key is that I find it easy to work out intensively on a regular basis. By having my workout routine so clearly defined, I have no doubt that I will do it between 4 p.m. and 4:20 p.m. every workday. The clarity of the routine also helps me tremendously with the activity itself. I know exactly which exercise will follow each one, and it's easy for me to do everything because I'm not used to doing it any other way. You are welcome to adopt my way of training. You'll probably make great physical progress with minimal effort, just like I did. But even if you stick with your current routine, clarity is extremely important to keep your motivation focused on your program. For example, if you work out at the gym, I recommend following a clear workout plan. If your training plan is challenging, it will probably be much easier to train intensively than without it. No matter what kind of sport you do, define on which days you want to train before the week starts. If you want to, define the time of your workout in your weekly plan and include when you need to leave the house to get there on time. You'll find that an increase in clarity will help you integrate this important activity into your life most efficiently. Example 7, Evening Routine. After I shower and get dressed, my evening routine begins. I start by going to my basement and bringing my phone and remote upstairs. Then I usually lay on my couch and answer emails and text messages and briefly catch up on the latest news. Although I deliberately keep my evening routine open and I ultimately do what I enjoy, I also use clarity here to increase my overall self-discipline. For example, I've clearly defined what activities I don't want to engage in, even in my free time, so playing video games and passively hanging out on social media sites are not on my agenda. By consciously choosing not to engage with them, I help direct my motivation away from them and towards healthier alternatives. I enjoy the spontaneity in my evening routine, but I have a few clear deadlines that I do not want to miss. By thinking about them repeatedly during the evening, my motivation is directed toward meeting those deadlines. The first is dinner, which I set for 7 p.m. This often results in another deadline, which is starting cooking by 6:30 p.m. latest. The next deadline is probably the most important one of my day. I want to be in bed with the lights off by 10 p.m. This also creates another deadline, which is heading to the bathroom at 9:45 p.m. latest to brush my teeth and get ready to sleep. Although my evening routine clearly focuses on leisure, fun, and relaxation, I have also placed a few important activities in the time frame. I follow the basic rule: anything you can do in the evening, do in the evening, so your valuable time is not lost in the morning. For me, this primarily means mixing my 5 shakes for the day ahead, which takes about 15 minutes. That's 15 minutes I won't lose out of my work hours. My deadline for mixing the shakes is 6:15 p.m. If I make the shakes earlier, that's fine too, but I set the latest deadline of 6:15 p.m. to start. I also set myself another task after dinner that saves me time in the morning. At around 9:40 p.m. latest, I go to my closet and lay out my clothes for the next day so that when my first alarm clock rings in the morning, I not only save time getting dressed, but I also save valuable mental energy because I no longer have to think about what to wear. If we get into the habit of scheduling regular morning activities on the evening of the previous day, it can be very beneficial in the long run. Example 8, Diet. Clarity can also be very useful if you want to lose weight, gain weight, build muscles, strengthen your energy levels or immune system, or prevent serious diseases. This is because clarity can greatly help in optimizing your diet. Be clear about which foods you want to eat more often and which foods you want to eat less. Are any foods banned from your home? If necessary, read up on healthy eating and what food plan is best for your goals. Then, be as specific as possible about how you want to eat in the future. Choose a healthy food plan that you can realistically maintain over time. Almost everyone can benefit from having more clarity in what they eat. For example, instead of habitually reaching for unhealthy food when you get hungry in the afternoon or evening, you could define at least one healthy alternative, perhaps reaching for a banana instead of cookies. Find at least a few recipes that are healthy, taste good to you, and that you enjoy making, and keep alternating with those recipes. The more you plan ahead what you are going to eat, the more motivation you'll have directed toward that very behavior. I include dinner when I plan for the week ahead. For me, this involves relatively little effort. 5 of my 6 daily meals are shakes. 42 for my 6th meal, dinner. I choose 7 from a list of about 20 favorite dishes, then plan one dish for each evening and write a shopping list with all the ingredients I need. Then, when I go shopping on Monday after work and working out, it's easy for me to buy only what I need for the week's dinners and shakes. Increased clarity can make healthy shopping and cooking much easier. My motivation is on my side. I know exactly what I'm going to eat each night. It doesn't even occur to me to cook or eat something different. By always buying exactly what I have planned, it's easy for me to walk past unhealthy foods like chips, convenience foods, and candy at the supermarket. It's always a good idea to go shopping with a plan. That way, it is much easier to have self-discipline when spending money. If you buy something spontaneously, i.e., without a clear plan, you hugely increase the likelihood of buying something unnecessary. The reptilian brain loves to follow temptation when buying. However, if you write a plan first, the neocortex makes the decision. A plan stimulates rational thinking. People who write a plan tend to get detailed information first and think carefully about possible purchase decisions. Clarity can therefore also direct motivation toward saving money. Example 9. Self-education. In purely rational terms, many people know that it would greatly pay off in the long run if they invested a lot of time in their continuing education. Many valuable answers to important questions can be found in good books. For almost any problem, knowledge from books can help find a solution. And the perfect strategy towards a big goal can usually only be developed through further education. People who read a lot are much more likely to become aware of their blind spots. A person who becomes aware of their blind spots recognizes they have previously done something wrong without realizing it. Only those who are aware of their own blind spots can correct them. The hardest part of the improvement process is recognizing that you are doing something wrong in the first place. Once you are aware of your blind spots, it is often not a problem to improve permanently. This is another reason why continuing education is extremely valuable, and there are also many other benefits. However, many people are unfortunately not able to continue their education on a regular basis. Although many people have an inkling of how useful it would be for them to soak up relevant knowledge, they can't bring themselves to learn regularly. Even if they resolve to read more, temptations and tasks from their private and professional lives inevitably get in the way. There are also two less obvious reasons why this is so. First, many people developed an aversion to learning during their school and college years. They were under a lot of pressure to memorize a heap of learning material that was often boring or complicated. They associated the resultant negative emotions with the practice of learning and transferred them to their self-education. The second reason has to do with the reptilian brain. As soon as one's reptilian brain is satisfied with one's level of success, it no longer sees any point in developing further. Why read? Why make an effort? What else is there to accomplish? It would probably ask such questions if it could speak. Only the neocortex can think in the long term. Only the neocortex understands that there is always an incredible amount to improve and achieve. That's why only the neocortex can understand the great benefit of continuing education. However, most people's lives are almost entirely determined by their reptilian brain, and that is why so many people fail to constantly educate themselves, the same people who are less successful and highly dissatisfied with their lives. To have the discipline to educate or improve oneself, the neocortex must control the reptilian brain. This can be accomplished through the power of the neocortex, i.e., willpower. However, the far more elegant and effective way is simply to learn to direct and increase motivation. Those who can do this will find it much easier to make progress and achieve ambitious goals. And if you go even further and use your discipline to constantly develop yourself, you can achieve incredible things. Many of the richest people in the world are great examples of this. Some sources imply that Elon Musk, 60, Bill Gates, 61, Jeff Bezos, 62, and Warren Buffett, 63, are keen bookworms. In my opinion, this is no coincidence. Rather, I consider their habit of constantly educating themselves to be an essential building block of their success. Even though very few people indeed have a realistic chance of becoming as rich as these four, everyone can learn from their example. Most people could achieve much more if they were constantly memorizing relevant knowledge. The entire human race could save a vast amount of time and money if many more people were willing to learn from other people's experiences. Those who cannot learn from the mistakes of others are doomed to repeat them and waste their own potential in the process. But how can motivation be pointed in the direction of self-education? If you've read this book so far, the answer should already be clear. For one thing, you can make sure that there is no better source of dopamine around you than your educational material. Second, you can maximize your clarity by defining exactly when, where, and how long for you want to learn. Since I obviously try to follow my own advice, I take the topic of self-education very seriously. I try to incorporate at least half an hour daily of continuing education into my week's plan. On Saturdays, my goal is to schedule at least 2 hours of continuing education. Most of the time, I choose a book to read. Sometimes, however, I learn with an online course, go through old summaries and flashcards, or make a general commitment to educate myself on a particular topic. While exercising or during the evening, I listen to educational audiobooks. There is probably no better time-saving and enjoyable way to incorporate continuing education into one's life than listening to lots of good audiobooks. Whenever I'm alone and doing an activity that doesn't require my mental attention, I listen to audiobooks. Another way to direct motivation toward one's self-education through clarity is to resolve to read every morning or every evening at a defined time, and be as specific as possible. For example, always directly after breakfast or always before heading for bed in the evening. Those who want to be very advanced and make the most of their time should investigate learning techniques. Simply reading a book is passive and thus a relatively inefficient learning process. 64, however, those who learn actively and regularly repeat the same learning material internalize the valuable knowledge much better. 65. One way to practice active learning is to write summaries. To do this, simply write down every new insight you have while reading your book. The software applications Evernote and Notion are especially good for this. Using flashcards can make practicing active learning even easier. I currently use the program study cards to teach myself the knowledge from the books I read through flashcards. Example 10, Decisions. Besides the ability to direct motivation, clarity has a second huge advantage. It helps tremendously in making good decisions. It is beyond the scope of Self-Discipline 2.0, but I'd like to briefly touch on this topic as it can be very helpful in getting better at making good decisions. The clarity needed to make good life decisions can be generated by asking yourself questions from the following two areas. 1. Self-analysis. What can I do? Where are my strengths? What advantages do I have over others? 2. Vision. What do I want to achieve in life? What is important to me? What is my vision? The more and the better you have answered these and similar questions, the easier it will be for you to make good life decisions. It would be a great coincidence if someone without a life vision still realizes their dream life and lives to their full potential. Most people don't have a vision, and that's why they keep going in circles. They do what they feel like, spend money on things they don't need, and worry about things that are completely irrelevant. However, if you know exactly what you want to achieve in the long term, it is much easier to say yes to all decisions that bring you closer to your vision, and to say no to everything that does not, or that brings you closer only slowly. If you know your strengths, it will be easy for you to make decisions in which you can shine with them. As soon as we focus on our strengths, we make much faster progress and therefore have more success, self-confidence, and joy in life. So, clarity can be used not only to direct motivation, but also to make better decisions. Both can be extremely valuable. If you constantly educate yourself, if you have a clear vision based on your strengths, and if you work on it for many years with great self-discipline, then you increase the probability tremendously that you will have major success in all areas and will lead a phenomenal life. 9. Visualization. Visualization is the human being's vehicle to the future, good, bad, or indifferent. It's strictly in our control. Earl Nightingale. There are many good habits. Authors and YouTubers praise them all the time, including eating healthily, meditating, and exercising, and these are just the tip of the iceberg. However, there is one habit that is among the best of the best and yet receives virtually no attention. For anyone who practices it regularly, it can be a secret weapon towards a successful, happy, and self-disciplined life. With little effort, you can use it to direct motivation and even increase it. This makes it the perfect fit for the two central skills of the book, and therefore represents the transition from directing motivation to increasing motivation. By closing your eyes and imagining how you will best handle any future challenge, you program your mind to behave the same way when it occurs. It doesn't matter how big or small the challenge may be or how far into the future it may be. Just look at yourself from the outside, from about 2 feet away, and watch yourself shine in just about any way. There are a huge number of applications for this procedure, and here are just a few examples. See yourself going through your morning routine perfectly. See yourself giving a speech fluently and charismatically. Visualize yourself exercising intensely and how it makes your body more and more athletic. Visualize yourself shopping, walking past all the unhealthy foods and reaching for fruit and vegetables instead. Then see yourself eating a healthy salad later when you get hungry. Picture something or someone trying to distract you from your work and see yourself effortlessly resisting temptation and continuing to work with high concentration. Imagine yourself telling a compelling story and your audience hanging on your every word. Imagine something going wrong, an unexpected problem arising, or someone verbally attacking you, then see yourself responding to the challenge thoughtfully, calmly, and confidently. Visualize yourself overcoming your fears, quickly grasping highly complex issues, or performing top-notch on one of your important tasks, despite fatigue. Visualizing can be applied to any area of life and to any goal. The main advantage of visualizing is that it makes it much easier to implement the visualized behavior later. Studies show that most of the human brain can't distinguish whether something is really happening or whether it is being imagined intensely. 66. In both cases, new synapses are formed, and a learning effect occurs. The longer and more intensely we visualize, the more we get used to the visualized behavior, even if we have never performed it in practice. Visualizing brings tremendous clarity, not only on paper but also where it really matters, in the mind. A plan for the week and newly created routines maximize their benefits only if they are visualized regularly. Motivation is directed by the tremendous increase in clarity. The connection between the attractive goal and the necessary behavior is strengthened. Many people lack motivation because they do not realize, on an emotional level, that the necessary behavior will lead them to their attractive goal. Those who visualize connect the desired goal with the necessary activity and thus direct motivation toward that activity. Mental and emotional blockages crumble away, and the execution of the desired behavior becomes increasingly natural. When you visualize the process towards your goals, you start to think strategically. It becomes clear what the key situations are that will most determine whether you achieve your goal in the desired time. Once you have identified a key situation, you can focus on it while visualizing to maximize the chance of being brilliant at it. By visualizing, weaknesses in your plan become clearer and you can contemplate calmly how best to avoid them or, if they do occur, how best to deal with them. All this contributes greatly to increasing your chances of success. This is how you program your mind for success. The incredibly successful swimmer Michael Phelps is famous for visualizing, and many athletes do the same. 67. Phelps constantly imagined that he would swim faster than anyone else, and almost always succeeded in doing so. I don't think I go too far in saying that his habit of visualizing may have made the difference. Does all this sound too good to be true? Well, just try it out for yourself. Visualize your optimal behavior every day, and after a maximum of 30 days you will feel how this behavior is now much easier. You will notice that you are motivated to behave in the same way. You will remember your visualized behavior and use it as a mental template in real life. Any behavior you visualize regularly will become natural to you over time. Visualizing for 10 seconds a day does next to nothing, so you should spend at least 2 concentrated minutes on it, and 10 or more is better. As part of my routine, I've gotten into the habit of visualizing for about 2 minutes every morning. Additionally, I've found a way to visualize for an average of 10 minutes a day without losing any work or free time. How do I do that? Let me explain. Almost no one falls asleep immediately when they lie down in bed, turn off the light, and close their eyes. Most people lie in bed for 5 to 20 minutes before falling asleep, some even longer. All this time is unused capital that we can perfectly use for visualizing. By imagining future optimal behavior, we program ourselves for success. We direct and increase motivation, we pleasantly improve our self-discipline, and all this without wasting valuable time. We are lying in bed anyway, we are waiting to fall asleep anyway. So, why not use this time wisely? Every evening, when I turn off the light and lie calmly in bed, I visualize the next day. I imagine my alarm clock ringing, resolutely going through my morning routine, and intently working through my plan for the week. In doing so, I visualize how I change the path of least resistance to my advantage and how all temptations and excuses leave me cold. I visualize exactly how I go through each step in my work, how I take timely breaks, and how I feel happy, joyful, and proud because of it. I then see myself exercising, cooking, and getting back to sleep on time. Then I get extra meta for a short time by imagining myself lying in bed again the next night, focusing on visualizing. Most of the time I am so tired at this point that I fall asleep almost immediately. Although I know how important visualization is, I am now too tired to concentrate even a little bit, so I just accept it and sleep. Sometimes, however, I am not too tired, and I see this as something very good, because it allows me to run through my visualization program a second time. Sometimes I even visualize a third and fourth round. You may think you won't have the energy to visualize in the evening, but I have found that if I can't fall asleep right away, I can visualize just as well as any other time. In fact, this is the perfect place and time to visualize. You're lying comfortably in bed, your mind is calm, relaxed, and receptive, there are no outside distractions, and if you can't sleep, there's probably no better time investment than to visualize. Some may say that visualizing keeps them from falling asleep. That may be true for people who can fall asleep immediately when they want to sleep, but for people who take longer to drop off, visualizing does not keep you awake, rather it helps you sleep. One of the main reasons people can't fall asleep is because of negative thoughts and negative emotions buzzing around their heads. However, when you engage your mind with visualizing, good emotions arise and falling asleep becomes easy as a result. Another major reason people can't fall asleep is the pressure to fall asleep. Few things keep you awake as much as the thought, I need to fall asleep right now. This harmful thought loses its validity with visualization because you're using your time wisely. If you visualize in the evening, it is even good that you are not sleeping. Some people say they cannot visualize and therefore cannot perform the technique, but this is almost certainly wrong. Anyone who can imagine a picture of a hippo on roller skates can visualize, however blurry that picture may be. If you can imagine a picture of the front door of your house, then you can visualize. While it's true that you can improve at visualizing and that it becomes more effective the more detailed you make it, above all, to get better you must practice a lot. Visualizing can lead to a positive snowball effect that extends to your entire life. People who visualize often enrich their lives in many ways. The more a person visualizes, the better they become at visualizing. With one procedure you can direct your motivation very effectively. Your self-discipline will grow steadily and practically without much extra effort. Just give visualization a try, either as part of your routine, perhaps just before going to sleep, or right now. Imagine how you will master today's and tomorrow's tasks. Imagine yourself being brilliant in crucial situations coming up over the next weeks. Imagine how you will easily complete actions for which you have often lacked motivation in the past. Imagine simply ignoring bad habits and temptations. You may find that after just one session, visualization makes a noticeable difference in your life. 10. Introduction Part 2. If you want success, figure out the price, then pay it. It sounds trivial and obvious, but if you unpack the idea, it has extraordinary power. Scott Adam. Welcome to Part 2 of the book, where I teach you how to consistently improve and maintain your levels of motivation. But before we get into that, I want to emphasize one thing: strong motivation is no substitute for well-directed motivation. A car that suddenly gets 500 more horsepower won't get to its destination faster if it's going in the wrong direction. If you have the path of least resistance against you and struggle with a lack of clarity, you will make your life unnecessarily difficult. Instead of setting out to learn and apply more advanced procedures, it would be much more helpful to first get good at directing motivation to the right behavior. With the two major procedures already discussed along with the process of visualizing, you can make great progress in your self-discipline very quickly. There is no need for compulsion, pressure, strong willpower, overcoming, or sacrifice anymore. Directing your motivation toward the right behavior ensures you willingly go after the task. However, this does not necessarily mean you will feel irrepressible motivation to do the right behavior. It may already be a huge step forward because you have much more control over your reptilian brain when you apply the above procedures, but that doesn't mean you are consistently living up to your full potential. Just because you've directed your motivation doesn't mean it's as strong as it could be if you were to use all the below procedures regularly as well. You have just the right resource here to learn how to increase your motivation at will. The good thing is that once you learn how to direct your motivation, it's quite easy to increase it. In fact, with the ability to direct your motivation, you can direct it to all those upcoming procedures that will sustainably increase it. All we really need to get good at this skill is practice. A lot of practice. But once you put enough practice into the below procedures, it's an incredible feeling. It is exhilarating to be able to generate strong motivation. By the end of the book, you'll know exactly what you need to do to skyrocket your average motivation levels. Increasing motivation does not only mean applying procedures that create more motivation, but it also means refraining from those behaviors that reduce it. Only when we simultaneously build good habits and eliminate bad ones do we truly become our best selves. We are all different. We all come from different life situations and have different levels of ambition. Some people will have it easier than others, some may progress faster than others. Some may be especially good at directing motivation while others may be better at increasing motivation. Don't be sad or upset if it takes you some time to make big improvements. Just because you don't see immediate progress doesn't mean a procedure isn't working for you. It certainly works, it's just that sometimes you may need more practice, or a procedure may not work as well for you as it does for others. Person A may have a weakness right where one of the procedures is aimed, and as a result, they can make very big improvements very quickly, while for person B, that may not be the case. A completely different procedure is much more helpful for person B. All of this is normal. Don't get discouraged if you don't do much with one procedure, instead keep looking at the whole picture. If all the procedures are applied over a long period of time, great improvements in your self-discipline will follow. This is certain, like a law of nature. Increasing your motivation no longer involves such extensive procedures as in the first part of the book. Instead, from now on, it is about many small and medium-sized procedures that all contribute to the goal. If you are action-oriented, you can achieve incredible long-term changes. Most people have no idea of how great their potential is. They have no idea of what they could achieve if they permanently directed strong motivation towards valuable activities. Yet all this is not difficult at all. It is much easier than learning a foreign language and, in many cases, much more useful. All you need to do is follow the path laid out here. Over time, you will gain control over your motivation, strong self-discipline, productivity, and a phenomenal life will become increasingly attainable. Before going any further, allow me to make 2 requests. I would be very grateful if you could take the time to action these. 1. I am convinced that absolutely everyone would create a better life for themselves and others if they learn to direct and increase their motivation. Therefore, if you gift and recommend Self-Discipline 2.0 to your friends, acquaintances, and family members, perhaps they will be incredibly grateful that you made them aware of this knowledge. 2. For the same reason, help me make Self-Discipline 2.0 even more popular on the internet. A post from you on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Pinterest, etc., could make the book much more popular. Many people could benefit greatly from your recommendation. Also, please consider leaving a review of Self-Discipline 2.0 on Amazon. I'll read every single review, and so will many other people, smiley face. No matter how great your contribution is, thank you. 11. Disproving Excuses. Everybody comes to a point in their life when they want to quit. But it's what you do at that moment that determines who you are. David Goggins. For Self-Discipline 2.0 and mastering your own motivation, there are few things more vital than the ability to disprove excuses. With this skill, we increase our motivation not directly but indirectly. Whether they realize it or not, many people constantly have excuses in their heads that cause their valuable motivation to melt away. By being vigilant and eliminating excuses as soon as they arise, we indirectly increase our motivation because it is no longer undermined by excuses. Once you learn to deflect excuses, you gain a new level of freedom. Your reptilian brain suddenly has a much harder time imposing its will. Whatever you decide to do, almost nothing can stop you from doing it if you are good at diffusing excuses. As explained in an earlier chapter, the reptilian brain has its own goals. To achieve them, it influences the emotional brain, creating unwillingness to do important tasks and motivation to follow meaningless temptations. Meanwhile, the reptilian brain also extends its influence to the neocortex. Parallel to the emotions of the emotional brain, thoughts now arise to make it easier for us to pursue temptation. We call these thoughts excuses. Here are a few classics. Just looking at my phone for a little bit, then I'll move on. The others are also not doing it. I'm tired and don't feel like it anymore. I just need this right now. I'm missing out if I don't do this. Why am I even doing this to myself? Everyone knows them, everyone has them, and everyone is harmed by them. For this reason, every person can benefit enormously if they can quickly neutralize excuses. Excuses are like oil in the gears of time wasting. They make procrastination hugely easier because they often provide a seemingly reasonable justification for bad behavior. Even if they don't lead to procrastination, they still cause a decline in one's motivation. Many people may not be persuaded to procrastinate by a single excuse, but very few people can resist a whole army of them. An excuse that has not been disproven tends to attract many more excuses. But whether they lead to procrastination or just slow down one's momentum, excuses are always bad for motivation, self-discipline, and productivity. Therefore, don't underestimate how valuable it is to be good at reliably debunking excuses. If you are good at this skill, you gain a reliable shield against time-wasting and bad habits. Procrastination becomes much less likely. Once an excuse is disproved in the right way, it loses its power. It no longer harms you, it doesn't attract related excuses, and it is less likely to arise again. When you become good at this skill, your relationship with excuses changes. You no longer see them as bad things but see them increasingly as valuable signals. Signals that tell you that your motivation is low, and it would be good to increase it. Imagine going through your life immediately disarming every excuse that appears and taking it as a signal. After invalidating it, you immediately start to increase your motivation. What great advantage would you then have over all the other people who lose motivation with every excuse and do nothing about it? While they force themselves, with the help of their willpower, not to listen to the excuse, you can, quite elegantly, refute the excuse and boost your motivation. Great productivity will no longer be an ordeal but fun when you master the right procedures and apply them at the right moment. Disproving excuses in this way takes some practice and, most importantly, the right procedure. I recommend that you memorize the below 5 steps so you know exactly how to disprove an excuse and become free from the harmful influence of the reptilian brain. Step 1 is to recognize excuses early. The sooner you recognize them, the easier it is to disprove them, the more likely the disproof will last a long time, and less emotional damage has been done. Recognizing excuses early is vital. If not recognized early, excuses tend to repeat themselves. One excuse attracts other excuses. In this way, the demotivating thought stream becomes increasingly harmful. If you want strong self-discipline, you should act quickly and disprove your excuses. The sooner they are disproved, the better. It is easiest and most effective if disproving happens immediately after an excuse first appears. So as soon as you perceive an excuse in your mind, manifesting as a thought that wants to distract you from an important activity, react quickly and proceed to step 2. 2 tricks will help you get very good at noticing excuses early. I have already mentioned the first, and that is keeping an excuse list. I look at mine from time to time. And I add to it whenever a completely new excuse comes up. In this way, the excuses seem familiar to me, and a mental alarm bell rings immediately when a familiar excuse makes itself known. The second trick is a bit more abstract. I try to imagine that I have a mental observer. By this I mean a small part of my consciousness that constantly watches my thoughts and immediately sounds the alarm if any excuse becomes apparent. Installing a mental observer takes time and practice. This is another reason I observe my thoughts for 3 minutes every morning as part of my motivation workout. Also in my visualization practice, I sometimes imagine my mental observer sounding the alarm if an excuse pops up. Step 2 is to respond to an excuse with, "So what?" "So what?" has almost magical power when it comes to disproving excuses. With minimal effort, they express exactly the right thing. These two words are enough to significantly diminish the negative effect of excuses. "So what?" implies that the excuse may be true, but it's certainly not important. This indirect approach is the perfect tactic here. After all, disproving excuses isn't about logic, it's about emotion. It must feel like the excuse is false to you. It's not about convincing a jury. However, many people intuitively take the logical rather than the emotional route when they want to disprove excuses. They get tangled up in lengthy internal debates that ultimately do nothing to change the emotional impact of the excuse, and they directly contradict it. They say firmly that it is false. This is one of the worst mistakes you can make in disproving excuses. At its core, an excuse represents resistance to doing the right thing. When the excuse is resisted, it ultimately creates resistance against resistance. Both are resistance. Resistance against resistance only makes the resistance stronger. Even though it is difficult to comprehend logically, it makes sense on an emotional level. Resistance to an excuse ultimately makes the excuse stronger. With "so what," no resistance to the excuse is created. "So what" does not express that the excuse is wrong, only that it is not important and that there are much more important things to attend to than the excuse. This is exactly the right way to deal with it because this is exactly what directs the flow of thoughts, and thus one's own emotions, in a beneficial direction. So, as soon as an excuse comes up in your mind, get into the habit of answering it immediately with "so what?" Pay attention to your inner voice. How you talk to yourself is just as important as what you say. So instead of saying, "So what?" in a high, soft, and whiny voice, say it to yourself in a low, loud, and determined voice. This makes a huge difference. Also, pay attention to your inner voice during the next, third, step. Step 3 is to compare the long-term benefits of the temptation, that which the excuse wants to achieve, and your important task, the activity that brings you closer to your attractive goals. Think about how little you gain from the temptation and how great are the long-term benefits of the important task. When you compare the long-term effects of both courses of action, it feels more natural to follow the valuable activity. To make it as easy as possible for you to successfully complete Step 3, you can memorize the following speech pattern: "If I do the important task now, it's much better, because." An example of Step 3 could be, "If I keep studying for the exam now, it's so much better because I'll get better grades, I'll have less stress about the exam, I'll have an easier time with all the upcoming exams, and I'll be more likely to get my dream job later." If you find it difficult to quickly list the benefits of your important task, it is a sure sign that you lack extrinsic motivation. In other words, your motivation would be much higher if you were aware of all the many benefits of your task. See this as an opportunity. Become aware of all the short, medium, and long-term benefits of all your important tasks. In this way, you will increase your extrinsic motivation and it will be much easier for you to overcome excuses later. By making yourself aware of all the benefits of an important task, the temptation away from it loses its attraction immensely. At the same time, you begin to generate substantial motivation for the right behavior. Although Step 3 sounds simple in theory, it can be challenging in practice, especially if you have little practice in disproving excuses. It can sometimes be very difficult to quickly come up with many benefits of an important task. Our reptilian brain is good at keeping our minds small and making us forget about benefits. Instead, it focuses us on the disadvantages of the task and the benefits of the temptation, but that's exactly why this step is so important. Here, we are training very effectively to control our reptilian brain and to live a self-determined life. Since step 3 can be challenging, especially in the beginning, it is vital to have compassion for yourself. It's okay if it takes you a few seconds to think of the first long-term benefit. Be happy when one comes to mind. Recognize that your reptilian brain is trying to keep you from doing it, and keep making yourself aware of the importance of disproving excuses. Step 4 is to list the disadvantages of the temptation. Most temptations are bad for our health, mood, energy level, and self-confidence. Temptations often lead to wasted time. When we waste our time, we don't become more successful in the process, and we may later resent the fact that we didn't use our time wisely. A life of bitterness, regret, and self-pity becomes more likely when we indulge in temptations. So, you see, it's easy to list the disadvantages of temptations. The problem is that as soon as excuses come up, the reptilian brain has made it easy for us to forget the disadvantages of a temptation. Steer against it here. Direct your attention to the disadvantages of the temptation so that it has an almost repulsive effect on you. To make it very easy to successfully perform step 4, memorize the following speech pattern: the temptation is stupid because. To increase your understanding of the procedure for disproving excuses, below are 3 examples. If you like, you can cover the disproof and try to come up with a disproof yourself. Excuse. I want to eat chocolate now, it's so delicious. Disprove. So what? If I eat an apple now, that's much better because it's healthy, it leads to a slim body, it's delicious, and I will build good eating habits. Eating chocolate is stupid because I gain weight, my skin looks worse, and I build bad eating habits. Excuse. I don't feel like working anymore. I think I'll take a break for now. Disprove. So what? If I keep working now until I'm done, it's so much better. Because I get so much more work done. If I keep going like this, I'll reach my ambitious deadline with ease, I can be proud of myself, and with this level of productivity I can accomplish incredible things. Quitting is stupid because I waste my potential, I build bad habits, and I'm disappointed in myself later. Excuse. I don't want to go to the event. There might be awkward situations. Disprove. So what? If I go to the event, it's much better because I meet new people, improve my social skills, and I might have fun. Besides, embarrassing situations often make the best stories. Staying home is stupid because I get used to living deep in my comfort zone and later, I look back on an uneventful life with regret. Step 5 is also essential. Here, motivation is generated by sending out motivating thoughts until you are significantly more motivated than before. As I said, any excuse can serve as a valuable signal that your motivation is low, and it is vital to re-establish your motivation. In the latter 3 steps we have made the excuse weaker and generated some motivation for one of our important tasks. But that is still not enough. Play it safe. Say motivational thoughts to yourself for at least 30 seconds. I can't stress enough how much it pays to become excellent at this skill. The habit of consciously thinking motivational thoughts regularly is extremely valuable for your entire life. There is no procedure quite like it. When you have mastered it, you have uncovered an almost inexhaustible source to increase your motivation directly, reliably, and sustainably whenever you want. 12. The Motivational Self-Talk. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Marcus Aurelius. This chapter is the heart of this book. I congratulate you for reaching this milestone. Here, you will learn how to increase your intrinsic motivation in a very direct way. There's a good chance that this will be the most valuable chapter for you in the entire book. All it takes is a willingness to apply the below content regularly. In a way, this procedure creates a mental button that you just push to increase your motivation. Much like your car picks up speed with a few hand and foot movements, this procedure creates motivation when you apply it. Whenever I notice that I lack motivation, or I would like to have more, I apply this method. I no longer have to wait until I have enough motivation on my own. Instead, I can independently generate as much motivation as I need to accomplish everything I set my mind to. This may sound too good to be true. I can only recommend that you try it because the best way to dispel doubts is to experience how easy it is to increase motivation. For this to succeed, however, you need both practice and the right expectations. The motivation you generate with motivational self-talk is not a quick motivational boost that comes fast and strong and quickly fades away. It's more like you have a little more motivation right away, but that little bit of extra motivation lasts for a few hours, and sometimes longer. At first, this may not sound like much of an improvement, but as you get into the habit of using this procedure frequently, your motivation will grow stronger and stronger over time. A high level of motivation becomes increasingly the norm, more and more a part of your identity. As mentioned at the end of the last chapter, it's all about saying lots of motivating thoughts to yourself. Many people would agree that what we think on a regular basis has a great influence on us. However, most people don't realize how big that influence is. They don't realize how powerful our thoughts really are. Everything we perceive is interpreted by our thoughts. Whether we see something as good or bad, we can only tell with the help of our thoughts. It is as William Shakespeare wrote, "There is nothing either good or bad but thinking makes it so." 68. When we have control over our thoughts, we also have control over the interpretation of our environment. You can do incredible things with this power. Any emotion can theoretically be strengthened or weakened. In this procedure, we focus on motivation and the resulting effect on our self-discipline and productivity. It should be obvious that if we think motivational thoughts regularly, it will be extremely helpful to our self-discipline in the long run. Many people are inhibited when it comes to changing their thoughts and believe they have no control over them. You could just as easily suggest that they change the weather. However, just because it is very difficult to have complete control over your thoughts doesn't mean you can't control them at all. If someone doesn't say something out loud just in their mind, they have created a thought. Any adult person can do that. It is simply a matter of habit and practice to regularly say the right thoughts to yourself in the right way. In the long run, we can therefore generate a great deal of motivation with motivational self-talk by adhering to the below 3 essential keys to success. 1. Regularity. You must come back to this procedure again and again. 2. The how. You must think the thoughts in the right way. 3. The what. You must think the right thoughts. To get used to sending out regular motivational thoughts, it's a good idea to set fixed times for it within your routines. For example, I practice motivational self-talk every day after drinking my 5th shake. I sit down on my couch with a specially created practice sheet and go through the entire process for about 4 minutes. Not only does each practice session increase my motivation, but I am also getting better and better at my ability to mentally increase my motivation in this way. With each practice session, I find it easier to come back to the process later whenever I need more motivation. In this way, one becomes truly free from temptations, bad habits, and laziness. You get the freedom to behave exactly the way you want to. Whenever I feel like I could use more motivation, motivational self-talk is my immediate response to that feeling. But even when I already have a lot of motivation, I am constantly sending out motivational thoughts. It's the regularity that makes this approach so powerful. The second key to success, the how, is also crucial. This is about your inner voice. Just as with disproving excuses, the way you talk to yourself will determine the success or failure of this procedure. It's vital to tell yourself motivational thoughts in a loud, deep, and determined voice rather than a soft, high-pitched, whiny one. And finally, the what. Of course, the content of your thoughts is extremely important if you want to motivate yourself. Many people have already realized this. They know that their thoughts have a substantial impact on them, but because they don't know what to tell themselves, they fail with this technique. They don't have a proven system they can follow to benefit from the enormous power of their thoughts. I am giving you such a system. It is the same system that I use all the time to motivate myself in my thoughts. The system consists of thought categories that are gone through every time in the same order. Thought categories refer to sentence starters that you can finish in relation to your personal goals. I applied much experimentation and improvement to arrive at this relatively simple system as I explain below. It pays hugely to become proficient in this procedure, so when you need more motivation, you have a clear pattern of behavior to follow. Just as a steady drip can make a hole in a stone, the steady application of this procedure can make you a person with extremely high self-discipline. Category 1, I am. This is the most universal and, for many, most helpful thought category of all because it directly addresses our self-perception. Many people do not realize how extraordinarily the idea of who we are influences our future behavior. For example, imagine someone who thinks of themselves as lazy. They secretly have the conviction, I am lazy. Can you imagine the damage this self-perception does to them? We humans tend to behave consistently with our own self-perception. Whatever being lazy means to this person will come naturally to them. The opposite thought, for example, I am self-disciplined, will seem foreign and strange to them. It directly contradicts their self-perception, so it will be very difficult for them not to slip into lazy behaviors. Self-disciplined behavior will seem strange and will be difficult. The motivation to be productive will be inhibited and the desire to be lazy will be encouraged by self-perception. Most people's self-perception is a total coincidence. Some are unlucky. Unfortunate external circumstances, such as a bad upbringing, bad teachers, bullying etc., and wrong conclusions can create a poor self-perception. Others are lucky. Good external circumstances and better personal conclusions have created a very good self-perception. However, it's unlikely any human being has perfect self-perception, which means that we can all improve at it and thus dissolve mental blocks and release our motivation. A very effective and simple way to optimize one's self-perception is to use conscious thoughts from this thought category. Self-perception is subjective. Within the scope of your thoughts, you can be who you want to be. Who decides whether you are a motivated, self-disciplined, and productive person? No one can determine that but you. In your self-perception, you can be whoever you want to be. If you want to take on the identity of a person with high motivation, self-discipline, and productivity, there's nothing stopping you from doing so. All it takes is to remind yourself regularly of your desired self-perception, and that's exactly what you do when you say thoughts from this category to yourself. By constantly reminding yourself of who you want to be, and pretending that you already are, you become more and more the person you want to be. Ask yourself, what qualities does the person I want to be have? Then tell yourself those qualities after saying, I am. Feel free to exaggerate a bit, but never be completely unrealistic. For example, if you say to yourself, I am a very motivated person, even though you feel only moderately motivated now, that's just fine. However, don't say to yourself, I am the most motivated person ever, because extremely exaggerated statements lose their impact. Of course, besides motivation, there are many other good qualities to make a part of your self-perception. Whatever qualities you need to achieve personal success, make them part of your identity. Even though some of the traits mentioned are not directly aimed at motivation, they can still help a lot in creating motivation. After all, most of the time we are much more motivated to do something when we believe ourselves to be competent at it. Conversely, motivation quickly fades when we feel that we cannot do something. So, start with this thought category. With practice, it should be easy for you to quickly list 5 to 10 helpful qualities. Without practice, it will probably take you a little longer. That's okay. You may need to take some time to think about which qualities you want to embody. That's okay, too. Shape your self-perception as you choose. Each round may be a little different. Over time, you'll get a good feel for which qualities you want to focus on most. However, immediately get into the habit of moving on to the second thought category right after you have completed the first. Examples of the first thought category might be, I am extremely motivated and self-disciplined. I am a productivity machine. I am a creative genius, communicative and confident. I am very athletic, lovable, and communicative. I am extremely happy, courageous, and successful. I am respected and liked by my peers. I am very good at my job. Category 2, I have great fun, or I love. Thought category 2 is the only category that has two potential sentence starters. Decide for yourself each time which beginning fits you better. Both are very similar in their effect and both are particularly strong in generating a powerful intrinsic motivation. As mentioned earlier, this form of motivation occurs when we are motivated to do something because we enjoy doing the activity. For example, someone might be motivated to play tennis because they like playing tennis. In many studies, intrinsic motivation has been shown to be, on average, stronger and more reliable than its counterpart, extrinsic motivation. 69. This is present when someone is motivated to engage in an activity because the activity entails or could entail a desirable outcome. Here, the person would play tennis because they are motivated to win a trophy, because they want recognition, or perhaps because they do it for a living. When people think of motivation, they usually think of extrinsic motivation. Instinctively, they motivate themselves in this way. For example, to motivate themselves for work, they think of the money they will earn and a promotion they want. To motivate themselves to play sports, they think of a better-looking body, and students often think of their parents' approval to motivate themselves to study. This is all extrinsic motivation. It can also be very powerful and helpful, but intrinsic motivation is much more so, especially in the long run. Extrinsic motivation has two major weaknesses that intrinsic motivation does not have. 1. Extrinsic motivation decreases rapidly as soon as the respective goal has been achieved. For example, if someone has motivated themselves to drive an expensive sports car, they will lose a lot of motivation when they can afford the car. Their original extrinsic motivation will only help them maintain the status quo. They are motivated not to lose the car, but not for anything more. Theoretically, it would be possible to set new goals that would regenerate extrinsic motivation, and while this is essentially the right thing to do, it still involves risk because it is highly questionable whether a new goal would generate the same level of extrinsic motivation as the old one. 2. Extrinsic motivation is very dependent on mood. When you are in a good mood, you are often extrinsically motivated. A good mood often leads to inspiration. You are motivated to become your best self and create a great life for yourself. When you are in a bad mood, extrinsic motivation often lets you down or is no longer present at all. When we are in a bad mood, we often just want the bad mood to stop. We have no extrinsic motivation left to pursue our big goals, because that often makes our mood even worse. This is exactly where intrinsic motivation differs significantly from extrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation is very powerful because it makes us much more likely to pursue our valuable activities, even when our mood is bad. Most extremely successful people, whether in business, the arts, science, sports, or many other fields, have always used intrinsic motivation as their primary source of motivation. It made the difference between success and failure for them. It helped them accomplish incredible things, sometimes moving all of humanity forward. When we are intrinsically motivated to pursue an activity, that activity does not worsen our mood, but conversely, improves it. When intrinsic motivation is directed toward actions that make us successful, we tend to pursue those actions repeatedly, even when we are in a bad mood, even if we have already achieved great goals. With it on our side, we do something because of the action itself and not its result. It does not diminish when we have achieved a goal, which means that in intrinsic motivation we can have an almost inexhaustible source of drive. It always helps us to become more successful, even if we are already very successful. In many cases, extremely successful people became so only because they love their important tasks. They have great fun with them. They enjoy doing them repeatedly, which is why they get better and better at them. As a side effect, they reap increasing rewards over time. Intrinsic motivation for the right behavior is one of the greatest secrets of extremely successful people. There are two good ways to create intrinsic motivation through thought. You can use them alternately or as you see fit. 1. I have great fun. 2. I love. Don't underestimate how helpful it is when you have great fun doing an important task or like it so much that you love it. Any thought along these lines creates, solidifies, and increases powerful intrinsic motivation. Examples might include, I have great fun working. I love to exercise. I have great fun learning. I love to grow and get better and better. I love eating healthy food. I have great fun reading educational books. Category 3, I can, with ease. Many people secretly think, or even say outright, that they can't do something. This may seem harmless, yet this belief can cost a lot of motivation. Why try something if I can't do it anyway, is the underlying theme here. Because of this, many people don't even tackle important things in their lives or are very inhibited when they are about to tackle them. The fear of failure, the fear of embarrassing themselves, and the fear of wasting their time on a hopeless endeavor has an extremely inhibiting effect. Conversely, those who adopt a strong conviction that they can achieve an attractive goal with certainty release a great deal of motivation through this conviction alone. Why shouldn't I just take it? I want it, I can do it, I will do it. This then becomes the underlying motto. Children are often a good example of this dynamic. They have not yet been indoctrinated that they can't do something, so they are often motivated to slip into many roles: professional athlete, doctor, policeman, rock star, superhero. There are hardly any limits in their minds, and that is why they are so often full of enthusiasm and motivation. Become more like a child in the things you can realistically achieve and want to achieve. By regularly repeating this third thought category, you create the strong conviction that you can achieve your most attractive goals and your great vision. You break down mental blocks and strong motivation emerges. This strong motivation then helps you achieve all your goals. Say to yourself, for example, I can achieve my weekly goals with ease. I can build great wealth with ease. I can build my dream life with ease. I can train to have a six-pack with ease. I can approach people and convince them to like me with ease. I can quit smoking with ease. I can accomplish my business idea with ease. I can find a great partner and have a great relationship with ease. Category 4, I deserve to. This thought category is about dissolving self-sabotage and thereby releasing motivation that already resides within you. Many people are not aware of how often they sabotage themselves. They make bad decisions and show little self-discipline because they secretly believe that they don't deserve great success. The feeling of not deserving something is a mental shackle with the power of no other. Conversely, those who believe they deserve something will almost always have much more motivation to go out and get it. For example, someone who believes they do not deserve wealth is much more likely to make decisions that will yield little money, and they are much more likely to lack the self-discipline necessary to build wealth. Some people believe this thought category is not significant and cannot help them much. They may not be aware of how much the unconscious belief that they don't deserve something is holding them back. In my belief, everyone can benefit greatly from this thought category. Self-sabotage is much more universal than most people realize. It's not just about wealth, money, and prosperity. Many people hold themselves back tremendously from living a phenomenal life by secretly believing they don't deserve a fulfilling relationship, real friends, great adventures, physical and mental fitness, and, quite simply, happiness. I know from my own experience how difficult it is to recognize self-sabotage. Almost all people tend to think of themselves as relatively perfect and look outside themselves for the reasons why their life is not optimal. It is very difficult to fully acknowledge that it is primarily us that stand in the way of our happiness and success. However, as soon as we become aware of this and actively work on regularly earning everything we want, a miracle happens. An enormous burden is lifted from us, and any progress towards a phenomenal life goes much more easily. Many people carry the belief that they don't deserve success from childhood and adolescence into adulthood. The closely related sense of guilt associated with success often stems from upbringing, culture, and religion. In many religious narratives, miracles happen only for the poor. In many stories, losers are the sympathetic main characters, while successful people are often portrayed as evil. This also creates self-sabotage. Although people would be able to do it with ease, they don't do the obvious thing that would give them happiness, fulfillment, and success more than anything else. They don't even start, give up early, are constantly putting things off, and ultimately settle for much less than they deserve. All because they secretly believe they don't deserve more. One of the biggest differences between successful and unsuccessful people is subtle. Successful people are willing to take success for themselves, while non-successful people push success away. If you act ethically, there is nothing wrong with simply taking success. If you are honest and an asset to society, there is nothing wrong with taking what you have earned. Of course, there is much more to becoming successful than resolving self-sabotage, but don't underestimate how great a negative influence self-sabotage can be. With very few exceptions, everyone suffers from it. Some more, some less. Self-sabotage can be an immense burden, but the more you dissolve it, the lighter the burden becomes and the more energy and motivation you suddenly have available. The best way I know to dissolve self-sabotage is to tell yourself repeatedly that you deserve your form of success. Whatever you want to have, be able to do, or be, tell yourself in this thought category that you deserve it. For example, you might say to yourself, I deserve to have a lot of money. I deserve to have a healthy, attractive body. I deserve to have a happy relationship with my partner and maintain many genuine friendships. I deserve to be able to work on my goals for a long time with high concentration, self-discipline, and motivation. Category 5, I expect, and I accept that. This final thought category is about listing all those hurdles that might prevent you from making progress on your goals. Remember how in the chapter Your Choice I talked about the price everyone has to pay to become successful? I wrote that it is extremely helpful to consciously choose to pay the price. Every time we go through this fifth category of thoughts, we choose to pay the price of success once again. Nothing negative surprises us when we are already expecting it. Nothing negative can seriously harm our drive, mood, and motivation if we have already accepted it. As a result, it becomes much easier to maintain the self-discipline necessary to achieve our goals. The illusion that success can be achieved without effort, courage, and commitment is anything but helpful. It may feel good in the short term to suppress future efforts, but this only makes everything harder because we are negatively surprised later. We need to anticipate future hardships so that we have made our peace with them before we make them. Peak performance becomes much easier, motivation lasts much longer, and virtually nothing can divert us from our optimal course. When negative circumstances surprise us, it is always difficult for our self-discipline. However, if we expect and accept everything that could theoretically be perceived as bad, we make it much easier for ourselves. Many mental blocks dissolve completely, there is no more inner conflict, and we can fully concentrate on performing our important tasks in the best possible way. Effort, time commitment, boredom, complexity, risk, embarrassment, fear, and pain are all hurdles that may lie in our path toward our attractive goals. Instinctively, many people try to suppress these negative aspects. They may even believe that doing so will protect their motivation. Perhaps they believe that suppressing these hurdles will make them more productive. However, it does just the opposite. Whether we want to admit it or not, these hurdles exist, but mostly they are far less bad than we fear. What's bad is our mental resistance to them. When we wish they weren't there, even though they are, we create mental resistance and make life difficult for ourselves. We create an inner conflict that costs a lot of energy, lowers our mood, and destroys motivation. Do not let this happen. Accept all the hurdles that stand between you and your goals. Always make the conscious choice to pay the price for success. The best way to do this is to use the fifth thought category. By accepting difficulties in advance, you very effectively reduce inner resistance, your natural motivation emerges, and you greatly facilitate your self-discipline. After starting your sentence, tell yourself at least one obstacle that stands between you and your goals. For example, you could say, I expect the work to be very stressful today, and I accept that. I expect to be nervous when I give the presentation on Thursday, and I accept that. I expect that distractions and excuses will try to take me away from my tasks, and I accept that. I expect to be tired when I want to exercise tonight, and I accept that. I expect I won't feel much like studying tomorrow afternoon, and I accept that. So these are the 5 categories of motivational thoughts. I can totally understand if that was a lot to take in, but you don't have to internalize them right away. It's enough to get you started if you have a basic understanding of them. If you practice regularly, that basic understanding will surprisingly quickly turn into a great deal of control over your motivation. To make it easier for you to practice motivational self-talk, I've created a practice sheet that I use every day, except Sundays, to practice motivational self-talk. You too can make practicing easy by printing out the practice sheet for free. Just go to danielhank.com/bonus. Especially in the beginning, it is important to work with this approach frequently so that it can be used reliably later. Practice the thought categories again right away. If you like, list all 5 in the correct order without peeking to the next page. 1. I am. 2. I have great fun, or I love. 3. I can, with ease. 4. I deserve to. 5. I expect, and I accept that. Try using the 5 thoughts to motivate yourself to achieve a specific goal. For example, if your goal is to build a business alongside your permanent job, your motivational self-talk might look like this: I am a motivated, self-disciplined, and productive entrepreneur. I have great fun developing and marketing a great product. I love working on my business in the evenings and on weekends. I can make great progress here with ease. I can help a lot of people with my product with ease, and I can make a lot of money with it in the long run with ease. I deserve to have great financial success. I deserve to have great self-discipline. I expect that working on my business will be uncomfortable, complex, and daunting, and I accept that. However, saying this to yourself once will do next to nothing. Such motivational self-talk must become a habit for it to bring the promised benefits. As mentioned at the beginning of the chapter, regularity is an essential key to success of this procedure. Whenever you have a minute to spare, you can use that time to get in the habit of motivational self-talk. If this sounds like too much work, think of the enormous benefits that regularly applying this procedure would have on your entire life. After a few years, your motivation and self-discipline will be extremely strong. There is no better way to achieve great self-discipline than by permanently changing your thinking. If you then apply the other procedures as well, there is very little that you cannot achieve in the long run. Time and time again it has been shown that we make the greatest improvements when we use many helpful procedures on a regular basis. It may be a little challenging at first, but once you are ready to pay that initial price, you will have taken a big step towards an extremely successful and happy life. Since it is difficult to gain control over your own thinking, especially in the beginning, I recommend using tools that will make the process easier for you. The best tool I know for this is my motivation workout, which I will share with you in detail later. If you master motivational self-talk, it will help you achieve any goal you set for yourself. I can't encourage you enough to go over these 5 thought categories repeatedly. With practice, it will become almost automatic. You realize you'd like to be more motivated, and boom, without hesitation you start motivating yourself with your thoughts. Once you have managed to install this mental mechanism, you will find it much easier to permanently maintain a high level of self-discipline and productivity. In addition to the 5 categories of thoughts, there are also closed sentences that can be very motivating. It could be something you read or heard once. It could simply be a thought that once crossed your mind and turned out to be very motivating. When you find a phrase like that, it's like finding treasure. Don't lose the treasure again, but write down the phrase and say it to yourself regularly to motivate yourself. A motivating sentence, thought once, brings as good as nothing, but many motivating sentences, thought regularly over many years, can move mountains. Below are 10 phrases I've written down over the years that have proven to be most motivating for me. 1. At any given moment, I am either making progress or I am regressing. There is no in between. 2. Only when it becomes demanding, does the work begin. Everything before that is just the warm-up. 3. I am made for all these challenges. It is my fate and my destiny to work at it and become successful. 4. The only thing I have to do is to be the best version of myself. Happiness and success will then come all by themselves. 5. If other people can do it, why shouldn't I be able to do it too? 6. Small improvements today make for gigantic improvements in the distant future. 7. I will never let down the people I love, that's why I try hard. 8. To become successful, I must behave like a person who deserves success. 9. Everything that is difficult at this moment is nothing but a test of my self-discipline. 10. In the future, I will look back on this time and I will be very proud of myself for working so hard to achieve my goals. I can only recommend that you memorize these motivational sentences. In addition to the thought category phrases, I also say these phrases to myself regularly and experience, every time, how they increase my motivation a little bit. When you've mastered your self-talk, it's like a superpower. By learning to send out motivating thoughts, you gain a great deal of control over your motivation, and thus over your self-discipline and productivity. Controlling your thoughts in this way is probably the hardest thing I will share with you in this book. So don't expect quick results at the beginning, rather look at it in the long term. If you get a little better at this skill every day, it will be a huge benefit to your life in the long run. 13. Dopamine traps. Average people have great ideas. Legends have great execution. Anonymous. Dopamine traps are everyday behaviors that harm our motivation, usually without us being aware of them. Falling into a dopamine trap ensures a greater release of dopamine. Since, on a biological level, motivation is nothing more than our craving for dopamine, dopamine traps cause our motivation to decline. 70. Our hunger for dopamine is satiated by the dopamine trap. If you want to constantly have as much motivation and self-discipline as possible, you should therefore avoid the below 3 dopamine traps. Dopamine traps seem harmless, but they are not. Classic dopamine activities like social media, TV shows, video games, and the like are usually especially damaging to our motivation because they usually cause an even greater release of dopamine. The difference between such obvious dopamine activities and dopamine traps is that dopamine traps are much less obvious in causing a dopamine release. Almost everyone regularly falls into at least one of the dopamine traps and thus damages their own motivation without even realizing it. The first dopamine trap is talking about one's goals and vision. When we tell others about what we want to do, it usually feels good. Not only are our goals an exciting topic of conversation, but we may also get useful tips and moral support from our listeners. Many people talk about their goals because they hope to receive praise and recognition, simply for setting ambitious goals. In any case, talking about one's goals releases dopamine, and as a result, the motivation to make real progress on those goals diminishes. A study by Gallwitzer et al. Demonstrates this vividly. 71. In the study, 2 experimental groups were formed. One group was asked to talk about their goals, the others were not. Subsequently, both groups were allowed to work on their goals if they wanted to. Those experimental participants who talked about their goals worked on them significantly less on average, and often not at all. This was in marked contrast to the participants who did not talk about their goals. The latter, on average, worked much more diligently on their goals. At the end of the study, those participants who talked about their goals were significantly more optimistic that they would achieve them, even though they had worked significantly less on them than the other group. Talking a lot about one's goals is a habit of amateurs. Perhaps they secretly suspect that they won't achieve their goals anyway. Maybe they instinctively try to squeeze as much credit as possible out of their ventures. Perhaps it dawns on them how difficult it is to achieve a challenging goal. Perhaps they feel that the rewarding feeling that comes from talking is comparable to the real feeling that comes from achieving the goal. It may be far from the real feeling, but because the amateur secretly believes that they will not achieve their goal anyway, but they experience at least a hint of the real experience through talking. This hint of success comes at a high price. It costs motivation and self-discipline, ultimately making it less likely that the amateur will achieve their goal. A true professional has no time to talk about their goals, they are far too busy achieving them. Some people perhaps instinctively feel that it would be sand in the gears of their motivation if they were to make a big deal about their goals. I don't need to get credit for something I haven't achieved yet, they may think. Others may argue that telling others about one's goals would create pressure and that pressure is motivating, trying harder because they don't want to be seen in a bad light by others. In reality, very few people are interested in someone else's goals, and even if they are very interested in your goals and keep asking you about them, it's doubtful that this creates healthy pressure that makes a difference. The bottom line is it's much more likely that talking about your goals costs you more motivation than you gain. So don't talk much about your goals, and only make an exception if it's necessary and useful, such as with a mentor, a coach, or a supporter who has received money from you and gets to keep it if you don't meet a goal. Think of paraphrases to use when you are forced to talk about what you want to do. Instead of talking about your big vision and long-term goals, you could talk about your daily goals. For example, instead of saying you want to run a marathon, you could say you want to jog today. Instead of saying you want to write a book or build a business, you could say you want to work on a personal project. This way, much less dopamine is released, and your motivation remains untouched. The second dopamine trap is fantasizing about achieving one of our big goals. When we vividly imagine achieving something great for a long time, it may feel very good. Paradoxically, in most cases, this fantasizing doesn't increase our motivation to achieve the imagination, rather it reduces it. Anyone who briefly imagines achieving a goal and then associates the imagination with the actions necessary to achieve it increases their extrinsic motivation. However, those who fantasize long and vividly about achieving the goal achieve just the opposite. Fantasizing releases a lot of dopamine, which causes the craving for dopamine to diminish, meaning only very large sources of dopamine will be motivating. However, achieving a goal almost always requires a lot of repetition of the same significant activities. In the long run, these repetitions can become boring, monotonous, and exhausting. Making progress may also release dopamine, but in their case the dopamine release is often not very large. Those who were previously fantasizing get used to a high dopamine release, so the comparatively low dopamine release of the important task is not very motivating. Recommending not imagining the achievement of one's goals in detail is contrary to what some authors have written. According to them, imagining the achievement of one's goals intensively and at length would increase one's motivation. For example, they say an athlete should focus on being presented with the trophy for winning a competition and lifting it into the air. For a very short time, this idea may indeed be motivating. However, if the athlete engages in the imagination for longer than about 10 seconds, the opposite process starts. So much dopamine is released in the brain that, when compared with the dopamine release of training, the training becomes increasingly unattractive. If the reptilian brain gets much more dopamine from fantasizing than from exercising, it will be much more inclined to continue fantasizing. But even if the athlete stops fantasizing about achieving their goals, they will be less motivated to train. Daydreaming has released so much dopamine that their brain has become accustomed to high levels of dopamine and is less inclined to exert effort to get the comparatively low release of dopamine from training. As a result, they enjoy exercising less, which makes them less motivated to give it their all. This then reduces the benefits of training, ultimately making it less likely that they will win. An athlete can satisfy their brain's craving for dopamine through training, but they can also satisfy it by fantasizing. Of course, only the training leads to success, while the second option not only wastes time, but also harms their motivation. In the chapter on visualization, you learned that we train our mind to perform an action when we visualize the action more often. However, an athlete doesn't need to train how to receive a winning trophy and lift it into the air. They can probably do that quite well without training. What really matters is getting into the situation of being presented with the trophy in the first place. What really matters is winning. But to win, we must love the process. We must be motivated for the action that makes us successful. For the athlete, that may primarily be training. For us, it may be work, learning, self-education, healthy eating, or exercise. That is why it is so important to focus on the process repeatedly when visualizing. We need to train our minds for the process. With the tremendous increase in clarity, we direct our motivation to our important activities. When we visualize the process, not the achievement of the goal, much less dopamine is released, and our motivation is not attacked. The third dopamine trap is setting extremely ambitious goals. This dopamine trap occurs when someone expects very high future performance from themselves, even though they have performed much worse in recent weeks. Let's say on an average day in the near past we performed at 40% of our potential. It would now be very unwise to set such ambitious goals that we would have to immediately live up to 100% of our potential to achieve them. Imagining yourself achieving great goals quickly or being so disciplined that you get a lot done in a very short time may feel great. Thinking, "I'll get all these challenging tasks done in the next few days," may generate enthusiasm, but unfortunately, extreme overnight performance gains are very unrealistic. This is especially true if they need to be sustained over a long period. Although we may feel briefly enthusiastic, particularly ambitious goals are detrimental to our motivation. The ambitious idea leads to a dopamine release, which satisfies our hunger for dopamine. But when the contrast between imagination and reality becomes clear and the person realizes what it really means to want to accomplish so much in such a short time, their enthusiasm disappears and with it their motivation. An unrealistic goal is worthless. Only realistic goals are useful. If you want to improve your performance, do it slowly. Be patient. Set new daily and weekly goals each week when you create your plan for the week, and you can be a little more ambitious each time. In the long run, this will allow for a big increase in performance and goals that are unrealistic today become realistic. The trick is to set new goals each week that are realistic yet challenging. To avoid misunderstandings, we need to know the difference between a goal and a vision. A vision usually lies long in the future. It may be very ambitious. In fact, it should be, because achieving it should have a great benefit for you and perhaps others. It may be much broader and less concrete than a goal. Your vision should motivate you and give you clear direction. It helps you tremendously by guiding you to make purposeful decisions. It is your North Star in the night. You don't alternate left and right, and you don't run in circles. Instead, you can follow your North Star to arrive at your vision as quickly as possible. The purpose of your goals is that they pave the way toward your vision. Use your vision as a guide when setting goals. Step by step, goal by goal, you will realize your vision. Goals must be much more concrete than a vision. It should always be clear what must happen for you to reach a goal, and it should also always be clear by when you have achieved that goal. Paradoxically, it often takes more courage to set a realistic goal than an extremely ambitious one, because with a very ambitious goal, the excuse, "I failed because I was too ambitious," is already built in. Failure at an overly ambitious goal is much easier to bear. It is much harder to endure failing at a realistic goal. Because when that happens, you must face unpleasant truths, such as, "It was because of me that I failed. I didn't put in the necessary effort. I failed because I didn't have enough self-discipline." Many people are afraid to face such unpleasant truths, so they develop a protective mechanism. They set goals that are either far too ambitious or far too easy. 72. However, maximum productivity is achieved only if we repeatedly set ourselves realistic goals that are also challenging. Surprisingly few people can do this. Their anxiety sabotages them constantly, often without them even realizing it. Many people run away from their fears, and this can ruin their entire lives. If we want to have as much motivation and self-discipline as possible, it is crucial that we deal with our fears. Being able to face them is essential for a life that is as happy and successful as possible. 14. Fear. Expose yourself to your deepest fear. After that, fear has no power, and the fear of freedom shrinks and vanishes. You are free. Jim Morrison. The most beautiful vacation I had while still in school was at a Spanish hotel resort. I was 17 years old and I felt like I was in paradise. The weather was gorgeous, the hotel was right on the ocean, and there was a delicious buffet 3 times a day. I spent a lot of time reading, relaxing, swimming, and playing soccer. But what I liked best of all was the theater in the evening. Before, I had never realized how entertaining theater could be, and I looked forward to every performance. The theater was mostly provided by the hotel staff. Every 2 weeks they performed the same play. However, every 2 weeks there was also a play where only the guest children could be the actors. A week before the performance there was a casting session. In a courageous moment, I decided to apply as an actor. Although I was no longer a child and far exceeded the average age, I was assigned a role. Maybe also because of my age they gave me the role of the villain. I played Tybalt in a modern version of Romeo and Juliet. During the following week I diligently practiced my role, but on the day of the performance I was extremely nervous. I had never been on stage before, my role was more demanding than I had initially thought, and I imagined all the children mastering the play while I forgot my lines and burst into tears on stage. 2 minutes before it started, we stood in a circle backstage. My nervousness reached a new height. Thinking about the 350 people in the audience, I started to panic. Suddenly, a mysterious man appeared and stepped into our midst. I would estimate him to be in his early 60s, with a half-bald head and his remaining hair at shoulder length. He kindly asked if we were excited. No one made any attempt to answer him. He looked us all in the eye, and when our eyes met, he seemed to understand what was going on, at least in my mind. I now expected him to encourage us along the lines of, "You'll be fine, everything will be okay." But what happened next took me completely by surprise, and I thought about it a lot in the years that followed. His smile began to widen, but it was a sad smile, as if he was thinking of a loved one who had died. Then he said, "Enjoy it. Excitement is the best part." I haven't felt excitement on stage in a long time, and I envy you guys. After the performance it didn't take long for me to find out who the mysterious man had been. I had seen him several times during the week, but it was only later that I remembered. I knew him from the theater. He was in almost every play and had also been in a solo play in which he alone entertained the entire theater for 90 minutes. My research revealed that he had been the manager of the entire hotel for several decades and had probably been on stage almost daily for the same. I began to realize why he said he no longer felt any excitement on stage. He must have seen and experienced just about everything there was to see and experience in his theater. Nothing could surprise him anymore. His immense experience must have eliminated any excitement and, of course, any fear. But according to him, this is not necessarily a good thing. Consciously or unconsciously, many people avoid their fears. They avoid fearful situations whenever they can. And if they can't help but get into a fearful situation, they try as hard as they can not to feel their fear. Either they think of something harmless, or they try to suppress their fear by using tools such as their cell phone. But what if all this is not good for them at all? What if the hotel manager is right and excitement is something to be enjoyed? What if fear is the best thing about challenging activities like acting? At first, these thoughts seemed absurd to me. I have always found fear and excitement very unpleasant, certainly not enjoyable. At least that's how it seemed to me. But as I thought about it, I realized that fear and excitement are what make many activities truly interesting. Adventure travel, bungee jumping, or roller coaster rides are a few examples, but also exciting movies, shows, and novels. We enjoy such a story primarily because we are afraid of something bad happening to a character we have grown to love. We automatically want to know what happens next, at least until the character is out of danger. Once that happens, fear often turns into joy and relief. People who are stuck in jobs without even a little anxiety often find their jobs boring and unfulfilling. Either they don't care about their own performance, or their job has become so easy for them that it no longer presents a challenge. In both cases, the lack of anxiety and excitement has made their lives worse, not better. What if we have given fear a much worse reputation than it deserves? What if fear is not a bad thing but, instead, a very good thing? What if we stop avoiding situations that scare us? What if we welcome and even embrace our fears more and more? In my experience, this can significantly increase our motivation and tremendously reduce procrastination. I am now convinced that if we welcome our fear with open arms, it is much easier for us to tackle important tasks, to follow through, and to perform at our best. When it comes to self-discipline, many people only think of battling against their comfort and laziness. They don't realize that self-discipline also has a lot to do with fear, and their habit of avoiding their fear is the real reason why they are procrastinating. They also don't realize that the significant activities that would bring the greatest progress in their lives are often also those that involve a lot of fear and excitement. You may now recognize that your fear has a great impact on your self-discipline and thus on your entire life. But what is the solution? You may ask. What is the saving technique? How can I conquer my fear? Well, this very thinking is the real problem. It's not about conquering or eliminating fear. What we need to do instead, and what can make a huge improvement, is change the relationship we have with fear. Anxiety and excitement are only bad and harmful if we see them as bad and harmful. For maximum self-discipline and productivity, we must stop making fear the enemy. Instead, we must start interpreting fear as a good thing. We must make it our friend. If we make fear the enemy, it has a paralyzing effect that feels extremely uncomfortable. If we make it our friend, its effect is empowering and much less unpleasant in the long run. Mental blockages crumble away and the motivation that exists within us emerges. Let's take high school and college students as an example. If doing well in an exam is important to them, they will inevitably be afraid of failing the exam. This is perfectly normal. When they first begin their preparation, say, 2 weeks before the exam, they are confronted with their fear. Painfully, they become aware of everything they don't understand and how poorly they would do on the exam with their current knowledge. The fear they feel while studying does not necessarily pose a problem for their self-discipline, but it can become one. The all-important question is, am I making my fear my enemy or my friend? When fear is the enemy, learning is a painful experience. The more we dismiss fear as negative and do not want to feel it, the more unpleasant the fear-provoking action becomes. Since the feeling when repressing fear is so unpleasant, in most cases, people will stop doing the fear-provoking activity and start procrastinating. Engaging with one's cell phone, television, computer, or friends suddenly feels like paradise. Compared with learning, procrastination seems like a blessing for the soul. Only when these high school and college students can no longer suppress their fear, even when procrastinating, often only 1 or 2 days before the exam, do they really start learning. They then learn a lot in a very short time. They are productive, not because productivity feels good, but because lack of productivity feels worse. That's not really a great situation. Not only do these students get worse grades this way, but their entire lives suffer because of their tendency to suppress fear. If they made fear their enemy, they would probably be much more successful and also find life easier. If they made fear their friend, everything would be different. It would be much easier to study regularly. Fear may still feel uncomfortable, but it's much more bearable in the long run if students are willing to feel it. By making this shift in their mindset, fear no longer sabotages their performance and begins to be supportive. It starts a fire within, a fire that, while uncomfortable, provides a great deal of motivation, energy, focus, and stamina. People who don't want to feel their fear tend to avoid any activity that creates it, even when the activity would advance their lives more than anything else. They want something badly, so they are incredibly afraid of failing at it. When the realization that they are doing poorly on an important goal presents itself, it scares them. Since they are in the habit of suppressing their fear, they put it off. Not only in small things but also big things, many people strive to avoid their fear as much as possible. As mentioned at the end of the last chapter, it's common to either set such extremely ambitious goals that it is not especially painful to fail, or set such child's play goals that the likelihood of failure, and thus fear, approaches zero. People also dodge their anxiety by avoiding unpleasant situations. For example, they avoid unpleasant conversations with their partner, boss, or family member. They also often choose friends, partners, and professions that are below their level and thus avoid the fear of being left, criticized, or fired. Whatever scares them, they avoid it, and their whole life suffers. Sooner or later, they look back on their lives and realize that they haven't come close to living up to their potential because they've been constantly running away from their fear. Very successful people don't generally have less anxiety than unsuccessful people, but they deal with it differently, and that alone makes a huge difference. By not repressing their fear but being willing to feel it, they have a huge advantage. They gain the freedom to do all the things that scare them. You, too, can bring this tremendous advantage into your life. All you must do is be willing to feel your fear whenever it is there. Welcome it, be happy about it. Tell yourself that your fear is a good thing and that it will help you become happier and more successful. This is not a simple mental trick, it is the truth. Those who welcome their fear as something good gain more than just the freedom to do what they are afraid of, because it is not a necessary evil that you simply have to endure. It can give you a big advantage over all those who still make fear their enemy. Fear can greatly enhance your performance. If you feel it willingly, it often acts as a bonus to your performance. Fear can greatly increase your motivation, self-discipline, and, thus, productivity. Once, a professor gave me the following feedback after an important presentation: "I've never said this to a student before, but the way you just gave that presentation was perfect. Together with 3 other students, I presented a project we had been working on for the last 6 months. It was like a final exam, and the grade had a significant impact on the overall degree grading. In the minutes before the presentation, I could read the tension on my fellow students' faces. I was also very scared, but unlike me, the others tried to suppress their fear. 2 were distracting themselves with their cell phones, and the third was frantically going through his presentation slides. I did neither. Instead, I closed my eyes, slowed my breathing, and focused on my fear. It felt like 1,000 little pinpricks in my stomach area. It wasn't exactly pleasant, but I let myself go with it because I knew it would pay off in the presentation, and I was right. I presented much better than I had in any of the mock presentations. The reason was that I felt much more fear in the actual test, and that fear helped me do my best. Instead of paralyzing me, it fired me up. During the presentation, I still felt my fear, but it was much less uncomfortable than before. Instead of bothering me, it constantly reminded me of the importance of giving my best performance. It kept me focused, gave me tremendous energy, and increased my confidence. It was exactly the opposite with my fellow students. They instinctively repressed their fear, and it had a paralyzing effect. Their presentation style was much worse than in the previous trial presentations. They forgot things they wanted to say, they kept saying, and they misspoke more often. One spoke way too fast, another spoke way too softly, and all 3 were visibly nervous. This is another paradox of fear. Those who feel it and welcome it often do not look as if they are afraid, but outsiders can easily recognize that their counterpart is nervous. There are several explanations why welcoming fear has such a powerful ability to improve performance. Fear and excitement are strong emotions, and emotions are, ultimately, nothing more than strong energy. It's hard to deny that having strong energy reserves is helpful for performing well. This also explains why we feel so much anxiety about goals that are very important to us and that we desperately want to achieve. Our reptilian brain gives us the energy we need to achieve the goal. With fear, it tells us, "Don't screw this up." And at the same time, with fear, I'm giving you the energy to achieve your goal in the best way possible. As mentioned at the beginning, the reptilian brain is primarily a survival mechanism. With a model of the world at its core that has not changed for millions of years, it wants to ensure our survival. It does not understand our modern world. When we desperately want to achieve a goal, it seems to our reptilian brain that our lives are at stake if we do not do so. For example, in the Stone Age, a goal we desperately want to achieve would be to escape a predatory cat that is chasing us. Of course, we would be afraid in such a situation, but fear is not a bad thing here. Having a lot of fear gives us energy, which helps us to run away as fast as possible, which in turn maximizes our chances of survival. To ensure our survival, our reptilian brain knows only 2 procedures: flight or fight. If you suppress your fear, you signal to your reptilian brain that you have decided to flee. In our modern world, however, this does not mean fleeing from a predatory cat, but fleeing from important tasks and unpleasant situations. We flee from our vision, from our dreams and long-term goals. We flee from hard work, learning, exercise, healthy habits, important conversations, and significant decisions. We start procrastinating and living a life far below our potential. All because we have made fear our enemy. Our reptilian brain sabotages us. It removes our energy and makes it very uncomfortable for us to follow our important tasks. After all, it's set up for flight, not fight. It cannot understand why you are still not fleeing, so it tries to make you. Conversely, when we feel and welcome fear, we signal to our reptilian brain that we have chosen to fight. From its point of view, we are now dealing with an attacker who wants to kill us. Naturally, it will now put everything on the line to ensure that we emerge victorious. Thus, by welcoming our fear, we are not only minimizing procrastination, but we are also putting ourselves in a position to perform at our best. Fear may be unpleasant, but as soon as the reason for it has dissolved, the unpleasant feeling swings into a very pleasant one. Immediately after circumstances change, fear becomes joy and relief. Energy remains energy. It is not lost, it just changes color. Once we have overcome our fears, we feel extremely good and alive. People who feel unhappy, listless, and empty have, in many cases, made fear their enemy. They have created a golden cage of security and comfort for themselves, thinking that this is what they need to be happy. The truth, however, is that happiness, fulfillment, aliveness, and enthusiasm can be found on the other side of fear, outside the comfort zone and outside the golden cage. Welcoming fear is not just a strategy for tough nuts. Just about anyone can become significantly more successful and happier if they make anxiety a permanent friend. There are already several studies that indicate that unpleasant emotions like fear and excitement can be good for you. 73. Stanford professor Kelly McGonigal has been pointing this out for years. In her book, The Upside of Stress, she writes that over 100 studies have come to the same conclusion: stress is destructive, right up until the moment we believe it's not. The best way to deal with stress, therefore, is not to try to reduce or avoid it, but to think differently about it and even welcome it. 74. In a 2012 Harvard University study, two comparable groups of participants were given different presentations. In the first group, the professor described, among other things, real study results that described why welcoming stress was good for one's performance. The second group was given completely opposite information. They were presented with the results of fake studies that said it was best to ignore stress. Then, the participants of both groups were asked to give a presentation about their strengths and weaknesses. They had to give the talk in front of two experts, both of whom were instructed to be as critical as possible. At the end, their presentation style was evaluated. The first group did significantly better because they viewed the lecture more as a challenge and less as a threat. 75. Reducing stress, fear, and excitement doesn't work, and even if it did, it would help significantly less than simply adopting the belief that stress, fear, and excitement are beneficial to performance. Not only is this significantly easier than trying to reduce emotions, but you also benefit from getting a boost in any activity that triggers stress, fear, and excitement. This is not simply a subjective observation but has clear measurable benefits. It has been proven that while we are stressed, the neurotransmitter DHEA is only released in high amounts when we see stress as something positive. 76. DHEA is a neurosteroid. Just as testosterone is a steroid for our muscles, DHEA is a steroid for our brain. Just as testosterone makes our muscles more powerful, DHEA makes our brain more powerful. 77. DHEA also counteracts the negative effects of the two stress hormones cortisol and adrenaline. Over a longer period and in high intensity, these two hormones can have very negative effects. 78. But this is only true if DHEA does not hold a candle to them. So, by simply adjusting your thinking and belief system and seeing stress, fear, and excitement as positive, you can take on almost superhuman abilities. 79. Sometimes, I forget this, and I fall back into bad habits. In the meantime, however, I am in the habit of quickly recognizing whenever I make stress, fear, and excitement my enemies. I quickly tell myself, stress is good, fear is good, or excitement is good. I say this to myself while focusing on the relevant emotion in my body. About 5 years ago, I was invited to a job interview that was very important for my career at the time. There was a lot at stake for me, so I was very afraid of making a bad impression. Although I should have known better, I suppressed the uncomfortable feeling in my stomach. I made stress, fear, and excitement my enemies. The result was that I did not make a good impression, at least at the beginning. I came into the room looking at the floor. Then I remembered that looking at the floor doesn't make a good impression, so I quickly raised my head, and just as I was looking one of the two people in the eye, it happened. I started to stumble and almost fell. It was really embarrassing. However, that was all I needed to realize my mistake and to fix it. I quickly said to myself in my mind, fear is good, and simultaneously concentrated on the huge fear in my stomach. Suddenly, everything changed. I was completely myself again. I could think clearly, and I looked calmly into the eyes of the two interviewers. Felt my fear throughout the interview, but instead of paralyzing me, it began to help me. Energy flooded through my body, my mind was completely focused, and, paradoxically, the fear made me feel confident. What's the worst that could happen? I'm already scared, aren't I? Was my underlying mantra. By the end of the conversation, I felt extremely happy. My fear was gone, I got what I wanted, and I kept my cool the whole time. All because I welcomed my fear instead of suppressing it. Most people are capable of much more than they know, but they don't know it because they are constantly living in conflict with their emotions. To change that, you can begin to see stress, anxiety, and excitement as beneficial and embrace them whenever they come into your life. But don't stop there. Consciously seek out meaningful tasks and goals that evoke fear in you. Don't be afraid of fear, be grateful when it comes to visit you. It gives you energy and can improve your performance tremendously. Many people will be impressed if you remain calm in fearful situations. You'll be more productive because you'll procrastinate less when you make your fear your friend. When your fear can't stop you, virtually nothing can. Your life can become even more exciting and worth living. You feel more alive, your motivation stays high, your self-discipline continues to grow, and your life just keeps getting better. All because you let your fear help you instead of fighting against it. 15. Mood. Procrastination is an emotion regulation problem, not a time management problem. Tim Pychyl. Most books, videos, and lectures on the subject of self-discipline ignore the great importance of a good mood. One of their core statements could be formulated as follows. It doesn't matter if you feel bad and are unmotivated. If you have strong willpower, you don't need motivation or a good mood. If you have strong willpower, you can be productive whenever you want. The truth is that willpower alone does not work for most people. You'd need the willpower of a Navy SEAL or a Shaolin monk. Therefore, as written at the beginning, it is better for almost everyone to focus on motivation rather than willpower to build strong self-discipline. Some people prefer to focus on willpower rather than motivation because they think of willpower as a muscle that they can train and of motivation as volatile. Motivation may indeed be volatile, but that is only because they have not learned to direct and increase it. Willpower may indeed be like a muscle, but muscles unfortunately grow slowly and only with great effort. Exercising the willpower muscle means exposing yourself to unpleasant situations voluntarily and regularly. Most people cannot do this. For example, most people would not take an ice-cold shower for 5 minutes every day, even though this would significantly increase their willpower muscle in the long run. Learning to control one's motivation, on the other hand, is much less unpleasant. It is comparable to learning a simple foreign language. Anyone can do it if they spare a little time each day to practice. Before that, however, we must follow the procedures in this book and never forget the procedures for optimizing our mood. Our mood is very closely related to our motivation. The following statements are almost always true. The better our mood, the higher our motivation for our valuable activities. The better our mood, the easier it is for us to do the right thing. Some studies suggest the close relationship between mood and self-discipline. Wink with a frown. 80. Others suggest the close relationship between mood and performance. 81. But even without scientific evidence, I find this makes intuitive sense. The better we feel, the more we are eager to manifest this inner success through external successes. For example, think back to the last few days and weeks. While you were displaying above-average self-discipline and productivity, how good was your mood? During the times when you spent more time and concentration on your important tasks than usual, weren't you also in a better-than-average mood? Conversely, at times of low productivity, maybe you were even procrastinating. Wasn't your mood also worse than usual? When someone is in a bad mood, they have no interest in manifesting their emotions externally. Instead, they simply want to forget the bad emotions as quickly as possible. Often, any means will do, even if it is bad for them. Video games, television, alcohol, parties, drugs, and the like are often used to numb a bad feeling inside. Invariably, this is at the expense of self-discipline, productivity, happiness, and success. Since people tend to distract themselves to override their emotions when they are in a bad mood, they waste a lot of time and energy that they no longer put into activities that would truly enrich their lives. A study, 82, by Shira Pollack and Joanna Hirsch shows that if someone is procrastinating today because of a bad mood, this increases the likelihood that they will procrastinate again the next day. For most people, procrastination does not improve one's mood, instead one can feel like a failure afterwards. Why am I just wasting my valuable time when I have so many important things to do? They may ask themselves. The following is often true. The worse our mood, the less motivation we have. The less motivation we have, the less productive we are. The less productive we are, the worse our mood. So, a bad mood can create a vicious circle. One's mood can make everything harder or easier. When we understand this, we start to value a good mood more highly. If you consider only today, your mood may make but a small difference in your life, but if you look at the next 20 years, the impact of your mood will be huge. Fortunately, there are a few simple and effective procedures for this. Used regularly, they can make substantial differences to your mood. It can pay off big for you to be strategic in applying the procedures. Be willing to take steps today that will have an impact on your mood a few days from now. Almost no one does this. Almost everyone underestimates the great influence of a good mood on motivation, self-discipline, productivity, and success, or believe they can only have a good mood in their free time, while working on goals is automatically associated with a bad mood. They don't realize how helpful a good mood can be for their performance. Several procedures are available that can have a great impact on your mood, allowing you to influence it, without counterproductive side effects. If you can master these procedures, you will have a great advantage over most of the population. You see, most people's moods are almost entirely dictated by outside influences. Instead of taking responsibility, instead of ensuring as good a mood as possible, a person's mood is like a leaf in the wind, turned bad by a traffic jam, bad weather, or an unfriendly gesture. If time pressure, fatigue, hunger, a mishap at work, or a quarrel are added to the mix, a person's mood is usually completely ruined. Minor things, such as standing at a slow checkout in the supermarket, or waiting at a red light, are often enough to noticeably lower the mood of many people. They don't realize that they are allowing a completely trivial event to significantly reduce their mood and hence their motivation and self-discipline. A bad mood is bad and a good mood is good for motivation. So, if you want to always live up to your potential, you must become skilled at keeping your mood high. We can thus indirectly create motivation by learning to raise our mood. Part 2 of this chapter is about sustainably boosting your mood. Part 1 is just as important. It's about protecting your good mood. If you're good at it, negative external influences will affect you much less. Mood protection. Below are 5 procedures that will allow you to protect your mood. A good mood will stay good, and a bad mood will at least not get worse. In the long run, these procedures can make a big difference to your mood, motivation, self-discipline, and productivity. Procedure 1 is the most crucial. If you get into the habit of this procedure, you will have a mental shield. It doesn't matter what is about to worsen your mood, you can use this procedure to defend yourself against it. Whenever an apparently bad thing happens that would normally drag down your mood, simply ask yourself the following question. What can I learn or train myself with here? As soon as you realize there is a learning experience in the apparently negative situation or it enables you to train in a valuable skill, you have successfully applied the procedure. Your attention is no longer focused on negativity, there is at least one positive aspect. This small change in your viewpoint makes a big difference. The apparently negative event begins to feel valuable, helpful, and necessary. Maybe you will even feel gratitude for being able to learn or train at something. I am convinced there is nothing so bad that you can't also find a good side. Sure, sometimes negative aspects far outweigh the positive, but, even in extreme cases, you can always learn or train at something. As mentioned earlier, nothing is more important to the powerful reptilian brain than ensuring our survival, so it constantly makes us alert for dangers and pay a lot of attention to potential threats. The problem is that the reptilian brain classifies unimportant trivialities and negative events that are irrelevant to our daily lives as potential threats. By nature, therefore, our brain tends to pay much more attention to anything negative than to anything positive. Of course, this is anything but good for our mood. The default settings of our brain are against us. Bad things worsen our mood much more than good things improve it. To protect our mood, we need to update our brain and optimize its default settings, and we can do this by repeatedly focusing on the positive aspects of negative situations. The simplest way to accomplish this is to ask, what can I learn or train at here? By answering this question just before something would normally affect our mood, we protect ourselves and our mood and motivation remain intact. Among other things, I have used this procedure with rude comments, red lights, inconsiderate drivers, my car breaking down, unexpected cancellations, annoying advertisements, injury, illness, attempted fraud, bad decisions in general. I could always learn something or train at something. For example, I learned how to react better to unfriendly comments and how to deal with a car breakdown. I was able to train at, for example, composure, resilience, creativity and, of course, how to direct and increase my motivation. Procedure 2 entails asking a question at the right moment. However, this procedure is not about recent events, rather major negative events from the past or negative periods of life. It's about negative things that have become so etched in your mind that they still drag your mood down when you remember them. It could be a bad illness, an accident, a bad relationship or breakup, bullying, bad teachers, parents, friends, relatives, or acquaintances. If there is something in your past that is still bothering you today, this procedure is golden. Used regularly, you can permanently change your interpretation of the negative thing. This helps you let go of it so your mood, motivation, and self-discipline are no longer attacked by it. To use procedure 2 correctly, we need to allow a few minutes and move to a calm, quiet place. Then, think about the negative situation, and ask yourself the question. How can this thing be the best thing that ever happened to me? Think about your answer peacefully. Did the event make you a better person? Did the event perhaps set you on a path that you still benefit from today? Would you be here now with all your knowledge, friends, and success without this life event? Don't talk yourself into anything. Instead, open yourself up to the possibility that this is the best thing that ever happened to you. Alternatively, ask yourself, if it's the best thing that ever happened to me, why? By slowly recognizing that the event has many positive qualities, and could even be the best thing that ever happened to you, the harmful effect on your mood begins to dissipate. It becomes easier for you to accept everything negative about it because you can weigh it against the many positive aspects. The next time thoughts about the life event come up, you can simply focus on the positive aspects you've figured out, thus protecting your mood. One of the best things that ever happened to me was struggling with a lack of discipline and achieving far too little of my potential. Without this, I would never have been willing to put so much time and energy into my lifelong education and the subject of self-discipline. Without my lack of discipline, I would never have written this book. Without my struggles, you and others would not be able to benefit from my knowledge and experience. I believe many people feel the same way without realizing it. They demonize an accident, a mistake, a breakup, a bad decision, an illness, or a phase of their life without considering the possibility that it was the best thing that ever happened to them. Procedure 3 is finding creative ways to do less of the things that hurt your mood. Whatever activity is bad for your mood, ask yourself, can I leave it out? Can I delegate it? Can I reduce the amount of time spent on it? Can I change it so it is less damaging to my mood? Sure, some activities are so significant that we can't just omit, delegate, reduce, or change them. However, most people engage in a surprising number of activities that unnecessarily worsen their mood. Maybe it's the same for you. Is there an activity that harms your mood without justifying its benefits? Perhaps you habitually engage in a behavior without ever having thought about whether you could eliminate, delegate, reduce, or change it. To inspire you, here are a few examples. News on television, radio, and the internet is often a mood killer. It is almost always negative. News agencies do this primarily out of a financial interest. They know the survival instinct of the human brain contributes enormously to the fact that many people are captivated by negative reports. They don't care that readers' and viewers' moods suffer as a side effect. So it is up to us to take responsibility and ask ourselves whether we are perhaps consuming more news than is optimal. Many people don't feel like vacuuming regularly, and this forces them into a dilemma. If their floor gets dirty, their mood suffers, but if they start vacuuming, it worsens their mood. The solution is simple. Robot vacuum cleaners are more affordable than ever these days and can take a lot of the unpleasant cleaning work off your hands. Many people regularly compare themselves with those who have more, can do more, or look better than them. What sounds like harmless behavior is often a major, permanent mood killer. Especially on social media, many people brag about their possessions, skills, or looks, but appearances are often deceiving. Most are not nearly as rich, talented, or good-looking as they make themselves out to be. But even if they really are superior to you right now, what's the point in looking if your mood suffers because of it? The solution is simple. Reduce the time you spend on social media and don't compare yourself with other people. Don't put successful people on a pedestal. All that separates them from less successful people is time, good strategies, and self-discipline. Shopping for groceries can be a mood killer, yet people shop once a week or even more often. If meals were planned better, shopping could be done less often. Or you could do online grocery shopping, perhaps having meal subscription boxes or through a grocery store's website with a delivery service. The purchase could be saved online, a few clicks could repeat it. If you're in education, in school, or perhaps aiming for a professional exam, studying might be a mood killer. There is a widespread belief that you must simply study a lot if you want good grades. What many people forget is how you learn makes a big difference. If you start learning faster, you not only reduce learning time, but also increase the fun. After all, learning is much more fun when we make rapid progress and are rewarded with good grades. The more fun something is, the less it damages our mood. Many people would learn much faster if they memorized their most important learning material with flashcard apps as early as possible. Perhaps people around you are often in a bad mood and infect you with it, or somehow manage to make you feel bad repeatedly in one way or another. Avoid such people as much as you can. They are almost never worth spending much time with. Break the habit of being with them. Procedure 4 is next. Remember how I wrote at the beginning of the book that a dopamine release becomes significantly stronger when the reason for it is surprising? Well, this has been shown to work in reverse as well. When something surprising and bad happens, it feels significantly worse than if we had expected the bad event beforehand. From this we can derive the fourth procedure. Expect and accept unpleasant events. Instinctively, most people avoid unpleasant tasks, activities, and scenarios. At first, this may seem like the right strategy to protect one's mood, but when the negative event arrives, it becomes clear that suppressing the mood was more damaging. For example, pretending a work task doesn't exist because you don't want to do it does you no favors. When it is time to do the task, your mood drops much more than if you had expected and accepted it. Nothing is good or bad, only our thoughts make it so. It is only by begrudging future tasks, activities, and events that they harm our mood. However, looking the unpleasant thing straight in the eye and expecting it, and making the mood killer harmless by accepting it, our mood remains untouched. This applies not only to stressful tasks but also to any event that causes anxiety. By expecting and accepting, we maintain control and our motivation, self-discipline, and productivity remain high. I have integrated this procedure into my work routine. Every workday from 7:30 to 7:40 a.m. I look at my weekly and daily plans. Not only do I optimize my planning at this time, not only do I visualize how I will perform the upcoming tasks with high motivation, self-discipline, and productivity, but I also prepare myself for any upcoming tasks that are unpleasant and demanding. By expecting and accepting this, my mood remains unaffected, and the exact implementation of my plans is easy. Procedure 5 is very similar to Procedure 4, but instead of expecting and accepting a future unpleasant event, this one is all about procrastination. The fifth procedure is: accept it completely if you were, or are, procrastinating. For some, this procedure may not make sense. If you accept your own procrastination, you will go on procrastinating forever, they may say, intuitively believing that regret, anger, and bitterness are much better ways to restore self-discipline. If I feel bad about procrastinating, I'll stop procrastinating, that's their logic. However, that's not how the human psyche works. For strong motivation, self-discipline, and productivity, a good mood is extremely helpful. Emotions such as regret, anger, bitterness, and judgmental self-talk are exactly the opposite of what a procrastinator needs. 83. All these make one's mood, and thus one's self-discipline, even worse. High motivation and productivity are much more likely to be restored when we begin to radically accept procrastination. The following could be a helpful self-talk. Yes, I was procrastinating. It's been fun. I guess I needed the break and I certainly deserved it. However, I also deserve to be successful. That's why I now fully accept that I was procrastinating. I will check it off and get back on track. Acceptance, forgiveness, and compassion cut like a knife through any time wasting. Empathize with yourself. Accept when you are, or have been, procrastinating. Don't be sad about the wasted time, rather focus on all the time you can still use. At the risk of sounding cheesy, love yourself. This way, it's much easier to continue productively after you've wasted time. Without acceptance, many people can sink into a vortex of time wasting. Procrastination leads to a bad mood, which leads to more procrastination. Don't let this vicious cycle hold you captive. Instead, accept procrastination, motivate yourself, get the path of least resistance on your side, then follow your clear plan. If you follow this pattern repeatedly, procrastination will soon be a thing of the past. You will become more disciplined, more productive, and more successful in the long run. Mood improvement. Next are 5 procedures for improving your mood. As mentioned above, this indirectly increases your motivation, self-discipline, and productivity. Procedure 1 is exercise. Many people turn to painkillers, alcohol, or even drugs to improve their mood, although they could probably do much more by simply exercising intensively. In the same way as after taking artificial substances to improve our mood, our blood is full of happy hormones after exercise. 84. We don't need artificial substances. Everything is already available in our bodies to significantly improve our mood. 85. But, unlike painkillers, alcohol, or drugs, there is no mood low after the mood high from exercise. Physical activity also has no side effects, quite the opposite is true. In addition to improved mood, exercise boosts the immune system, makes us look better, helps us relax, gives us greater self-confidence, strengthens the cardiovascular system, and much more. 86. There is little that has as many benefits as exercise. Often, the effect on one's mood of a single exercise session can still be felt days later. Or, to put it another way, we would be in a slightly worse mood if we hadn't done any exercise days before. For me, it's almost like a reflex. Whenever I'm in a bad mood for an extended period, I ask myself, when did I last exercise? And I often realize that I've neglected my workout program. Of course, I immediately know what to do to be in a better mood again. After my workout routine, it usually only takes 10 to 20 minutes and I notice clearly how much my mood has improved. A relaxed contentment sets in. Optimism spreads and the motivation for my important tasks grows. Sport is a true miracle cure that has never failed to improve my mood. You don't need to go to your physical limits to benefit from the great advantages, but you should work up a sweat, and your workout should not be shorter than 10 minutes. Regularity, however, is much more important than intensity. Some people go jogging for 2 hours at a time and then don't do any more exercise for the next 3 weeks. Others go to the gym every day for a week and then don't exercise at all for 2 months. All of this is something we should avoid at all costs. It is not necessary to exercise 6 times a week, but it should be at least twice a week, permanently. Exercise is also for people who have done very little and would not describe themselves as athletic. If this is you, use the procedures from this book to direct and increase your motivation towards exercise. For example, remove all distractions from the space you will use to exercise and schedule your session firmly into your schedule and repeatedly tell yourself something like, I am athletic. I have great fun exercising. I can exercise regularly with ease. I deserve to have a well-toned body. I expect it to be exhausting to exercise regularly, and I accept it. In the beginning, consciously aim for very short sessions so it is easy for you to build a strong exercise habit. After a few weeks of regular training, slowly increase your load. For a total beginner, 10 squats, 10 push-ups, and 10 sit-ups would be a good start. Do this program every day before you shower. This way, you'll build a valuable habit with minimal effort, and your average mood level will improve. Procedure 2 is to generate gratitude. If we do this regularly, our average mood level increases tremendously in the long run. When we generate gratitude, it feels like other people, fate, chance, external circumstances, and the like are good to us. We experience it as if we have received a great gift and, of course, this feels good, we feel happy, and our mood improves. To create a huge effect on our average mood level, we must actively generate gratitude over and over again, which will make our mood keep improving and will indirectly increase our motivation, self-discipline, and productivity. Unfortunately, very few people are willing to take their destiny into their own hands and start actively generating gratitude. Some people believe gratitude has no practical benefit for their goals, or that gratitude is not something they can actively bring about, that it must come on its own. The truth is that gratitude can confer a great benefit on our self-discipline and productivity, and that we are very capable of actively evoking it. 87. Nothing is good or bad, only our thoughts make it so. It could be that someone receives a terrific gift, but because they take the gift for granted, they are not grateful for it. On the other hand, a person might feel deep gratitude for the seemingly smallest things in life. The beauty of nature, that the sun rises in the morning, that a friend comes to visit, that we live in safety, that we are healthy, that we don't have to suffer hunger, or simply that we are alive. All could be sources of deep gratitude if we actively focused our attention on them. But most people tend to feel gratitude only when they do not take something for granted. As increasingly great things in our modern world become more taken for granted, people tend to become more and more unhappy. Hardly anything can surprise them positively anymore, so they rarely feel gratitude and miss many opportunities to improve their mood. Another problem is, once again, our reptilian brain. Since it is extremely concerned with ensuring our survival, it instinctively pays a lot of attention to possible dangers. Naturally, the focus on possible dangers lowers our mood. The reptilian brain would never think of paying attention to something good on its own. If the reptilian brain could speak, it might say, "Why should I focus on what is good? The good is already good. It doesn't need to be changed, and therefore doesn't need my attention." The reptilian brain does not realize that by focusing on perceived dangers, our mood continues to decline and thus our self-discipline and our entire life suffers. Since many good things are taken for granted in our modern society, and since our reptilian brain tends to focus our attention on bad things, our gratitude is severely challenged. On its own, gratitude rarely arises in most people. Much potential is lost in this way. The solution is to update our brain so that it perceives many more positive things. We need to get into the habit of repeatedly focusing our attention on things for which we are grateful. Over time, we build up a habit, and our brain will increasingly direct our attention to things we are grateful for. When we have updated our brain in this way, we regularly feel more gratitude without prompting. But what specifically can we do to update our brain? The answer is simple. Get in the habit of regularly listing 10 things in your mind for which you are grateful. 10 may seem like a lot, but, with practice, it will probably be easy to complete. If you find it difficult to list 10 positive things in about 90 seconds, it's a clear signal that you are focused on negatives and not positives. A turnaround in your focus will therefore work particularly well for you. I list about 10 things I am grateful for each morning during my motivational training within my 3 breaks and at the end of my work routine. In this way, I am in the habit of thinking of about 50 positive things each day. The effect on my thinking, my perception, and my mood from this single habit is massive. I feel much more gratitude than I used to, and where others instinctively think of bad things, my attention heads in a positive direction all by itself. You, too, could build such a habit. Start by thinking once a day about 10 things for which you are grateful. To make this easier, choose an activity that you do every day. Then during or after that activity list 10 things for which you are grateful. Can you imagine the huge and lasting effect this could have on your mood? In a year's time, you will have permanently updated your brain with this procedure. Almost out of nowhere, your brain is now generating a better mood and enriching your entire life. Procedure 3. For improving your mood is simple, and that is to laugh more often. It's no surprise that funny people are popular. With their humor, they often improve everyone's mood. Many studies suggest that laughter has a therapeutic effect. 88. Therefore, laugh more often to improve your mood. A good question you could ask yourself for this purpose is, what would I have to say to make this situation funny? Then think your answer, or say it to others, and try to make yourself laugh. Even if you only smile slightly, it will influence your mood. It is not necessary to have the best sense of humor, it's about being open to funny situations and willing to laugh at them. By lowering your standard of laughter, you'll automatically raise your mood because you'll be laughing more often. Even if it seems insignificant, this small procedure can improve your mood, thus your motivation, and thus your entire life. Some people may think that laughing a lot or laughing at lame jokes makes them seem uncool or unprofessional, but often such restraint does much more harm than good. Every opportunity to laugh is an opportunity to improve your mood a little. Of course, you don't only have to make yourself laugh. Other people and media can greatly help to improve your mood through humor. But be very careful, because they can also be great sources of distraction and time wasting. In your free time, spend time with good-humored friends and watch comedy shows. For me, Friends and The Office are particular favorites. They may be a bit older, but they still generate a lot of joy for me when I watch them. Procedure 4 is to rejoice more often and more strongly, even over very small successes. 89. Today, rejoicing over small successes seems to be frowned upon. When someone does something well, they often downplay it, and if they get a little closer to their goals, it's nothing special to them. It seems cool to take any form of progress and success for granted. I suspect this has a lot to do with our modern media culture. We all know the archetypal action movie hero. We can easily imagine him running out of a house just before it blows up, carrying an unconscious child on his shoulders he has just saved from an explosion and from certain death, and handing the child to its overjoyed mother, who bursts into tears of relief. The action hero does not move a muscle during all this. His body language screams that it's nothing special for me. The hero may seem cool to us, but such scenes and many thousands of similar ones can lead to fewer and fewer people being happy about their successes. Small successes, such as getting up immediately when the alarm clock rings, eating healthily, concentrating on a small task, exercising, learning something new and the like, now seem relatively insignificant compared with the hero's deed. Unconsciously, we can think, if saving a child from death is nothing special to the cool action hero, how can it be special to me when I have a much smaller success? This dynamic is a big problem for our mood. If we don't rejoice over small successes, we miss many opportunities to improve our mood. Conversely, if we rejoice more often, we improve our mood more often and thus indirectly have more motivation and self-discipline. But to achieve this, we must consciously break a little with social norms and start becoming more enthusiastic about ourselves and our progress. Every scrap of progress is an opportunity to rejoice, to praise and celebrate ourselves, and thus transition into a better mood. In the past, I was rarely happy about anything. I liked to talk my successes down and often didn't perceive them as successes at all. Then I realized that I had missed a huge opportunity to improve my mood permanently, so I started to be happy about even the smallest wins. I completed my morning routine on time. Great. I completed an item on my to-do list. Excellent. I learned something new. Terrific. I completed my workout routine for the day. Great. I'm in bed on time just before 10 p.m. Well done. I recommend you are similarly inflationary with self-praise. Really mean it. Feel the good feeling of appreciating yourself. Every time you take a step in the right direction, it's an opportunity to feel good about your progress. Not only does this habit boost your mood, motivation, and self-discipline, but it also improves your self-esteem. Procedure 5 is to increase your average energy level. Have you ever noticed that when you are in a very good mood, you usually burst with energy? And conversely, when you are in a bad mood, you feel tired and listless. Energy and a good mood go hand in hand. If one is there, the other often is too. So, if you want to boost your mood, you can do so by increasing your energy. You'll find the best procedures for increasing your average energy level in the next chapter. 16. Energy. A man doesn't need brilliance or genius, all he needs is energy. Albert M. Greenfield. Must I explain why a high energy level is incredibly helpful? How many times has your self-discipline left you because you were simply too tired to continue? How many times could you have performed better if only you had more energy? It is clear that our energy has a major impact on whether, and how quickly, we achieve our goals. What if fatigue didn't set in for you until much later? Wouldn't it then be much easier to achieve your goals? Wouldn't it be much easier to maintain a good mood, concentration, motivation, self-discipline, and productivity? Fortunately, we can do some things to increase our energy level permanently. Below, I share my 10 best procedures for doing so. Procedure 1 is to develop and pursue an attractive life vision. Once you develop a vision that you think is so great that you desperately want to achieve it, it leads to a tremendous increase in energy. Our unconscious mind always provides us with the energy we need to achieve what we desperately want. If necessary, take time to develop your vision. It should be attractive and as detailed as possible, but don't wallow in it for a long time, because that would be a demotivating dopamine trap. Your vision should also be realistic. In the long run, a great deal is possible, so be ambitious with your vision, but don't overdo it. If you secretly believe you can't achieve it, much less energy will be released. The clearer you are about what you need to do to achieve your life vision, the better. Lack of clarity is poison to your energy and motivation. If you don't know exactly how to achieve your vision, write a list of different strategies, including the advantages and disadvantages of each. Then, sleep on it for several nights before making any decisions. Be sure to stick to this strategy for months, years, and maybe even decades. Change your strategy only if there are very good reasons to do so. An attractive life vision and a good strategy towards it will give you an incredible amount of energy over a long period of time. The road to achieving your life vision is paved with important tasks. Optimally, these should be things you enjoy and find fulfilling at the same time. It's also highly recommended that you play to your strengths in achieving your vision and that your vision makes the world a better place. If all this is the case, if you believe deep down that you can achieve a fascinating vision and you have decided on a clear strategy, it will make a huge difference for you. You will have much more energy and ultimately much greater success in your life. Procedure 2 is exercise again, because exercise is a universal weapon for improved self-discipline. Not only does it improve our willpower and mood, but it also increases our average energy level. Paradoxically, we feel anything but energetic right after we have exercised. We may feel good and relaxed, but probably not energized. In the short term, exercise costs us energy, but in the long term, it is the other way around. Those who exercise regularly are rewarded with a permanently higher energy level, because our body adapts. It realizes we need more energy to cope well with our weekly exercise load, so it becomes stronger and more powerful. We build muscle, become resistant to more illnesses, and our cardiovascular system improves. We can use the resulting increase in energy to not only perform better in physical activities but also improve in our mental tasks. Physical endurance becomes mental endurance. 90. However, since we have little energy directly after an intense exercise session, it is advisable to be very active only after the working day is done. After all, we don't want to lack energy for our important tasks, so an intensive workout in the morning is not necessarily recommended. Conversely, a little exercise in the morning is very good for our energy level. It gets our circulatory system going, blood pumping through our muscles, and makes us much more alert during the first hours of the day. For this reason, I've incorporated 2 minutes of jumping rope into my morning routine. Procedure 3. For a permanently higher energy level is to optimize your breathing. It still amazes me how much our breathing can help boost both our energy and mental focus. When in the habit of optimal breathing, we breathe more efficiently. When we breathe more efficiently, we need fewer breaths and still take in more oxygen than if we were breathing inefficiently. There are 2 main reasons why more efficient breathing leads to more energy. 1. By taking fewer breaths we save energy, because each breath costs initial energy due to muscle movement. 2. By taking in more oxygen with each breath, more oxygen can be converted into energy. The difference of a single optimal breath may be small, but since we take many breaths every day and many more every week and month, even a small improvement in our breathing can make a big difference. James Nestor is one of the leading experts in the field of optimal breathing. In his book, 91 Breath, The New Science of a Lost Art, he writes that optimal breathing has 3 characteristics. 1. It must be through the nose. 2. It must be deep. 3. It must be slow. For about 6 months now I have been paying more attention to these 3 factors when breathing. To make it easier, I placed post-it notes in several places around my apartment with these 3 qualities written on them, including my computer screen, bathroom mirror, and refrigerator. Sometimes I forget and fall back into old patterns, but I constantly remind myself what optimal breathing is via my notes. Slowly, but surely, I am now in the habit of optimal breathing, and I clearly notice how much it helps me to have more energy. When I used to get tired or sluggish during the day, I would often notice my breathing was fast and shallow, but consciously changing it to be slow, deep, and through my nose for a longer period noticeably changed my energy level. I feel much more alive and can concentrate much better. Procedure 4. Is to drink plenty of water. When we lack water, metabolic reactions in our body take longer, we become tired, and it is harder to concentrate. We would have much more energy if only we had more water. Our energy would quickly return even with just 2 glasses. Many people ignore their initial feeling of thirst, or they confuse it with hunger. 92. Moreover, feeling thirsty only makes itself felt when it is already too late, when we are already dehydrated. Therefore, To always have as much energy as possible, we should not rely on our sense of thirst. Instead, it's much better to establish clear drinking habits so that you drink water before you get thirsty. Especially in the morning directly after getting up, it is worthwhile establishing a firm drinking habit. Our body is dehydrated after the night and urgently needs fluid at this time. It can also be a very good habit to drink at least 1 glass of water during breaks or a large bottle of water during working hours. People who regularly drink too little may be surprised by a huge increase in energy because of this habit. An optimal daily water intake can vary greatly, for example, depending on the following general conditions. How much exercise you have done. How much salty food you've eaten. How warm or cool it is. It is best to drink a little more each day than seems necessary. Drinking around 1 gallon of water spread across the day is a good rule of thumb. If you aren't extreme with your water intake, the worst that can happen is that you must visit the bathroom more often. However, if your day involves sitting at a desk, you will probably get much more benefit than harm from such small movement breaks. Procedure 5 is to surround yourself with energetic people. We humans are very social creatures by nature, and we take on the characteristics of a group with which we strongly identify. 93. If such a group has negative characteristics, it is bad for us. Conversely, if our group possesses many good qualities, it is very good for us. The more we identify with our group, the easier it will be for us to accept its good qualities. For example, if you make new friends who are full of energy, if they are very self-disciplined, inquisitive, and successful, it will be much easier for you to display these qualities yourself than if your new friends were listless, lazy, easily bored with knowledge, and unsuccessful. So, I highly recommend you find energetic people, spend a lot of time with them, and consider yourself part of their group. This is just as true in both a professional and private context. Use your contacts, use apps like Meetup or Bumble, or join existing groups to find such people. You don't need to talk to group members to consider yourself part of a group. For example, many people work out more intensely in the gym than at home, mainly because they are surrounded by energetic people. You can also watch appropriate videos on the internet. During my exercise routine, I run videos of professional athletes working out. When I see and hear them pushing themselves to their limits, I can clearly feel how this increases my energy and motivation. Procedure 6 is to optimally distribute your food intake throughout the day. You know the feeling, the meal was delicious, but it was also a lot of food. Your stomach is full and you feel bloated, listless, and sluggish. Your energy level is low because your body has not yet converted the calories into energy and needs a lot of energy for digestion. The solution is simple and obvious. Eat more snacks and in-between meals spread throughout the day so your main meal isn't huge. I've already mentioned what my nutrition plan looks like, namely 5 small meals in the form of Huel shakes keep my energy level consistently high throughout the day. 42. I never feel hungry or overfull. In the evening, I eat a little more because there are no more demanding tasks to complete afterwards. Nevertheless, I try to finish eating at least 2 hours before I go to bed. Procedure 7 is to focus on long-chain carbohydrates in your diet. You need only look at the food plans of most professional athletes to see they use long-chain carbohydrates as their main source of energy. They are like a candle and throw off much more energy over a long period than other macronutrients. The flame burns slowly. Conversely, short-chain carbohydrates, often called sugar, fructose, or glucose, are comparable to a firecracker. They give off a lot of energy quickly, but that's it, and your energy level drops off fast. To lose weight, pasta, rice, quinoa, oatmeal, potatoes, and whole grain bread are considered by many to be calorie bombs that must be avoided at all costs. However, when taken in equal amounts of calories, these items do not lead to more or less weight gain than other macronutrients. The difference is that long-chain carbohydrates throw off significantly more energy over the next 24 hours than fats, proteins, and, especially, sugars. To maximize your average energy level, consume no more and no less protein and, preferably healthy, fats than you need daily, and focus your other food intake on long-chain carbohydrates. Procedure 8 is to eat sugar strategically. That sounds contradictory, doesn't it? Didn't I just say that it is best to avoid sugar? Well, in most cases, this is true, but there is an exception. If you don't have diabetes or are desperate to lose weight, you might consider eating a few candies to boost your energy levels very quickly and reliably, especially when you start to get mentally tired because you might have been working for many hours. In this case, sugar is a magic bullet. Sugar has a very special ability. It can cross the blood-to-brain barrier quickly, which means that candies supply the brain with energy just a few minutes after they have been ingested. 94. This can be a blessing for anyone doing mental work. In the second half of long working hours, thinking speed slows down significantly. Concentration, creativity, and good decision-making become harder than in the morning. If you consume some sugar at such moments, you can effectively increase your mental energy and thus maintain high levels of concentration, motivation, and self-discipline for longer. That's why I eat 5 gummy bears almost every day during the last hour of my working day. If you find it hard to stop once you start eating candy, change the path of least resistance to your advantage by keeping only a very limited amount available. If you have a little candy at the right moment, you may be surprised by its effect. For me, after just a minute, I am amazed how I have significantly more mental clarity than before. Sugar can't produce as much mental energy as I had in the first few hours of my work routine, but I clearly notice how I have much more mental energy by taking sugar than without it. Procedure 9 is to moderate your intake of caffeine. Like sugar, caffeine can be both good and bad for our average energy level. Caffeine seems to be very powerful at boosting our energy levels, but it doesn't give us energy. Instead, it fools our brains into thinking we're not tired when we are. Caffeine is effectively a painkiller for our fatigue. The great advantage of caffeine is that it allows us to lead a more self-determined life. When we are very tired, or when it is vital for us to perform well, consuming caffeine can help tremendously. As if at the push of a button, it suppresses our tiredness and increases our perceived energy level. The substantial disadvantage of caffeine is that the benefits start to diminish when we consume a lot every day. Over time, our bodies become accustomed to caffeine, where a certain level in our bloodstream becomes our body's new standard, and we need to consume increasing amounts of it to increase our energy. If we continue to increase our caffeine intake, we create a big problem for ourselves over time. The advantages invert, and without it we feel tired and listless, even though we are not. It just seems that way because our bodies have become accustomed to lots of caffeine. We need caffeine to feel normal and a lot of caffeine to boost our energy. 95. So that we don't develop caffeine tolerance, I've developed 3 rules. 1. Make your daily maximum caffeine consumption the amount in 1 large cup of coffee, about 100 milligrams. 2. Completely abstain from caffeine for at least 1 day a week. 3. After maximum 2 months, pause your caffeine intake completely for at least 1 week. This is the most vital rule. If you feel you already have a major caffeine tolerance, give up caffeine completely for at least a month, then be cautious about your caffeine intake, still pausing for at least a week every 2 months. This will significantly increase your average energy level. Procedure 10 is to optimize your regeneration. Of course, regeneration is crucial when it comes to our energy. The better our regeneration is, the more energy we have every day. Contrary to many people's instincts, we are not most productive when we work non-stop. Instead, we are most productive in the long run when we give ourselves a break from time to time. In general, the following rule applies. Intentionally take a break to regenerate before you need to take a break to regenerate. By wanting to be as productive as possible, many people do not follow this simple rule and work for as long as they can. They often do not take any break in their working hours, except sometimes a lunch break. They work until they are tired, and then they continue to work in an energy-sapping, low-productivity state. Sometimes they take a voluntary break, but often much too late. If only they took small breaks more often, they would ultimately get much more done because they would have more energy and thus self-discipline. I'm in the habit of taking a 20-minute break after 100 minutes of work and repeating this cycle 4 times each workday. How you take a break is also very important. A break spent sitting with a cell phone is not particularly regenerative, while a break with exercise, sunlight, fresh air, and a healthy snack is. To optimize my regeneration, I also follow these 3 rules. Enjoy at least 1 hour of free time every evening. Take at least 1 day completely off every week. Travel about every 3 months for at least 4 days. And finally, by far the most vital thing for optimal regeneration, energy, and a good mood is sleep. Getting enough high-quality sleep every night is extremely important and beneficial. Improving here can have a huge positive effect on our motivation, self-discipline, and productivity. 96. Unfortunately, many people sleep far too little and do not have good sleep quality. In the short term, but especially in the long term, this can be very bad for just about everything in life. No matter how good your sleep is, you will benefit greatly from improving your sleep even more. Below are my best recommendations to improve your sleep. Every day, with very few exceptions, I follow all these recommendations in detail. By knowing exactly how to make my sleep deep, solid, and regenerative, my entire life has improved significantly. Have a firm lights-out time. Carefully consider your best time to go to bed. Think about this time often during the evening, so you are in bed with the lights off by then latest. If necessary, direct and increase your motivation to be in bed at this time. Have a firm daily wake-up time. How long the interval between wake-up time and light-out time should be in the optimum case is very individual. Very few need less than 6 hours of sleep a day. Also very few need more than 10 hours. For most, 7. 5 hours should be optimal. But that doesn't mean that has to be the case for you. I recommend you experiment a lot here, because the optimal amount of sleep is very important. Even half an hour can make a big difference. A good indicator of whether the right sleep duration has been found is how long it takes to fall asleep the next evening. If it is extremely short, less than 5 minutes, the sleep duration should be increased. If it is very long, this could be an indication that the sleep duration is too long. For best results, stick to these 2 times 7 days a week. Invest in items that promote a good night's sleep. This includes a good pillow, a good mattress, possibly a side sleeper pillow, and a good, slatted frame. Just switching from a beam slatted frame to a plate slatted frame has noticeably improved my sleep quality. Experiment with foam earplugs and a silk eye mask. Both can improve your sleep tremendously by providing extra silence and darkness. You'll quickly get used to both after a few nights. Air out your bedroom for at least 20 minutes before going to bed. The cool, unused air can greatly improve your sleep. Keep your bedroom door open for the same reason. 97. Stop looking at electronic screens at least an hour before bedtime. The artificial light from screens suggests to your brain that it is broad daylight. 98. In general, it is good not to expose yourself to bright light half an hour before going to bed. 99. Change your bed linen at least every 2 weeks. 100. Drink 2 to 3 glasses of water 60 to 90 minutes before bedtime. Drink little or nothing for the last hour before bedtime. 101. Do not eat a large meal for at least 2 hours before bedtime and do not eat at all 30 minutes before bedtime. 102. Do not consume caffeine after 3 p.m. 103. Get at least 20 minutes of direct sunlight every day. If this is not possible, a daylight lamp can be a suitable substitute. 104. Take the pressure off yourself when falling asleep. Try not to fall asleep right away, rather try to relax and just feel good. By visualizing the optimal day ahead, you use your sleep time very wisely. There is no need to fall asleep quickly and, paradoxically, this often leads us to fall asleep quickly. After turning off the light, turn and move around a bit until you find a comfortable position. Now, imagine that your entire body is in plaster, that it is impossible to move. By lying motionless, you are clearly signaling to your brain that you want to sleep. Conversely, Any movement signals to your brain that you want to be awake. So, lie completely motionless until you fall asleep or until you are almost asleep. If you're almost asleep, it's okay to move again. Otherwise, lie completely motionless for about 20 minutes. Visualize and meditate during this time. If, after 20 minutes, you still haven't come close to falling asleep, get up, have a drink, read a book, and try the same routine again after a few minutes. 17. Motivation workout. Habits are like financial capital. Forming one today is an investment that will automatically give out returns for years to come. Sean Aker. In the long term, this could be by far the most valuable procedure. Sure, the earlier procedures for directing your motivation, welcoming your fear, and optimizing mood and energy are all extremely valuable. Without these basic procedures, living is much more difficult. However, don't just rely on the basics, because if you want to achieve a lot, you'll also need advanced procedures like visualizing, disproving excuses, motivational self-talk, and actively generating gratitude. Optimally, you will regularly use not only the basic procedures but also the advanced ones. In this way, your motivation will become an unstoppable force of nature over time. If you then combine your now very strong motivation with clever strategies for achieving your goals, you can accomplish just about anything in the long run. Very few people are naturally very good at advanced procedures, and most people must practice a lot before noticing significant improvement. But once that has happened, it can practically go on and on. We can, therefore, generate extremely high motivation with advanced procedures. Many people learn a musical instrument or a foreign language in their free time, and there is nothing wrong with that. However, it would probably be much more helpful for them if they first learn to increase their motivation. After that, they could still learn a musical instrument or a foreign language, but they would have a much easier time because strong motivation will support them in their endeavors. The best way to acquire the ability to increase motivation is through habitual and intentional practice of this skill. This is where the motivation workout comes in. Every day, I feel how powerful it is. Every day at 7 a.m., I sit on my couch, put my headphones in, and start my motivation workout. For 10 minutes, I sit with my eyes closed and try very hard to follow my pre-recorded instructions. Afterwards, I feel calm, focused, and motivated. I can feel the strong desire flowing through me to tackle and complete the day's tasks with determination. I highly recommend you give the motivation workout a chance. The ability you acquire over time is extremely valuable and can make a huge difference in your life. It can make the difference between a fulfilling life full of success and a sad life full of regret. Follow the motivation workout for a few weeks, and you'll see what I mean. Relatively quickly you will notice two major changes, and you may start to feel. 1. I possess significantly more motivation for my important tasks than before. I am in a better mood, my state of mind is calmer and more focused. I feel more urgency because I am determined to achieve my goals. 2. I am getting better at creating motivation through thought. Whenever I need more motivation, I do my motivational self-talk. The more often I practice motivating myself, the easier it is for me to motivate myself. The motivation workout lasts for 10 minutes, because I believe that every person can spend 10 minutes a day to acquire this valuable skill. More crucial than the duration of the motivation workout are the keys to success, namely regularity and concentration. Make training your motivation part of your daily routine and follow the motivation workout in a concentrated way. It will be next to useless if you just passively listen to the motivation workout. You need to listen with high concentration and follow the exercises with determination if you want optimum results. The motivation workout has 5 parts or stages. One stage leads to the next, but not every stage lasts the same amount of time. The first stage is 3 minutes, the second and third are 90 seconds, the fourth is again 3 minutes, and the fifth 60 seconds. Don't worry too much about the duration as the audio version will guide you through the entire workout. You can download the audio version for free at danielhank.com/bonus or stream it in your browser. I used to do the motivation workout without the audio version, but today, I only use the audio version because I can concentrate much better on the exact execution of the workout when my voice guides me. Although the audio version is a great support, you should have a good knowledge of the 5 stages beforehand. Only when you know exactly what is done in each stage can we ensure that your motivation increases as planned through the training. Stage 1, Meditation, 3 minutes. Meditation is vital to quiet your mind so it is open and receptive. After the 3 minutes, you should be very calm, relaxed, and focused, which is a great way to start the following stages. Meditation has at least 20 scientifically proven benefits, 105. For example, it leads to a reduction in social phobias, 106, better concentration, 107, and simply more joy of life. Those who meditate a lot quickly realize that it takes very little to be happy. The more we meditate, the more we realize that great happiness is already within us, it is merely overlaid by thoughts, emotions, and other sensory inputs. For me, being happy is the same as being in a good mood, and, of course, this is extremely helpful for high motivation and self-discipline. Most people think they can't meditate and that to meditate you must have no thoughts and perfect inner peace. However, that would be like demanding that a person who goes to a gymnastics class for the first time can immediately do a double backflip. Fortunately, complete absence of thought and perfect inner peace is not at all necessary to start to reap the great benefits of meditation. Meditation is simple, but people tend to make it more complicated than it is. It is most beneficial if we leave it in its purest, simplest form. You just need to observe, then accept what you observe. In its purest form, when we meditate, we observe everything that our senses can perceive. Most importantly, we focus on our inner world, on our thoughts and emotions. By observing our thoughts we gain a very valuable distance from them that helps us tremendously to remain uninfluenced by bad thoughts. It also helps us to recognize excuses early on, which makes it much easier to disprove them. The resulting distance from bad emotions means they no longer disturb and influence us as much. Through meditation, we stop identifying with bad emotions. We become aware of them, but don't allow them to affect us. Instead, we rationalize them and calmly consider how best to respond to them. But observing, as I said, is not everything. It's also about accepting our sensory perceptions, thoughts, and emotions. A thought may pop up that you don't like. Maybe something negative, or something you don't want to be true. Don't condemn the thought or repress it, instead, welcome it. Accept the thought and wait for it to leave on its own. Accepting emotions is even harder than accepting thoughts. Most people have many unpleasant emotions inside them that they have always repressed. These emotions lie dormant in the unconscious and come to the surface at the most inconvenient moments, which can make one's life very difficult. These unpleasant past emotions also often arise during meditation. It is now vital to resist the reflex response to push them away. Only by feeling them and accepting them can we process them. Only by enduring them for a while, until they disappear on their own, do they not bother us in the future. After such a meditation session we usually feel fantastic. Bad emotions have left us, and good emotions have taken their place. So, every morning from 7 to 7:03 a.m. I sit on my couch with my eyes closed and meditate. I try to avoid moving as much as possible. If I do have to move, I move briefly and don't make a big deal about it. I then become completely still again and focus on the meditation once more. For 3 minutes, I am like a cat at a mouse hole. With the utmost attention, I wait for something to make itself known. I observe and accept everything without pushing away unpleasant emotions and without getting caught up in a particular thought. Sometimes, a thought might hijack your attention. This could happen while meditating or during another stage of the motivation workout. Without meaning to, you stopped following the motivation workout and drifted off into thought. This is normal and not a bad thing. Don't judge yourself but accept it and see it as feedback that your concentration was too low. Just go back into observation mode, this time with even more concentration, if possible. Stage 2, Mood, 90 seconds. In this stage, we take charge of our inner world. While we were still relatively passive in the first stage by observing and accepting, here we are actively creating positive thoughts and emotions. Daily meditation alone goes a long way toward improving your mood, but if you combine the meditative state with a gratitude exercise, your emotions are improved even more. If you meditate daily then actively create a good mood, you permanently change the structure of your brain and connections between neurons responsible for positive emotions are permanently strengthened. As a result, it becomes increasingly normal for you to be in a good mood, and increasingly easier for you to further improve your good mood. The smallest reason triggers substantial joy and gratitude and you start to feel very happy, even for the success of people who have little to do with us. This is what the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche called Mitfreud, 108, a kind of antidote to toxic emotions like envy and resentment. It is therefore worth frequently practicing the willful improvement of one's mood. To do this, we use a procedure that has already been presented. We improve our mood by repeatedly asking ourselves the following question. What am I grateful for? In this stage, list about 10 things for which you are grateful. These can be things from the past, present, or future. They can be big or small things, concrete or vague. Anything that you perceive as positive is right. I take a short break after each point to focus on the feeling of gratitude that arises. By pausing for a moment and feeling the gratitude, the positive emotion becomes much stronger. In addition to directly creating a good mood, this stage is about training our thinking. If we train ourselves to list about 10 things we are grateful for in 1 minute, we prime our brain to perceive positive things. 109. At any given moment, we have an almost infinite choice of what our attention could fall on. However, if we have practiced noticing positive things, our brains will direct our attention to those. Through this second stage, we update our brain, counteracting the harmful tendency of the reptilian brain to perceive mainly bad things. Thus, our mood becomes increasingly better and our self-discipline has it easier and easier. Stage 3, Extrinsic Motivation, 90 seconds. In Stage 3, we increase our extrinsic motivation by choosing one of our attractive goals and linking that goal to the action necessary to achieve it. Most people have at least a vague idea of what they want to achieve, but because they are not completely clear about what they need to do, their motivation is not directed toward the necessary behavior. This problem is fixed by creating a tremendous amount of clarity for your important tasks. This is the second procedure for directing your motivation. Stage 3 of the motivation workout is not about directing motivation but increasing it. It's not creating clarity about what needs to be done, it's about why something needs doing. Many people are foggy about why they are doing what they set out to do, and that leads to poor motivation. They think something like, "Okay, I understand this is important, but I don't want to do it. It may be useful, but I don't feel like doing it." Motivation is simply an emotion, and emotions have nothing to do with rationality. If we understand, on a purely rational level, that an action is helpful, it does not establish motivation. It can be very useful to make rational decisions, but after we have made the decision, we must set about lighting the fire of our motivation. We accomplish this by creating clear images of how great our lives would be in the future if we followed the valuable action regularly. In this way, motivating emotions are evoked. We build a strong connection between the future benefits of a task and the task itself. In short, we generate extrinsic motivation. Specifically, in this stage of the motivation workout, we pick one of our attractive goals and visualize how we will pursue the behavior that is necessary to achieve the goal. Then, we visualize the short-term, medium-term, and long-term benefits of the action. Imagine your future life from the first-person perspective. Try to see the images as bright, big, colorful, attractive, and detailed, and remember you have achieved all this only because you have constantly pursued the necessary actions. A short-term benefit occurs from 0 to 7 days after an activity. A medium-term benefit is sometime between 2 months and a year from today, and a long-term benefit is anything occurring from 1 to 20 years' time. You don't have to hit the time frames perfectly, it's about being clear how your life will evolve if you follow the valuable action regularly. Stage 4, Intrinsic Motivation, 3 minutes. In Stage 4, the powerful intrinsic motivation is enhanced. It's about awakening the fun and joy of valuable tasks while removing mental blocks that stand in the way of fun and joy. As described in Chapter 12, the Motivational Self-Talk, we form sentences with the 5 motivational thought categories. We follow each thought category for 30 seconds by forming sentences with the following sentence beginnings. I am. I have great fun with. Or, I love. I can with ease. I deserve. I expect. And I accept it. 2.5 minutes have now passed, which leaves 30 seconds in stage 4, in which we say closed motivational sentences, such as, at any given moment, I am either making progress or regressing. There is no in-between. After this stage, you will probably feel much more motivated than before. Even if the motivation is only slightly noticeable, you've planted the seeds for great motivation in the hours, days, and weeks to come. Your state of mind is now not only relaxed, alert, and in a good mood, but it's also full of extrinsic and intrinsic motivation. What could increase your motivation even more? Well, it is perhaps the ultimate weapon for creating extremely strong motivation. Stage 5, Death, 60 seconds. It may sound a bit morbid, but in the last stage we think about our death for 1 minute by asking ourselves, how would I feel and behave if today were my last day? Answering this question regularly generates a great deal of motivation. By keeping the finiteness of our lives in mind and fully accepting this finiteness, our remaining lifetime seems like a precious gift that we absolutely want to use wisely. More on this topic in the next chapter. Before that, I would like to refer you to the audio version of the motivation workout. Since you've read this far, you obviously have enough basic motivation to build strong self-discipline too. 0, and I congratulate you for that. Take your chance and excel at increasing your motivation by doing the motivation workout regularly. Train daily with a high level of concentration and you will soon make great progress, both in your average motivation level and in your ability to increase your motivation. While it's certainly a challenge to stay consistent with the motivation workout, you don't have to make it any harder on yourself than it needs to be. By downloading the audio version, you'll make it easy to do the motivation workout the right way. You can download the audio version for free at danielhank.com/bonus. 18. Death. Remembering that you are going to die is the best way I know to avoid the trap of thinking you have something to lose. You are already naked. There is no reason not to follow your heart. Steve Jobs. Think regularly about your own death. That seems like a very strange recommendation, doesn't it? However, it is one of the greatest shortcuts towards increased motivation and self-discipline. Most people probably believe that if they start thinking about their death it will make them unhappy or sad. They might say, I don't feel like reminding myself that I'm going to die one day, because I fear death. Fear, however, can become something good if we are willing to feel, accept, and embrace it. The strong energy of fear then not only increases our motivation but also helps us improve our performance in any situation. Unfortunately, death is often hidden, ignored, and taboo in our society, or it is ridiculed by being portrayed in films and TV shows in a very exaggerated and absurd way. This is all repression of the truth that one day we will die. In the short term, this repression may feel good, but in the long run, this little bit of extra comfort comes at a high price. The constant repression of death creates the illusion that we are immortal. Rationally, Every adult knows that they will die one day. Emotionally, however, it looks quite different. Repressing death creates a feeling of infinite time reserves. Since human behavior is enormously influenced by emotions, this has two major disadvantages. 1. The illusion of being immortal and the feeling that comes with it leads people to take unnecessary risks. What's going to happen? I can do whatever I want. Nothing can happen to me, is the underlying motto. Far fewer people would speed on the road, drink alcohol excessively, smoke, take drugs, eat unhealthily, or take other unnecessary risks if they had internalized how valuable and fleeting their lives were. 2. The feeling of having infinite time reserves destroys urgency and thus motivation. Why should I exert myself? Why should I educate myself, exercise, and do concentrated work when I can do all that tomorrow or a year from now? It becomes easy to put off important things and you feel you can afford to do so. When you think you still have a lot of time for important things, giving in to temptation is not a big deal. Instead, do just the opposite. Don't deny the finite nature of your life, but regularly embrace the truth that you will die one day and that your lifetime is limited. Accept this completely. The result is the two disadvantages mentioned above flip over. A tremendous appreciation for your remaining lifetime emerges that makes you happier and gives you a lot of urgency. All by itself, a powerful motivation to make the most of your remaining time grows. If we think about it, we do have very little time left. Compared with the age of the universe, our remaining lifetime is less than the blink of an eye. This is true whether we have 100 years to live or just one day. Our remaining lifetime is short, so we should use it wisely. No one knows for sure how long they will live. This could be your last month, your last day, or even your last minute. Don't run from this thought but accept it completely. Don't be afraid of it, don't repress it, but perceive the strong motivation that arises with it. If you do this, it may increase your motivation more than any other procedure. Especially if you already have relatively strong motivation, thinking about your coming death may be the only thing capable of generating significantly more motivation. Spending at least 1 minute a day thinking about the finite nature of your life will catapult your motivation to unthinkable heights in the long run. This is especially true if you also use all the other procedures in this book. Theoretically, the days until your death can be counted. It could be 100 days, but it could also be 30,000 days. No matter how long it is, do you want to spend your remaining lifetime half happy, half productive, and half self-disciplined? Or do you want to spend it full of motivation, self-discipline, happiness, and success? How would you behave if today was your last day? Would you watch cat videos and the like on YouTube? Would you get upset about little things, play video games, or watch TV? Or would you focus only on the things that really matter, like love, appreciation, self-discipline, and gratitude? Gratitude for being alive, gratitude for your parents, your relatives, your friends, maybe your children, or your partner. Gratitude for what you have achieved in your life and for being able to work on your goals. Would fear hold you back on your last day, or would you say and do what you've always wanted to say and do? Maybe you would pursue a passion you've constantly put off. Maybe you'd start drawing, writing a book, or composing a song. In general, you would probably want to soak up and fully enjoy every sensory impression. A deep appreciation would spread through you, and you would begin to savor everything life has to offer before it's too late. Since so many people act as if they were immortal, they get upset about little things. A thoughtless comment from a work colleague, bad weather, or a red traffic light and their good mood is gone. Why do they do it? Why do they get upset about such trifles? The reason is that even a thoughtless comment, bad weather, or a red traffic light is bad if these little things are present from every day to infinity. Since these people secretly believe they will live forever, they get upset over trifles and thus make their lives significantly worse. A person who fully accepts the finiteness of their life has no time for trifles. Instead, they are attracted to the truly important things. Because my time is limited, I will use it as best I can. This reminder of the finite nature of our lives is the thought that generates strong motivation. Wasting time is not a big problem for the people who act as if they will live forever. After all, anything good loses its value when it's abundant. If they play video games instead of doing important tasks, it isn't a big deal. Why shouldn't I play now? They may think. I have plenty of time for important things in the future. With this and similar thoughts, it's easy to waste weeks, months, and years. Then, at some point, they look back on their lives and wonder where all their time went and why some people have become so much more successful than them. The answer is, of course, quite simple. Successful people have used their time much more wisely. Paradoxically, it is not a big problem for most people if they waste a lot of their lifetime. It is a very big problem if they lose money. If someone has spent 500 hours in the last year completely uselessly, it is often not a big deal, but if a valuable item is stolen from them or someone scratches their car, it is usually major. Paradoxical, isn't it? Money can easily be recovered while their lifetime, once lost, is lost forever. Many people live exactly contrary to this simple truth. They are obsessed with money, status, and possessions, while the question of how they spend their life does not matter much to them. I therefore recommend that you consciously counteract this tendency and take the way you spend your time very seriously. Of course, try to avoid wasting money, but be even more careful to avoid wasting time. When people are at the end of their lives, they have no choice but to acknowledge the finiteness. They are forced into the mindset that I am trying to convey to you here. They realize, on an emotional level, that their last days have arrived and they are incredibly motivated to make the best use of their remaining time. Unfortunately, at this point they usually lack the necessary time, energy, or health to make a real difference. They have the necessary motivation and self-discipline, but not the basic requirements. This is a terrible fate and I hope you don't suffer it. In their old age, they look back with great regret and say to themselves, "If only I had used my life back then, when I still had all that time, energy, and health. If only I hadn't put off all the important things. If only I hadn't convinced myself I'd have plenty of time later." Realize that you still have every opportunity to create a great life for yourself now. It is not too late. Use the realization that your death may be imminent as fuel for your motivation. Regularly pretending that today is your last day is a great shortcut to extremely strong self-discipline and productivity. If you haven't done it yet, why not try it now? Take a minute and ask yourself how you would feel and act if today was your last day. As mentioned earlier, I recommend you ask this question and think about your answer for a minute every day. Pay attention to how you feel when you answer the question. Don't be sad that you will die one day. It is a fate that we all must eventually face. But by accepting it and thinking about it often, you can benefit tremendously for the rest of your life. Feel how asking this question creates a deep contempt for wasting time. Feel a strong desire to complete your important tasks quickly and decisively. Notice how death shifts your focus to what is truly important in your life, and how strong motivation for a happy and successful life arises. 19. The 5 questions. Good questions inform, great questions transform. Ken Coleman. Questions have something magical about them. Whenever someone asks you or you ask yourself a question, mental processes are set in motion that are hard to stop. It's as if some part of our mind can't help but try to answer the question, and our attention is pointed in a very specific direction. Depending on the question, this can be extremely useful. During every work break, and whenever else I find time, I ask myself the same 5 questions, thus constantly performing a kind of mini motivation workout. Increasing my motivation and self-discipline thus happens almost automatically. All we need to do is get into the habit of asking these questions regularly, and we will reap a huge benefit. The curse of personal development has always been that knowledge alone does little. We must also face the truth. Only when good procedures are implemented regularly can you expect big changes in your self-discipline. Only if you have a lot of practice in directing and increasing your motivation, will you have a very strong self-discipline too. 0. Only if you regularly implement the procedures, will you be able to constantly live out your own potential. Fortunately, there is a trick that makes it much easier for us to do things regularly, which is memorizing and regularly asking the below 5 questions. If you make a habit of asking yourself these 5 questions frequently, your average motivation level will stay high. Each time you answer one, your motivation will grow, and you will become better and better in your ability to increase your motivation. Our thinking makes the difference between motivation and sluggishness, self-discipline and laziness, and success and failure. By getting into the habit of asking ourselves these questions, we have integrated switches into our lives that continually lead us in the direction of motivation, self-discipline, and success. Question 1. What is my next thought? It is no coincidence that we start with meditation in the motivation workout, and it is also no coincidence that the first question is intended to create a meditative state. Relaxed attention is the perfect starting point for any task. Without this state, everything becomes harder, and with this state, everything becomes significantly easier. Of course, this also applies to increasing your motivation and achieving top performance in your valuable activities. As mentioned earlier, a meditative state is achieved by observing and accepting your thoughts and emotions. While it is helpful to sit perfectly still with your eyes closed for this, it is not essential. You can enter a meditative state in any situation, and the best way to do it is to regularly ask yourself this question. As soon as I ask myself what my next thought is, silence always sets in. That is exactly what I want. I wait eagerly to see which thought will make itself known. The longer you can maintain this alert silence, the better. The longer you wait alertly for thoughts and then observe them, the stronger the meditative state becomes. Whenever I notice that I lack relaxed attention, I ask myself what my next thought is. In this way, I relax myself very effectively. I calm my thoughts and emotions and thus create the perfect starting position for my top performance and further increasing my motivation. Question 2. What am I grateful for? We have already addressed gratitude several times in this book. Gratitude is the most direct mental path to a permanently better mood. Regularly generating gratitude makes you happy in the long term. Happiness and a good mood make motivation, self-discipline, productivity, and top performance much easier. Many people who realize the great value of gratitude write a gratitude journal. Although this is better than nothing, it is nowhere near as useful as getting in the habit of regularly asking yourself what you are grateful for. Asking yourself this question regularly permanently changes your thinking. It has a much greater effect on your mood than a quick daily entry in a gratitude journal. During my breaks, and whenever else I find the time, I answer this question in relative detail. I list about 10 things for which I am grateful. As mentioned earlier, these can be small or big things. They can have happened in the past, can currently be happening, or be likely to happen in the future. Whatever you perceive as positive could be a potential source of your gratitude and thus improve your mood. I am often grateful for being in a situation where I can work on my goals. I am also often grateful that I have the chance to help other people and that I get to do my best in the process. Don't underestimate the value of this question. The long-term benefits of being in a good mood are extremely high, and quite apart from the long-term benefit, it also just feels good to be in a good mood, smiley face. Question 3. Why are my important tasks so important? Just as the third stage of the motivation workout generates extrinsic motivation, the third question is aimed at the same thing. Extrinsic motivation is present and you associate an attractive goal with a clear action. If you absolutely want to achieve something and know exactly what you must do, you are highly motivated to follow the necessary action. One problem here is not having fully internalized how an action will improve your life, and the connection between your goal and the necessary action is weak. This is exactly where this question comes in. By telling yourself all the reasons your important tasks are so important, you build a strong connection between these tasks and your attractive vision. It's like exercising a muscle. By making it clear to yourself again and again why your important tasks are so important, you train the muscle of your extrinsic motivation. If you manage to see at least one clear picture of your attractive goal when you think of an important task, you've done it. Extrinsic motivation drives you to follow the task because the connection between the attractive goal and the action is now strong. Question 4. Am I willing to make a strong effort? For me, this question tests my motivation. If I find that I have too little motivation to put effort into my important tasks in the next few hours, that is a sure sign that my motivation is low and that I need more. Sure, sometimes the end of work is just around the corner, or an upcoming task is so easy that I can do it well and quickly without a high level of motivation. But if that's not the case, if I'm faced with a few hours of demanding work and I'm not willing to put in a strong effort, I need more motivation. It is very valuable to have this realization early on. The earlier you realize that you could use more motivation, the easier it is to turn things around. So, if I realize that I lack the motivation to try hard, I use at least one of the procedures from this book. Mostly I intuitively know which procedures help me best. Sometimes I optimize the path of least resistance, sometimes I create more clarity, sometimes I invalidate excuses, sometimes I accept my fear, sometimes I protect my mood, and sometimes I increase my energy. In most cases, however, I go through the 5 motivational thought categories several times and say other motivational phrases. Get in the habit of going through the 5 thought categories after this question at least once. Motivate yourself with them, even if your motivation is already so high that you are willing to make a strong effort. Question 5. How would I feel and behave if today was my last day? Of course, this question links to the last stage of the motivation workout. By thinking about your death, you can generate a lot of motivation very quickly. The question is particularly good at increasing an already high level of motivation. For this to work, you must do a bit of acting. The key is to convince yourself that today is, indeed, your last day. At the same time, it is necessary not to hold a grudge against this fate, but to accept it fully. The more you are aware of the approaching finiteness of your life, the more your remaining time of life seems like a precious gift. By asking this question regularly, the motivation to make the most of your remaining life becomes extremely strong. By asking yourself several times a day how you would feel and behave if today were your last day, you significantly increase your motivation each time. The question is deliberately not only about emotions but also about your behavior. This should also have the effect of linking strong motivation with your meaningful behavior. Don't get me wrong, this question is solely intended to increase motivation and self-discipline. It is not meant to be an invitation to apply short-term thinking, that would be counterproductive. Always pursue long-term goals and a long-term vision. These are the 5 questions I use to keep my attention going in the right direction. I highly recommend you memorize them and ask yourself them at least once a day. It's very easy to get into the habit of asking yourself these questions. At the same time, they are extremely effective in improving your thinking and thus your entire life. I suspect that most readers are not willing to memorize these questions and ask them of themselves on a regular basis. That's okay. After all, everyone has a choice about how successful they want to be and what path they prefer toward their own success. But if you're a person who takes the hard road in the beginning, you'll have a much easier time in the long run. You'll quickly pass all those people who haven't read this book or who haven't implemented the procedures. I know it can be annoying to memorize these questions and others from this book. To make it as easy as possible for you to internalize the most basic knowledge, I wrote a little quiz that you can find at the very end of the book. In addition to the quiz, as a small gift I would like to give you my word that the initial extra effort will be extremely worthwhile for you in the long run. But you don't need my word, it should be pretty clear. If you keep your thinking going in the right direction every day, you'll constantly generate new motivation to achieve all your goals even better. The more you apply from this book, the better you will become at the skills of directing and increasing your motivation. The more you apply from this book, the more you will take the easy path to strong self-discipline and productivity. 20. End. Knowledge is of no value unless you put it into practice. Anton Chekhov. I admit I am concerned that people who read this book do not implement any, or very little, of it and thus do not gain from the immense benefits. However, only those who follow the procedures and apply them regularly in practice can experience the progress described. Regular application may sound exhausting and time-consuming, but there is no faster, more pleasant, or reliable way. So, please be a practitioner. Think long-term. Look at the next 3, 5, and 10 years. How much better will your future be with the ability to direct and increase your motivation? How much easier would everything be for you if you had extremely strong self-discipline too? 0. From now on, only 4 steps separate you from it. 1. Internalize all the procedures. 2. Remember the procedures at the right moment. 3. Apply the procedures. 4. Repeat step 2 and 3 again and again. The more you practice, the easier it will be to direct and increase your motivation. The more you use the procedures, the more you will benefit from the powerful self-discipline too. 0. To make the first step, the internalization, as easy as possible, use the small quiz on the final pages of the book. Through the 20 questions, you can quiz yourself on the basic knowledge of self-discipline too. 0. Making it very easy to internalize. There is also more bonus material at danielhank.com/bonus. Apart from the extremely important recommendation of being a practitioner, I would like to give you 3 more final recommendations. 1. Think long-term. I cannot repeat this often enough. By imagining what your life will be like in a few years if you use the procedures regularly, you will find it much easier to do so. 2. Be very happy about any progress, no matter how small. Actively paying attention to all your progress and being very happy about it not only raises your mood but also motivates you to keep coming back to the procedures. In the beginning, the benefits of some procedures may be small, but the more you practice, the more the benefits increase. It is therefore extremely important to bridge the hard initial phase by enjoying even small progress. 3. Develop your strategy. Write a list of concrete improvement intentions and integrate them, one by one, into your life. To develop your strategy, it may help to answer the following questions. What can I do daily to change the path of least resistance to my advantage? What can I do to maximize clarity for my most important tasks? What habits can I regularly build to keep increasing my mood, energy, and motivation? In this regard, I once again highly recommend that you regularly use your motivation workout. I know you probably already have a lot to do even without this new habit, but I'm convinced the motivation workout will be extremely rewarding for you. If you invest 10 minutes every day to train your motivation, your average motivation level will be much higher in the long run. It will then be easy for you to show strong self-discipline and productivity. Most people are not practitioners. Even if they have acquired new knowledge, they do not put it into practice. Or if they do, they don't stay consistent with it. Conversely, this means that if you remain consistent with these procedures, you can very quickly stand out from the crowd in a positive way. Imagine, for example, you were to go through the motivation workout every day. This would start a huge positive snowball effect. Your motivation and self-discipline would become increasingly stronger. You would make greater progress in your goals while most other people's lives would stagnate. Sooner or later, your life would be phenomenal compared with almost everyone else's. You will have created a life of fulfillment and success for yourself because you were willing to pay the price. Now, I would like to congratulate you. By finishing this book, you have done a great thing. You have acquired the basic knowledge in self-discipline too. 0 to create the life you would like to have. So, take advantage of the gift you were given at birth and create a phenomenal life for yourself. For feedback on self-discipline 2. 0 that you don't want to put in an Amazon review, or for questions, feel free to email me at mail@danielhank.com. I look forward to hearing from you. I wish you a lot of fun and success in reaching your goals. 21. Bonus Chapter, Quiz. Don't practice until you get it right. Practice until you can't get it wrong. Anonymous. Memorizing the most vital knowledge is essential to get the maximum benefit from this book. Only those who have internalized the procedures can implement them regularly. Only those who implement them regularly can achieve strong self-discipline too. 0. The most efficient way to memorize the most important knowledge is active learning. With active learning you ask yourself questions about the material and try to come up with the right answer from your memory alone. If you don't come up with the right answer, or you succeed only partially, then memorize the right answer and try again right away. Cover the answer with a piece of paper, ask yourself the same question again, and then try, without cheating, to come up with the correct answer. If you study in this way frequently, you will soon know the answers without having to memorize them. If you succeed in doing this for all the following 20 questions, you will have created an extremely good starting point. It will then be much easier for you to put the valuable procedures into practice and to benefit from the powerful self-discipline too. 0. Remember, read the question first and try to come up with the right answer. Question 1. What is the difference between regular self-discipline and self-discipline 2? 0. Regular self-discipline is often used as a synonym for willpower and self-control. Those who want to use it to achieve their goals try to make their willpower stronger than their temptations. One could also say stronger than their inner demons or stronger than their motivation for temptations. Sooner or later, their willpower reserves dwindle because willpower is limited. In the long run, willpower alone never stands a chance against strong motivation. In self-discipline too. 0. We do not rely on our willpower. Instead, we use many procedures to guide and increase our motivation. Once our willpower and motivation work together, high productivity in consistently living up to our potential becomes easy. Question 2. How does the first procedure for directing one's own motivation work? The first procedure directs motivation by creating a situation in which it is easier to do the right thing than the wrong thing. We change the path of least resistance away from our temptations and toward our important tasks by optimizing at least one of the following 3 adjusting screws. Optimizing the distance adjusting screw means making it harder to access our temptations while making our important tasks more accessible. To change the survival instinct adjusting screw means to create a situation in which the reptilian brain classifies a bad course of action as life-threatening. Our reptilian brain will then direct our motivation to the right behavior. This is true even if the bad behavior does not threaten our survival but would merely cause embarrassment. Tweaking the fun adjusting screw means changing our temptations to make them less fun and our important tasks to make them more fun. Question 3. What is the most important key to success of the first procedure? The most important key to success of the first procedure is rigor. For the first procedure to work reliably, the path of least resistance must be directed toward the right behavior as rigorously as necessary. For example, turning off their cell phone and putting it in their pocket might be enough for some people, while others need to be more rigorous to successfully change the path of least resistance. For example, turning off their internet router and locking up their cell phone and TV remote. Question 4. What are context anchors and why are they so important? Context anchors are features in our environment that our unconscious mind registers and associates with certain behavior. If we always behave the same way in the same place, we create a habit with almost magical attraction. When the context is against us, this can be very problematic. If we have become accustomed to being less productive in a particular place, changing context can save the day. In general, a new context can increase one's self-discipline tremendously. Examples would be working in an off-site office, a co-working space, a library, your car, a coffee shop, or any other quiet space. Over time, problematic context anchors will dissolve. For example, if you haven't played video games at your desk for a long time and regularly work there in a concentrated manner, it will become easier and easier for you to say yes to concentrated work and no to gaming in this context. Question 5. What choice should you consciously make for strong self-discipline? It's about choosing how much time and energy you want to invest in your goals and how much in your free time. For example, if you consciously choose to devote 80% of your available time to achieving your goals, it will be much easier for you to exercise the necessary self-discipline. You can further increase your self-discipline by consciously choosing to forego dopamine activities. It would also increase your probability of success enormously if you were to forego the simultaneous pursuit of several major goals as well as the goodwill of some people. Question 6. How does the second procedure for directing one's own motivation work? In this procedure, we take advantage of the fact that we are already very motivated by nature to achieve our attractive goals. If this were not the case, we wouldn't find the goals attractive. Unfortunately, we don't usually transfer that motivation to our tasks very well. Most people are not completely clear about what they need to do to achieve their goals. The problem is fixed by creating a lot of clarity for optimal behavior. By defining very clearly what you must optimally do and when, you effectively direct our motivation toward that behavior. Planning the coming week, and especially the coming day, is very clearly the best way to use clarity to direct your motivation. Try to follow the plan as best you can, but don't be upset if you don't do it perfectly. In addition to clear daily goals, make clear deadlines with yourself. Routines are also an excellent way to use this procedure to guide your motivation. By clearly defining which tasks follow the next by default, with practice it will become natural to behave the same every time. Question 7. Why is visualization such a helpful procedure and how do you best apply it? Those who regularly visualize their optimal behavior become accustomed to displaying this behavior in the future. Mental blocks are removed, and we remember the visualized behavior. When we visualize future best performances, they become much more likely down the road. More generally, it becomes much easier to do things or not do things when we have visualized them regularly. You can use the time before you go to sleep very well for visualizing. If you lie in bed with the lights off, you are completely undisturbed and in a relaxed state. Both conditions are perfect for visualizing. Question 8. What is the best procedure for disproving excuses? 1. Recognize the excuse as early as possible. 2. Respond with, "So what?" 3. List the long-term benefits of the important task. Use the following language pattern: if I do the important task now, it will be much better because. 4. List the disadvantages of the temptation. Use the following language pattern: the temptation is stupid because. 5. Think motivating thoughts until your motivation has noticeably increased. Question 9. What are the 5 thought categories for increasing your motivation? 1. I am. 2. I have great fun. Or, I love. 3. I can, with ease. 4. I deserve to. 5. I expect. And I accept that. Question 10. Which closed sentences can also be very motivating? 1. At any given moment, I am either making progress or regressing. There is no in-between. 2. Only when it becomes demanding, does the work begin. Everything before that is just the warm-up. 3. I am made for all these challenges. It is my fate and my destiny to work at it and become successful. 4. The only thing I must do is be the best version of myself. Happiness and success will then come all by themselves. 5. If other people can do it, why shouldn't I be able to do it too? 6. Small improvements today make for gigantic improvements in the distant future. 7. I will never let down the people I love, that's why I try hard. 8. To become successful, I must behave like a person who deserves success. 9. Everything that is difficult at this moment is nothing but a test of my self-discipline. 10. In the future, I will look back on this time and I will be very proud of myself for working so hard to achieve my goals. Question 11. What should your inner voice be like when disproving excuses and motivating through self-talk? In no way should it sound quiet, high-pitched, or whiny, but loud, deep, and determined. Question 12. What are the 3 dopamine traps and why should you avoid them? Dopamine traps are activities that release a lot of dopamine without us being aware of it. 1. Talking about one's goals and vision. 2. Fantasizing about achieving a big goal. 3. Setting goals that are far too ambitious. Dopamine traps should be avoided because they satisfy our reptilian brain's craving for dopamine and thus harm our motivation. Question 13. What is generally the best way to deal with stress, fear, and excitement? For maximum self-discipline and performance, it is generally best to accept, welcome, and feel any kind of stress, fear, and excitement when they crop up. Behind this stems the realization that stress, fear, and excitement are good. When we welcome these emotions, they no longer have a debilitating effect, rather an empowering one. We can have significantly more energy, motivation, focus, and joy in life when we make them our friend. By reinterpreting stress, fear, and excitement, procrastination is also greatly reduced. This is because the emotions no longer need to be overridden by temptations if we interpret them as good. When we welcome our fear, it becomes much easier to do what scares us. Conversely, if we repress our fear, it becomes much more difficult. Fear becomes extremely uncomfortable through repression, and procrastination feels like a blessing in comparison. Question 14. Why is a good mood so important for our self-discipline? When we are in a good mood, the motivation to become our best self and create our best life is natural. Our self-discipline has tailwind when we are in a good mood. Conversely, when people are in a bad mood, they tend to procrastinate because procrastination helps them forget their bad mood. Procrastination can therefore be reduced greatly by focusing on being in a good mood. Question 15. What are the 5 procedures to protect our good mood? 1. Ask yourself, what can I learn or train at here? If the negative situation is current. 2. Ask yourself, how can this be the best thing that has ever happened to me? If something negative from the past is dragging down your mood. 3. Find creative ways to do fewer of the things that hurt your mood. 4. Expect and accept unpleasant events. 5. Fully accept when you have been, or are, procrastinating. Question 16. What are the 5 procedures to permanently improve your mood? 1. Exercise regularly. 2. Generate gratitude regularly. 3. Laugh more often. 4. Be more happy, even about small successes. 5. Increase your average energy level. Question 17. What are the 10 procedures to permanently increase your average energy level? 1. Develop and pursue an attractive life vision. 2. Exercise regularly. 3. Optimize your breathing. Breathe slowly and deeply through your nose. 4. Drink plenty of water. 5. Surround yourself more with energetic people. 6. Spread your food consumption better throughout the day. 7. Focus on long-chain carbohydrates in your food consumption. 8. Consume sugar in a strategically wise way. 9. Consume moderate amounts of caffeine. 10. Optimize your recovery. Question 18. How does the motivation workout work? 1. Meditate for 3 minutes. Observe your thoughts and emotions with concentration and accept them completely. 2. Improve your mood for 90 seconds. List about 10 things you are grateful for. 3. Increase your extrinsic motivation for 90 seconds. Take one of your important tasks at a time and imagine its short dash, medium dash, and long-term benefits. 4. Increase your intrinsic motivation for 3 minutes. Go through one of the 5 categories of thoughts for 30 seconds each and motivate yourself with a few closed sentences at the end. 5. Think about your death for 1 minute. Ask yourself how you would feel and behave if today was your last day. Question 19. Why is it helpful to regularly think about one's death? By regularly thinking about our death, we begin to understand the finite nature of our lives on a deep level, and a deep appreciation for our life emerges. The desire to make the most of our remaining life becomes increasingly stronger. By acting as if the current day is our last, we therefore quickly generate a lot of motivation. Question 20. What 5 questions should we regularly ask ourselves? 1. What is my next thought? 2. What am I grateful for? 3. Why are my important tasks so important? 4. Am I willing to make a strong effort? If not, motivate yourself with motivational self-talk. 5. How would I feel and behave if today was my last day?